Chapter 2003, Go Against. The Millet Emperor was quite calm. His expressions did not change much even after hearing his counterpart's words. Then, he asked, "Who do you want?" Emperor Yang answered, "The people from Eastern Deity Island." "How do you want them?" asked the Millet Emperor. "Millet Emperor, you only need to ask them to follow me," answered Emperor Yang. "They are right over there. You can go ahead and ask if they want to go with you," answered the Millet Emperor as he pointed towards Yi Futian's group. Emperor Yang glanced at Yi Futian's group and said, "If they are not willing, then I can only ask them to go." "Please, go ahead," the Millet Emperor said as he gestured with his hand, seemingly indifferent. The conversation between the two had no hostility. It was like a chat between two old friends. However, those looking at the two from afar could sense a confrontational aura around them. Did it mean that Emperor Yang could take them away just because the Millet Emperor said that he could go ahead? After hearing the Millet Emperor's reply, Emperor Yang became even more hesitant. He stood there quietly, looking at his counterpart. The two stood in the air and looked at each other. At that moment, the atmosphere around the entire area became unusually dense and heavy. It was as if a frightening aura had shrouded them. It was as if a battle could break out at any time. Yi Futian and Goddess Penglai looked at the cultivators from the Great Yang ancient royal family. They had indifferent and somewhat cold expressions along with sharp gazes. They did not show an ounce of fear. It was not so easy for the Great Yang ancient royal family to use them. Since Senior Millet Emperor has replied, then I have no choice but to invite them to visit our Great Yang. At that time, a voice emerged. Behind Emperor Yang came the Crown Prince, Yang Hanxing. He strode forward, carrying a tremendous aura. His divine might of the Great Path covered the sky while an intense pressure filled the sky. Faint cries and roarings of dragons could be heard in the distance. "Careful," Li Changsheng reminded. He walked forward by himself. Then, at that moment, a thunder-rumbling dragon's roar completely split the skies. A giant divine dragon seemed to appear in the sky. Its cries and roars crushed mountains as well as rivers while heaven and earth crumbled. A frightening Great Path soundwave shot out and transformed into a vast and scary storm of the Great Path that transformed the clouds and the sky. Yang Hanxing was a Ren Huang at the cultivation level of the 9th plane. He was already a peak existence among Ren Huangs. And as to how frightening was the song of the Yang Dragon? One roar was enough to cause one's blood pressure to dip. Even Yi Futian could feel his internal organs tremble. His spiritual soul also shook intensely. It was excruciating. Behind him, droplets of blood dripped from the corner of Xia Qingyuan's lip. Her face turned pale. Bang! Yang Hanxing leaped into the air with one step, and a low and dull sound rang in the air. As if stepping on people's hearts, a violent and intense thumping tremor emerged. Everything seemed to have frozen. They looked at the figures striding towards them from the sky. At that moment, the Crown Prince of the Great Yang royal family was like a god of war. He was domineering and unparalleled. Emperor Yang did not take action personally, so the Millet Emperor would not intervene. Instead, he watched quietly. Li Changsheng stepped forward and released a powerful aura of the 9th plane. His divine wheel of the Great Path also emerged. It was a huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves fluttered as they covered the sky. In an instant, it had spread all over the sky, enveloping Yang Hanxing's body within. Many people looked toward the battlefield. Li Changsheng was an old man who had followed the Millet Emperor for many years. He was very strong. He did not usually display his true strength and kept a very low profile. However, he handled most Wangshan Watchtower affairs, and the Millet Emperor rarely made an appearance. So, in fact, Li Changsheng was the equivalent of Wangshan Watchtower's most senior disciple. So, it was natural that he would be the one to fight the Crown Prince of the Great Yang, Yang Hanxing, at this time. While Zhongchan was a high-level Ren Huang with a perfect Great Path, he had only recently broken through, and his cultivation level was only at the 7th plane. There was no guarantee that his combat strength was sufficient for him to defeat Yang Hanxing. After all, Yang Hanxing was not a common high-level Ren Huang. Before becoming a high-level Ren Huang, his divine wheel of the Great Path was also perfect and flawless. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the battlefield in the sky. Yang Hanxing's attack was overwhelmingly strong. However, Li Changsheng's cultivation level was also very powerful. The divine tree seemed to have taken root in the sky. Roots spread out and sealed the area, trapping Yang Hanxing within it. Vong. Then, at that moment, the cultivators of the great Yang ancient royal family began to flash as they moved towards them. The Millet Emperor stood high up in the sky as his gaze was fixed upon Emperor Yang. It was as if this battle was not related to them in the slightest. Last time, the great Yang ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yangyun continent to test the Wangshan watchtower. This time, it was a real clash between the two sides. Dragon roars filled the air as the song of the Yang dragon continued to burst forth. The great Yang ancient royal family cultivators wanted to kill and defeat the practitioners of the Wangshan watchtower. Goddess Penglai's body disappeared in a flash. Like a swallow, her body soared through the air, and in an instant, she landed in front of those cultivators. Immediately after she landed, divine fire of the great path burst from her body, and a large illusion of a divine phoenix appeared. It let out a sharp, piercing shriek. From the body of the divine phoenix, endless crimson flame radiated from the feathers on the divine phoenix's body. Like indestructible flaming red swords, the flaming feathers cut down the cultivators. Then, a blinding divine light appeared and pierced through the skies and headed straight towards Goddess Penglai. It was a dragon lance. It transformed into a beam of bright golden light that broke through space, leaving a golden arc between heaven and death. The dragon lance arrived instantly. Accompanied by a domineering dragon roar, the lance thrust forward towards its target as if wanting to crush the sky. Goddess Penglai's body disappeared in a flash and transformed into a bolt of flaming red lightning. The two clashed together instantly, and their exchanges were so fast that one could not follow them with their naked eyes. In another location, an elder clad in a magnificent golden robe walked toward Zhong Chan. His aura was stunning. He was also a being of the ninth plane, someone from the great Yang ancient royal family, a direct descendant of Yang royalty. His aura was frightening. Multiple pure-blooded dragons appeared in the sky. Each one of these dragons roared. He stretched his hand out and made a grabbing motion despite the gap between him and Zhong Chan. However, as he did so, an immensely strong power of the great path appeared. Zhong Chan felt his body in the sky being bound. Rumble. In the next moment, the elder's body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward at a ridiculous speed, as if a divine dragon was charging forward. The entire area seemed as if it was going to be crushed into pieces. Before the person arrived, the will of the punch had already arrived. A frightening explosion sound came from the sky, and the area Zhong Chan was in looked like it was going to crumble. At that moment, Zhong Chan released his perfect grade aura of the Great Path. Seals converged around both his hands. In an instant, countless steles that looked like doors appeared in the sky, surrounding the entire area before slowly closing in as an attempt to seal this great path space. Zhong Chan raised his fist and charged forward. At that moment, a bright divine light of the great path burst forth from this body. Multiple doors of the great path appeared. Then, as if all 10,000 of these doors of the great path overlapped with each other, they merged into this punch. The two clashed together. Rocks were crushed, and the heavens were shocked. A violent bang rang in the air. Countless doors of the great path were punctured and crushed. Zhong Chan's body appeared in the sky. More doors of the great path appeared around him. Every door contained an immense the great path's power of suppression that suppressed the space around him and transformed the area into a great path domain. The great path's power of suppression enveloped his opponent's body, the cultivator on the ninth plane. Even he was feeling immense pressure. Zhong Chan also felt great pressure. After all, the one he was facing was a being on the ninth plane. Then, seals continued to converge around both his hands. In the sky, countless divine monuments of the great path appeared and surrounded them. Then, the space around them was sealed and transformed into a great path domain. Then, an ancient aura began to spread. At that moment, Zhong Chan was like a divine being. He waved his hands, and instantly countless divine monuments of the great path flew down from the sky. Rumbling noises filled the air as the pure-blooded dragons clashed with the divine monuments. Then, they exploded. However, the divine monuments were so numerous that it seemed like they would never run out. Zhong Chan's body emitted rays of light. As if summoning an ancient gate, the light became larger, and his power of suppression also became stronger. The divine dragons wailed. They were subdued. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous divine monuments of different sizes pummeled downward, with his opponent's body as the target. An illusion of a divine dragon appeared above the ninth plane Renhuang of the great Yang ancient royal family. The dragon let out a howl, and he stretched out his hands. The howl of the divine dragon shot out but was completely suppressed. It could not get out of this space. Meanwhile, Zhong Chan's attack seemed like it would never end. Many cultivators looked toward Zhong Chan's battlefield. It was the gate to world suppression, the ultimate skill of the Millet Emperor's cultivation path. When the Millet Emperor released this skill, he could suppress an entire world and destroy all his enemies. Zhong Chan's great path was perfect, so as expected, he was already capable of dealing with a being on the ninth plane. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators of all sides had initially planned to leave. However, they stayed behind because of this battle. They watched the battle at different locations. At one location were the cultivators of the Ling Xiao Palace. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace watched the battlefield and said, "The gate to world suppression of the Millet Emperor is, as expected, very powerful. Moreover, Zhong Chan has already cultivated and learned its essence. To possess such combat strength while still on the seventh plane, he will certainly become a great person in the future." His voice traveled across the sky, and all the practitioners in that area could hear him. Beside him, a powerful Renhuang said, "Palace Lord, I have not fought against a person who possesses a perfect grade great path before. Now that a chance has presented itself, I would like to experience it." "Okay." The Palace Lord of Ling Xiao Palace nodded and said, "The Great Yang and the Wangshan Watchtower hold no great grudge against each other. You do not have to be too serious. A light and friendly spar will do. Many factions have gathered here today. Just treat it as a trial." Just as he finished speaking, the earlier Renhuang stepped forward and left. He was also on the ninth plane. He headed straight towards Zhong Chan. Just as Zhong Chan was suppressing the Renhuang of the great Yang ancient royal family, his body appeared in the sky above Zhong Chan. He released an immensely powerful aura of the great path and said, "It is a rare chance for me to come today, to ask for your guidance. Please do not be offended." After he spoke, he immediately started his attack. This scene had many people looking confused. What did the Ling Xiao Palace want to achieve? Anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that this was due to a grudge between the great Yang ancient royal family and Wangshan Watchtower. Was the Ling Xiao Palace's intervention their way of going against the Wangshan Watchtower? The practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower frowned. Since the practitioner from the Ling Xiao Palace really went for it, Zhong Chan could only fight back. The Millet Emperor watched everything quietly in the sky. His expression remained the same as he inadvertently glanced toward the palace lord of the Ling Xiao Palace. No one could tell what he was feeling. At that time, Ling He of the Ling Xiao Palace also strode forward. He looked toward Yi Futian and said, "I was really impressed by Brother Yi's display the other day at the cliff, which is why I would like to consult and learn from Brother Yi. I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me." Many people looked toward Ling He. What was going on with the practitioners of Ling Xiao Palace? Why were they so intent on fighting the people from Wangshan Watchtower? Moreover, they chose to do so at this time. Clearly, something was wrong. The eyes of the practitioners from Turtle Deity City watching from afar flashed as they saw this scene. They investigated and found out some things that Yi Futian was not aware of. However, it was not related to them. They initially had no plans to bring it up, as it would cause conflict. However, looking at the situation now, it was clear that Ling Xiao Palace wanted to go against Wangshan Watchtower. As for Lin He was trying to force Yi Futian into a fight. If Yi Futian did not know his opponent's true attitude and thinking, they were afraid he would suffer a huge loss. At that time, a person looked to a location not far away from where thunder-punishing Skylord stood and transmitted his voice. Skylord. Thunder-punishing Skylord looked at the person who transmitted his voice. It was the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Since they were both students of Emperor Shi, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, their relationship was decent. Skylord left behind a relic at the cliff in the past. I heard that a battle took place there recently. This practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower defeated Ling He and obtained the relic that you left behind, said the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Thunder-punishing Skylord answered, I am aware of this. At that time, this practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower brought 2 other people onto the Turtle Deity Island. After they separated, the 2 were killed by people from Ling Xiao Palace. If my guess is correct, Ling He was the one who gave the order. The murderer has been following Ling He ever since he committed the act. The City Lord continued to transmit his voice. Thunder-punishing Skylord's eyes squinted slightly as a sparkle of electricity crackled in his eyes. He looked toward Ling He. The young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace continued to utter the words Brother Yi continuously and seemed very friendly. Earlier, he was also very generous when complimenting Yi Futian. It looked like he was a gracious loser who had genuinely accepted his defeat. Even though most could still feel a sense of oddity, none paid too much attention to it. However, to commit an act like this behind another's back, it was somewhat disgusting. At the very least, he could not accept such despicable behavior. He understood the meaning of Turtle Deity City Lord's meaning. Yi Futian obtained his relic and could be considered related to him. The incident also started because of the relic. The City Lord was hesitant on whether he should reveal this fact, so as a solution, he passed the message to him instead. He does not know of this, asked Thunder-punishing Skylord by transmitting his voice. He should not be aware of it, answered the City Lord. At that time, Ling He stepped through the air and landed in the space in front of Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian glanced at him and replied, not interested. He did not really like Ling He. The fact that the Ling Xiao Palace had chosen to make a move at this time disgusted him even more. Naturally, he was not interested in sparring with Ling He. If he had to fight, should he fight seriously? Even though he did not want to go all out, Wangshan Watchtower was already facing pressure from the Great Yang ancient royal family, and now, the Ling Xiao Palace had also decided to make a move. However, he also did not want Wangshan Watchtower to face the threats of 2 powerful forces at the same time. Then, Yi Futian heard a voice transmitted to him, Yi Lionian. He looked surprised as his gaze shifted toward the person who spoke to him. I have something I need to tell you. The people from Turtle Deity Island discovered that the 2 practitioners who followed you into Turtle Deity Island were killed after you guys separated. They found that it was Ling He who gave the order. However, they did not dare reveal this piece of intel lightly. Someone notified me of this just now, and I decided to let you know as well. You should just be prepared, the voice transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. He already knew whose voice it was. It was Thunder-punishing Skylord. The Skylord personally transmitted his voice to inform him. Naturally, Yi Futian did not doubt the authenticity of the message. The incident had definitely happened. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, the 2 practicing spiritual partners, were killed by someone under the orders of Ling He. While the 2 of them were not very strong, they had still reached the Sage Plains cultivation level. They were very young, and they still had the best years of their lives ahead of them. After they learned that Emperor Shi would go through a divine tribulation, they tried to get to Turtle Deity Island. They met Yi Futian at the cliff and asked him to bring the 2 of them to Turtle Deity Island. However, they never would have imagined that they would be killed in such an aggrieved manner. At that moment, an intense rage emerged in Yi Futian's heart. The fire burning in his heart was so strong that his entire body trembled slightly. However, he still managed to keep it under control. It had been a while since he last felt so enraged. Even the ruthless incidents he encountered when he first came to the Divine Prefecture did not enrage him as much as the current moment. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were not really close to him. They were only acquaintances he met on the road. He brought the 2 along and arrived together with them on Turtle Deity Island. No relationship had even been established, which was why, after they arrived at Turtle Deity Island, they separated and went their own way. He did not try to make them stay. After all, they were from different worlds. However, due to a trivial incident at the cliff, Ling He had chosen to secretly send someone to kill the two juniors instead of targeting him directly. In front of Ling He, practitioners at the plane levels of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were only like ants. They could be crushed easily and possessed no power to resist. He could imagine the despair of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, two energetic youngsters who had arrived enthusiastically to observe Emperor Shi's divine tribulation. However, just as they arrived, they were obliterated mercilessly. While their plane levels were low, getting to the sage plane would have also been tough. Like himself back then, every step he took was filled with difficulties, but he kept going. However, death was just absurd. Moreover, this murderer of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing was still acting gracefully in front of everyone, calling Yi Futian brother Yi, and showering him with generous compliments. Yi Futian raised his head to look at that face. He felt intense hate, to the point where he was nauseated. Ling He looked at Yi Futian from a certain distance. He still looked graceful, with an air of exuberance around him. He held an amazing status. He was the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace and possessed great strength and exceptional potential. One could even say that not many in the Donghua domain could compare to him. So, it was natural that he was in high spirits. In his eyes, two sage plane level practitioners were probably not even worth his attention. A gentle smile was inside Ling He's eyes. However, he saw Yi Futian raise his head and glare at him. A cold and piercing gaze shot at him for a brief moment. That glare made him uncomfortable. It was cold and emotionless. He could even detect a hint of killing intent. Ling He's heart was also icy. It was just as well. After all, he also had the same idea. He never imagined that Yi Lionian would think the same thing. Brother Yi received enlightenment of the path at the cliff. Your talents are remarkable. Don't be stingy in guiding others, Ling He continued. Clearly, he would not let Yi Futian reject his request. Ling Xiao Palace had already initiated the attack. Even if their counterparts did not want to, they would be forced to fight. Yi Futian looked at him. He had changed his mind. However, he did not reveal the truth he had learned. Ling Xiao Palace was one of the strongest factions. The reason why the people from Turtle Deity Island hid the information was most likely due to this as well. If he were to reveal it after the thunder-punishing Skylord notified him about it, it would be like selling them out. It was immoral. From what Ling He did to Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, who knew what else would he do in the future? This was a person who ignored other people's lives. He did not care at all. Yi Futian looked at Ling He and said, "It looks like you will fight, regardless of whether I agree to it or not." Ling He smiled and looked at Yi Futian. He moved his foot forward. The aura of the Great Path began to exude from his body, and might filled the sky. He did not reply. Obviously, he was responding with his actions. Earlier, when the Ling Xiao Palace cultivator tried to initiate a fight with Zhong Chan, did he not also just started fighting? He did not even consider the fact that Zhong Chan was still in the midst of battle. I lost to Brother Yi when it came to enlightenment at the cliff. That is why I want to receive your guidance in the form of a battle, Ling He said casually. He looked down at Yi Futian with an arrogant expression on his face. While Yi Futian was quite famous, having defeated Yang Dongyang before, Ling He was not a common character. Yi Futian was still not on his radar. When he lost in receiving enlightenment of the path, he contributed his loss to luck. On the surface, he complimented and praised Yi Futian, but in truth, he was still incredibly proud. Otherwise, he would not have so easily gave the order to kill Lin Yuan and Lu Qing. He did not care. Do you want me to take this? From behind Yi Futian, Beigong Ao walked forward and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. The opponent's plane level was higher than Yi Futian's. His aura of the Great Path was also powerful. He was worried that Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. Ling He was also someone whose Great Path was at the perfect grade. He was a titan-like force, the great heir to Ling Xiao Palace, and not some common folk. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and gestured for Beigong Ao to step down. Seeing his gesture, Beigong Ao understood and retreated behind. Meanwhile, Yi Futian walked forward and looked up at Ling He, who was standing in midair. My plane level is higher than Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please go ahead and initiate the first strike, said Ling He, continuing to act gracefully and politely. He had come to force Yi Futian into fighting him, however, he still maintained a battle etiquette to allow Yi Futian to strike first. However, with the plane level advantage, what was the meaning of being able to strike first? A person's plane level was always the main factor deciding the outcome of a battle. Ling He might seem like he was gracious, but the truth was that he was shameless. It was never a fair battle in the first place. Okay then. Nonetheless, Yi Futian accepted the answer directly. He looked at Ling He and said, since there's a difference in our plane level, I will do my best and go all out. Relax, I naturally understand. Please go ahead, Brother Yi. Ling He laughed in his mind. Yi Futian's answer was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 2005, Fight. Yi Futian raised his head to look at Ling He. Formless sword wills began to form around his body. The sword wills became stronger and stronger. With his body as the center, they created a vast sword domain. Numerous sword wills poured into the sky as if they were unlimited. Then, they converged and transformed into a sword river. Multiple immaterial swords appeared around Yi Futian and circled his body, creating sharp whistling noises as they zipped around. These created an illusion for all those watching. It was as if the vast land and sky had been filled with swords. Path of the sword current flowed between Yi Futian and Ling He. As expected of someone possessing a perfect grade great path who defeated Yang Dongyang with just one sword strike. Amazing. Ling He complimented. However, he also possessed perfect grade great path. Who knew who he was actually complimenting? A powerful aura burst from his body. While Ling He had always looked down on Yi Futian's existence, he would never underestimate his opponent in a real fight. With such powerful sword wills, an attack would only last a single moment. Even though he had promised to let Yi Futian strike first, he would not simply sit idly by. He was going to at least make preparations to respond accordingly. Around his body, an extremely beautiful golden pagoda appeared. Strands of golden aura flowed out from within the pagoda. At that moment, Ling He was donned in golden armor. The auras flowing from the golden fantasy-like pagoda were sharp and domineering, then they converged and transformed into an extremely sharp golden spear. Ling Xiao Pagoda. Everyone looked toward Ling He. It was a divine wheel of the great path crafted by the souls of the powerful cultivators of the Ling Xiao Palace. Moreover, it was not just one divine wheel of the great path. The Ling Xiao Pagoda was one of the divine wheels of the great path. Inside the Ling Xiao Pagoda was a spear. It was another of his divine wheel of the great path. They had melded together, and the might exuding from it was frightening. Many people had shifted their gaze toward the battlefield of Ling He and Yi Futian. With regard to these two names, there was naturally no need to mention Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace. He had made his name from a long time ago. He was strong and exceptionally talented. Meanwhile, Yi Futian became famous in Wangshan Watchtower. He defeated the great Yang ancient royal family prince Yang Dongyang with just one sword strike. Among the mid-level renhuangs in the Donghua domain, these two were most likely considered best of the best. They possessed extraordinary strength. Vong. Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a great path furnace. Refining the sword of heaven and earth, an indomitable will surged from his body. It was as if his body had turned into a divine sword. Multiple swords surrounded him. Around 9 swords seemed to have resonated and were circling him. At that moment, countless sword wills in the sky resonated, and the surrounding area transformed into a sword domain. Countless path of the sword aura currents resonated with each other and flew towards Ling He at the same time. Meanwhile, a sword river appeared between Yi Futian and Ling He. Within the sword river was a sword silhouette. It reached an area in front of Ling He from Yi Futian instantaneously. It was as if there was no distance between them. With one thought, the Ling Xiao Pagoda suddenly released a large number of golden currents. The endless spear shot into the air and zoomed into the Sword River. At the same time, the area between him and Yi Futian seemed to have been shrouded by the will of the Ling Xiao Pagoda. Multiple pagoda illusions dropped consecutively, blocking Yi Futian's deadly attacks. Go! The Ling Xiao Pagoda in front of Ling Xiao flew forward. A gigantic pagoda loomed over the Sword River. A frightening sword will charged into the pagoda and vanished completely. Only ringing sounds of the pagoda remained. Then, a light could be seen. A blade of light of a sword directly charged into the pagoda. Ring! An intense sound filled the air. The pagoda seemed to have suffered a heavy hit and was blown backward. Ling He stretched out his hands to catch it and was forced to retreat. Golden divine light burst from his eyes. He was careless. To have actually been thrown back by Yi Futian's strike. His palms slammed outward violently. In an instant, the Ling Xiao Pagoda spun forward violently, growing bigger at the same time. It transformed into a humongous golden divine pagoda. From this divine pagoda, numerous pagoda silhouettes appeared and flew towards Yi Futian. At the same time, a golden spear flew out of the Ling Xiao Pagoda. The spear arrived in Ling He's hands instantly. He grabbed the spear. Donning his golden armor, with a golden spear in his hand and the Ling Xiao Pagoda floating above his head, he looked like a war god at that moment. Peerless and elegant. Thunder-punishing Skylord looked at this battlefield. His words led to Yi Futian's decision to fight, so it was natural that he would pay more attention to this battle. Ling He misbehaved and treated others terribly. However, he was genuinely strong. Among the next-generation leaders of the top factions of the Donghua domain, none were weak. Ling He was the heir to the Ling Xiao Palace. If one only looked at his strength, he was indeed one of the greats. However, from his past actions, it was easy to tell that Ling He was prideful and self-absorbed. He did not care about the lives of others and did not care about the consequences of his actions. He only did what he wanted to do. Apart from thunder-punishing Skylord, the heiress of the Ice Temple, Qin Qing, was also interested and was paying attention to this battle. She was a mid-level Renhuang who had cultivated for many years. So naturally, she did not only look at the surface when it came to most issues. She knew that while Ling He was showering Yi Futian with praises and compliments, the truth was that he wanted to kill him. If he did not compliment his would-be opponent, how would he get him to fight? In her experience dealing with Lin He, she knew that he was self-absorbed and egoistic. While he had always been polite with her, he had always found it hard to hide his arrogance. However, she could understand this and did not think too much of it. After all, for a person as talented as Ling He, who also held an esteemed position and had cultivated to his plane level, how could he not be proud? She was also proud. Anyone at this level would be the same. As such, when the incident at the cliff occurred, even though it seemed like Ling He did not mind, he was most likely still brooding about it. That was why he provoked Yi Futian at this time, to start this battle with Yi Futian so that he could crush him in front of an audience. Moreover, Ling He's plane was higher than Yi Futian. He was a very well-known character in the Donghua heavens. He should be a lot stronger than Yang Dongyang. If he were to make a move, his chances of winning were actually quite high. Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. With his white hair and white outfit, Yi Futian stood amidst the battlefield. Above him, the giant Ling Xiao Pagoda released a frightening golden current that transformed into countless pagodas that flew towards him, creating Ling He's great path domain, sealing him within. At another location, Ling He held the golden divine spear. He could release it at any time. It was a great threat to Yi Futian. It was, unfortunately, very difficult for his swords to deal with Ling He. Under the overwhelmingly powerful Ling Xiao Pagoda, Yi Futian seemed rather small. However, stands of formless current exuded from his body. The current seemed to freeze everything around it. With his body as the center, the temperature within the Great Path domain began to drop. Strands of current surged forward like the branches and leaves of an immaterial tree. With his body as the center, the current quickly covered the entire Great Path domain. Rustling sounds could be heard. When the Great Path current solidified, a huge towering divine tree appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Futian served as the divine tree's roots. Its numerous branches spread all around. Strands of dark and cold aura radiated from the divine tree. So cold. Many people looked toward Futian. Even a few top cultivators looked toward him. Was that the great path of frost? The sword goddess and many practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow also shifted their gaze on Futian. Apart from mastering the long sword, they were also adept at the great path of frost. However, the aura seemed to be a little different. The aura radiating from Futian's body seemed even colder. However, every practitioner possessed different levels of strength. Flames of the path of flame also had different strengths. It was the same for the power of frost. The lord of the divine palace of fluttering snow, however, felt something odd. Something was not right. It was not the power of the great path of frost. In the battle, the two each released their great path domain. It was as if the battle had turned into a battle between great path domains. The Ling Xiao pagoda released a frightening golden current while shooting several pagodas to pummel Futian. However, within the chilly great path domain, all attacks seemed to be obstructed and limited. Their speed reduced, and the branches in the sky quickly extended toward and wrapped around those pagodas, absorbing them within before sealing them in ice, ultimately turning them into dust. Ling He frowned as he witnessed this scene. He stretched out his palm, and the Ling Xiao pagoda instantly floated into the sky. His great path domain sealed the sky, and a frightening current burst from within, annihilating all things in its range. The branches and leaves were crushed under the golden great path current. However, branches and leaves kept spreading from Futian's body. There was no end to them. This ancient and divine tree was an eternal being, and it had an incredibly exuberant life force. The divine tree of the Eastern Deity Island. A cultivator from the great Yang ancient royal family stared at the tree growing from Futian's body and said, "Who'd have thought that the Eastern Deity Island's divine tree was passed on to him? It looks like they plan on making him the heir of the Eastern Deity Island." Many seemed shocked after hearing this. To make Futian the heir to the Eastern Deity Island? Did this mean that the Eastern Deity Island chose Futian before he was sent to Wangshan Watchtower? If that were the case, the great Yang ancient royal family would want to kill him even more. Ling He suddenly directed his palm towards Futian. In that instant, the giant Ling Xiao pagoda floating in the air slammed downward. Blades of divine light annihilated anything they touched. Instead of releasing the great path current to attack, the divine wheel of the great path attacked directly. Ling He had clearly realized that the great path current could not do anything to Futian. It was just a waste of time. As the divine and holy Ling Xiao pagoda descended from the sky, destructive currents that accompanied its descent completely destroyed the leaves and branches from the ancient tree that got close. None of the branches could get close to the pagoda, and the great path completely suppressed the entire area. The Ling Xiao palace continued its descent towards Futian's body. At the same time, Ling He clenched the divine spear in his hands tightly. He took a step forward, and his body under the magnificent golden armor released an indomitable aura. Step by step, he walked toward Futian. His aura strengthened after every step, and strands of surreal currents appeared from his body. They looked like they were the condensation of his fighting spirit. Chapter 2006, Ensnared. Above Futian, the celestial splendor of Ling Xiao pagoda swept down, and the void roared, oppressing the space where Futian was. Phantoms of the divine pagoda slammed down continuously, covered Futian within it. Those branches, leaves, and vines that were twirling toward Ling Xiao pagoda were pulverized immediately. As divine splendor spread out, Ling Xiao pagoda was getting closer, falling from above Futian like a towering temple. Futian morphed into a divine tree, its branches and leaves twirling madly. A supreme sword will was gathering at the same time. Infinite divine swords converged until a massive divine sword appeared in front of him. The infinite sword will was still integrating into the divine sword. Its sword light was radiant, bright, and flawless. Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. Suddenly, the divine sword pierced upward, colliding with Ling Xiao pagoda. A sword river appeared between Futian and the pagoda. There was an infinite sword will in this sword river that blended into the divine sword. A splendid sword screen was created where the collision occurred, radiating toward the surrounding areas. Ling He, who was walking in the void, cast a glance. With a turning of his mind, he took control of the divine wheel of the great path as Ling Xiao Pagoda continued to spin, and the pagoda's divine brilliance sprinkled from above. A dull sound was heard, and even the void gave a violent tremble. Phantoms of the pagoda appeared all around them as they suppressed down at the same time. The vast world was now seemed to be in the realm of the divine pagoda. Yi Futian's body seemed to tremble as well. The divine sword shuddered, and the sword screen rippled but did not tear. The crowd found that Ling Xiao Pagoda was vibrating and spinning on its own, causing a wondrous rhythm between heaven and earth, suppressing and shattering this side of the void. For those whose cultivation was not strong enough, this atmosphere alone could kill them immediately. The divine will would have shattered their organs. The branches and leaves of the divine tree surged with insane speed. Those extremely thick branches and leaves were like vines of 10,000 years, winding around the sword screen. The area it invaded was getting larger, covering all the space in the surrounding area. At the same time, they constantly swept toward the pagodas that were between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Futian was like the tree god of 100 centuries, who had nurtured lives into being. Whose great path is the stronger? More and more people noticed the battlefield of the two of them. Both of them were very strong and far surpassed those of the same realm. Yi Futian, especially, surprised many people. After all, Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace, had achieved his fame for a long time. Although he had battled brilliantly, no one had actually witnessed his fight with Yang Dongyang. Therefore, most of the observers were there to see for themselves. Now, it seemed that he had not earned his name in vain, and he was powerful. However, if Yi Futian's divine tree and divine wheel of swordsmanship were used to resist the suppression of Ling Xiao Pagoda, how was he going to deal with the attack from Ling He himself? Perhaps Yi Futian would still be at a disadvantage, and he would still be in danger. The fighting spirit on Ling He, who walked steadily toward Yi Futian, became stronger as he got closer, and an astonishing turbulence of the great path had formed around him. He stared at Yi Futian with those golden eyes, and at this moment, there was an iciness in the depth of his eyes. Yi Futian was an expert at swords. If the sword was used to block the pagoda, how would he deal with the spear? The golden divine spear held in Ling His hand let out a horrific spear aurora. As he approached Yi Futian, his arm cocked back. Suddenly, his body was the center, from which numerous spear shadows appeared everywhere. An astonishing spear will erupted before the spear was released, turning into a golden beam and shooting straight at Yi Futian. Clearly, Ling He understood that it was impossible to hurt Yi Futian with spear will alone, but it would not be so easy to block his shot either. "Brother Yi, be careful." Ling He stopped at this point. Though he had stopped, his momentum had climbed to the limit as golden divine brilliance diffused from him. At this moment, he, who was wearing the golden armor, was like a god of war. "That's Ling Xiao Palace's Lingxi spear. Watch out," a voice reminded Yi Futian. The voice belonged to Thunder Punishing Skylord. Yi Futian was in a somewhat unfavorable situation, and Lingxi spear techniques was well known throughout the Donghua domain. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace, with Ling Xiao Pagoda and Lingxi spear at his disposal, had few rivals within the Donghua domain. He had tremendous strength, and if Yi Futian was careless, a strike could be the end of him. "Thank you for reminding me, Elder." Yi Futian's response baffled Thunder Punishing Skylord. He looked at Yi Futian, who was trapped in the distance. Yet, he still had the time to respond to him. It seemed that he still had strength and mind to spare. Maybe everyone had underestimated him. They could only wait and see. Everyone stared at Ling He. The Lingxi spear was swift and invincible, and battles usually ended in an instant. The Ling Xiao Pagoda would suppress while the Lingxi spear techniques finished the job. The dual powers complemented each other, making them victorious wherever they went. This time, dealing with this well-known heir of Eastern Deity Island, there shouldn't be any doubts. At this moment, countless phantoms appeared between heaven and earth, as well as infinite shadows of spears. Ling He made his move. The crowd only saw a spear aurora, as a golden spear shadow appeared between Ling He and Yi Futian. There was only an afterimage left where he was. A single strike from Lingxi's spear was enough to conquer gods and demons. Bang! A loud noise came out as the Lingxi spear encountered something tough. The terrifying golden divine glory bloomed in front of Futian, who, at this moment, was wrapped by a boundless gigantic divine elephant. Violent elephant trumpeting sounded, and 2 hands reached out to hold the spear coming for him. Divine wheel. Everyone was slightly surprised when they saw the sight in front of them. Another one of Futian's divine wheel of the great path, a towering, majestic divine elephant. Linghe glanced at Futian indifferently as shrill sounds could be heard. Overwhelming golden divine glory erupted from him as the spear continued to move forward, piercing into the body of the divine elephant. The sound was particularly harsh, as it was aimed to break open Futian's divine wheel of great path. However, at the same time, Linghe saw a pair of extremely horrifying eyes. An extreme chill rushed into his pupils, wanting to freeze his spiritual soul. At the same time, his body also felt the chill, so very cold, seeping deep into his bones. Everyone discovered to their shock that the domain of the divine tree had already enveloped this entire part of the world. An extreme frosty current enveloped and circulated this domain. An extreme coldness threatened to freeze everything, turning the temperature into absolute zero. Linghe felt that his spear, his body, and even blood were about to be frozen. Everything seemed to become slower, even his heartbeat. How could it be? What kind of ability was this? Had Futian been waiting for him here all this time? Using the divine sword to block Ling Xiao Pagoda with everything he's got just to wait for him to get close. At this moment, Futian's eyes were icy. There was a hint of icy murderous intent within. He stared at Linghe and let out a roar, accompanied by the Buddha sound of the great path. This space was covered by a sound wave of Buddhism, the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, in such a short distance, attacking his spiritual soul. Linghe felt his spiritual soul trembled as he was enduring the invasion of the power of yin and the attack of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. His spiritual soul was about to collapse and shatter. He felt that unconsciousness was imminent. These layers of attacks were set up like traps, waiting for him to break in and ensnare himself. Everyone outside was bewildered by this sudden sight as well. The continuous burst of multiple abilities in a short time caught everyone by surprise. Everyone had thought that it would be Linghe suppressing Futian, but they did not expect that the situation would be turned on its head in a split second. After an astonishing reversal, it seemed that Futian had been lying in wait for Linghe. His ability is so strong, so many great path, some were amazed and quite shaken inside. It was rumored that Futian had defeated Yang Dongyang with the sword. The world thought that Futian was an expert at swordsmanship, but they never expected that he was good at so many other abilities. Futian stared at Linghe and did not bother to disguise the murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Futian raised his palm and slammed forward. The sounds of elephants rocked the sky. As the gigantic palm slapped down, Linghe sensed a strong sense of danger. Massive golden glory burst from his body, and countless phantoms appeared around him. Buzz! An astonishing brilliance burst from the long spear in his hands. It was as if countless phantoms struck at the same time, continuing to fight. With a violent crashing sound, Linghe moved. The overwhelming intent of battle helped him break free of the chill. It seemed that endless phantoms of spears erupted from him just as the Ling Xiao Pagoda also released its strongest pressure of might. When the phantoms of the spears passed through, he moved, wanting to retreat from this space. But the chill affected his speed. Countless branches and leaves twirled toward him as the great path sealed off the space. Futian pointed his finger forward, and the sword will of the great path unleashed to annihilate the space. Open! Linghe let out a great shout. The Lingxi spear was fast as lightning, breaking through this domain of the great path as it rushed out. In the next moment, his body flew backward, covered in blood. There seemed to be several sword marks on his body as blood came out from the corners of his mouth. Buzz! Futian came for him in attack. Linghe saw him moving like lightning as a terrifying light appeared in the sky. The Lingxi spear was as fast as lightning, colliding with the sword that Futian had unleashed. Once again, his body was knocked back. As he stretched out his hand, the spear flew back into his hand. Enough. Futian still wanted to move forward, but suddenly, a few people appeared in front of him. As their voice fell, they raised their hands and attacked. A horrific phantom of the pagoda appeared, suppressing a corner of the sky. With a loud bang, Futian's body was knocked backward. Those who struck him were two upper Renhuang cultivators. Futian stopped himself and didn't continue forward. Although Ling He was a despicable person, his strength was undeniably strong. Furthermore, there were people from Ling Xiao Palace in attendance to kill Ling He. But it was wishful thinking. However, the anger in his heart was still burning, unable to be extinguished. You guys are awesome. Futian glanced at the cultivators from Ling Xiao Palace as he spoke with a touch of cold sarcasm. The people from Ling Xiao Palace felt terribly embarrassed, and Ling He was even gloomier. In this battle, he was unexpectedly defeated. For all the fancy moves, that astonishing blow, everything was so perfect. Without a doubt, he had thought that it would be a one-sided fight, but the ending seemed quite the contrary. That white-haired Renhuang counterstruck with absolutely dominant power, catching him by surprise. Ling He was defeated by a cultivator whose realm was lower than him. This was a huge blow to him. Chapter 2007, Memory Loss. Didn't Ling He of Ling Xiao Palace want to ask for advice? What's the meaning of your involvement? At this time, some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked those who stepped in to stop Futian. Enough is enough, responded the cultivators from Ling Xiao Palace. Does Ling He concede then? Cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked again. The cultivators from Ling Xiao Palace frowned and cast a look at the Renhuang who spoke. If Ling He can still fight, why did you interfere? The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower sneered. You were the ones who started the war, and you were the ones who forced its end. Does Ling Xiao Palace really want to ask Wangshan Watchtower for advice, or are you just taking the opportunity to kick us? If it's the latter, you can just get on with it without pretense. Furthermore, the heir of Ling Xiao Palace, while his realm is higher than that of Yi Lionian, required interference from the people of Ling Xiao Palace. Aren't you guys ashamed? The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower unleashed his sarcasm without reservation. If I am a cultivator from Ling Xiao Palace, I would have no face to continue staying here. Ling He's eyes were extremely cold. Defeat, in itself, was something extremely shameful, and now he had been ridiculed so openly and without mercy. When his realm was higher than Futian, he still needed the others from Ling Xiao Palace to intervene and help him avoid Futian's continued attack. This battle was indeed disgraceful. Elders need to say no more, there are many such as this, and we are used to it. Futian turned to the cultivator who had spoken, and the other nodded in acknowledgement but continued, bravado is easily exposed in the end. If one is a sore loser, one should not challenge and start things. That arrogant and condescending attitude was a bit ironic when you think about it now. Every sound was like a thorn that burnt Ling his cheeks. It appeared that the others would not easily let him off the hook. Ling Xiao Palace was good at exploiting those who were weaker. The insults from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were intentional, deliberately making fun of him to reveal his hypocrisy, and aimed to shame him. It seems that today we would have a chance to see for ourselves if all the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were this outstanding. An old man spoke as the aura of the great path released from the cultivators of Ling Xiao Palace, suppressing this corner of the sky with extreme terror. At this moment, the Millet Emperor's eyes swept over the crowd, and the power of the great path permeated from him. Everyone from Ling Xiao Palace felt an overpowering force that made them difficult to move. They looked at Millet Emperor, and the Palace Lord of Ling Xiao Palace took a step forward toward him and said, "What does the Emperor mean by this?" Ling Xiao Palace wanted to exchange with Wangshan Watchtower, and we welcomed the opportunity. However, now, whether it was an exchange or something else, I am sure it is clear to everyone who's here. If you want to overpower anyone with numbers, I will have no choice but to handle this personally, said the Millet Emperor. The Palace Lord of Ling Xiao Palace looked at Millet Emperor. If Renhuang on both sides were to interact at the same time, it would put the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower in great danger, so the Millet Emperor had no choice but to intervene. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace smiled as a violent and wild aura released from his body, and the same pressure of the great path snaked out. Both of them were supreme existence beyond their ranks, with great power. When the pressure from both of them bloomed, the sky seemed heavier, as if everything was about to stand still. The battle between the Renhuang below gradually subsided, as many cultivators stepped back to look up at the two men who faced each other in the void. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace and the Millet Emperor, two powerful men in their own rights, both of them were filled with the invisible currents of the great path, which contained extremely terrible pressure. They did not take action yet, but the cultivators around them already felt the invisible collision. Would they actually collide? The people of those top forces from different regions in the distance were all looking at this side. On this day, Emperor Shi was to cross the divine tribulation, and cultivators from all sides were here. Could they actually see other major figures exchange with one another? Above the sky, there was a dull sound as a suffocating aura appeared in this corner of the sky. Those Renhuang retreated far from this area. Some of them felt their breaths quickened, their internal organs were churning. "Back up," Li Changsheng said. Immediately, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower retreated, and the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yang as well as those from Ling Xiao Palace did the same. Only Emperor Yang was still standing there, his majestic golden robe moved with the wind, standing with his hands behind his back, watching the two in silence. At this moment, people in the distance felt that the sky was about to collapse, and there seemed to be infinite elusive shadows between heaven and earth. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. In the vast world, there were many illusory phantoms of the towers, and countless divine monuments flowed down from the sky, suppressing this space. Both of them were experts at the great path suppressions. Moreover, their realms had far transcended the ordinary. It was as if they were in control of the power from the source of heaven and earth itself. When they released the coercion of might, those Renhuang retreated, as if they were not fit to be in the same battlefield. Boom! There was a violent bursting sound. Both men made no move, but there was a terrible sonic boom that resounded between the two. The dull rumbling sounds made everyone's heart beat wildly as astonishing currents continued to collide between them, causing a terrifying storm in that space. At this moment, the crowd saw the phantom figure of the two of them that seemed to have moved, and yet they were still where they were. Everyone saw two vague figures touched briefly in the middle then separated. In the next moment, a shocking storm swept out again. Boom! Watch out! Many Renhuang were knocked out by the sweep of that storm, and Yi Futian was the same. The power of the great path surged upon his body, but he was still repelled by the storm. He steadied his body in the savage storm, his steps were incredibly heavy. He moved his arms that were covering his eyes and looked forward. In the center of the storm, the two men were still right where they were, as if they had never moved. The terrifying storm did not seem to be caused by them. Emperor Yang was also standing there, his robe flapped wildly in the wind as he quietly looked upon the two men in front of him. He could see clearly that the two had made an exchange in that instant just now. At their level of cultivation, there were not many opportunities to fight against each other. After all, there were very few of them that were at the same level, and they all had various concerns that the impact would be too great to bear. Therefore, the palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace and the Millet Emperor just collided for a brief instant, which was more than enough. "You were here today to observe the ceremony. What exactly are you two doing?" At this moment, a voice came from a distance. In the distant void, the chief of Donghua Domain Chief's manor stood there and asked. "I couldn't help myself wanting to experience Millet Emperor's gate to world suppression. I ask your forgiveness, Chief," said the palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace. Millet Emperor said nothing, merely looking at the other quietly. "This is Turtle Deity Island, and everyone here is our guest. Let's not disturb Emperor Shi. If everyone still desire a time to interact, find another time. If you're free next year, everyone is invited for a visit at Donghua Heavens." The chief continued, "Cease the competing today. Emperor Yang too, will let it go." Emperor Yang nodded slightly and said, "Since the chief has spoken, let's stop there." However, regarding Eastern Deity Island, it was because the chief had mediated in the past that I didn't touch Eastern Deity Island all these years when Millet Emperor made his promises. But now, something seemed to have changed. Millet Emperor will have to answer for it in the future. This was just an excuse. If it weren't for Yi Futian's extraordinary display of talent, no one from the ancient royal family of Yang would bother to look at Yi Futian at all, much less remembering anything about Eastern Deity Island. Millet Emperor looked at them, still silent. The chief continued, "Well, let us be gone now, and not disturb Emperor Shi's cultivation." "Very good." The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace nodded, then turned around to command, "Time to go." After that, the group left. Ling He glanced at Yi Futian as he left, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yi Futian detected the other's gaze, but his eyes were equally cold. This debt of Lin Yuan's was impossible to collect at the moment. However, he would remember Ling He. "Millet Emperor, we will meet again," said Emperor Yang as he left with his people also. Seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, the cultivators from all sides left one after another. "We should go too," said Millet Emperor, and immediately levitated into the air and was gone. After everyone left, above the Turtle Peak, Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord looked at those who had scattered in the distance. Emperor Shi sighed in a low voice. The Divine Prefecture, after being peaceful for so many years, will face imminent disturbance again. With Donghuang the Great ruling the world, the Divine Prefecture won't be in chaos, said Thunder Punishing Skylord. What if someone from outside of Divine Prefecture were here? Emperor Shi said. Thunder Punishing Skylord was silent for a moment, and said, "Having traveled outside these years, I have heard a few things. There were some events that had occurred in the original realm, and some principalities have come to pass, but it had not affected Divine Prefecture for the time being." The original realm. Emperor Shi stretched out his hand, as if wanting to catch something, but didn't. After Yi Futian and the others had departed, in the void, the Millet Emperor stood next to Yi Futian and heard Yi Futian asked him, "Is there also a grudge between Ling Xiao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower?" Millet Emperor shook his head. "We didn't have too much contact. There is no grudge to speak of." Yi Futian looked pensive. Then, was it because of the incident on the cliff that incensed Ling Xiao Palace against Wangshan Watchtower? But, it seemed a bit too extreme. "Have you inherited Donglai's memory?" Millet Emperor asked suddenly. Yi Futian nodded, but not all of it, and they were quite disorganized. "Do you any memory of his last battle?" Millet Emperor asked. Yi Futian shook his head, looked up at Millet Emperor, and seemed to sense something. How come he was missing such memory? In the Wangshan Watchtower, the cultivation training grounds of Millet Emperor, a group of silhouettes descended. It was Millet Emperor's group returning. With Millet Emperor's towering cultivation, even traversing over many continents would not need much time. As their group landed, Millet Emperor revealed a pensive look. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Teacher," Li Changsheng asked softly, "is there anything that you need me to do?" Millet Emperor shook his head as he looked into the distance. Back then, during the battle when Supreme Deity Donglai perished, what had happened exactly? Even the memories that Yi Futian inherited did not reveal anything about it. Had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally erased them? If so, had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally kept it hidden, and did he not want them to know about it? "All of you, leave us. Both of you remain," Millet Emperor instructed. He meant for Goddess Donglai and Yi Futian to remain. The other people bowed slightly and then stepped down one by one. Zhong Chan had a strange look on his face. He could tell that Millet Emperor had matters to discuss. Yet, even he could not know about this matter. "Uncle Millet," Goddess Donglai called out as she looked at Millet Emperor. "Is there something urgent?" "It is nothing," Millet Emperor said, not revealing his thoughts. He instead looked at Yi Futian and asked, "In the previous battle, I saw that you had a murderous intent towards Ling He. What happened between the two of you?" The two of them had fought fiercely against each other. Observers of their battle could tell that they weren't pulling their punches. Their attacks were ferocious, and Yi Futian had calculated his moves against Ling He. He pretended that his sword had been suppressed by Ling Xiao Pagoda, drawing Ling He to attack him close up. Yi Futian had wanted to kill him in a single blow. Millet Emperor had heard of the grudge between the two of them at the cliff face. If Ling He bore hatred against Yi Futian, Yi Futian would not have needed to respond in such a fashion. Attacking the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace so fiercely in such a situation was not worth the risk for such a talented person like Yi Futian. Unless there were intricacies that Millet Emperor was not aware of. When Yi Futian heard Millet Emperor's question, a cold look flashed past in his eyes. He replied, "Before this, when we were traveling across the Divine Ocean continent, we encountered 2 juniors. We got acquainted with them before the cliff face where thunder-punishing Skylord left his teachings. They wanted to enter Turtle Deity Island to witness Emperor Shi facing his tribulation. I agreed to help them and brought them to Turtle Deity Island. However, thunder-punishing Skylord told me across transmitted thoughts that, not long after we separated upon arriving on Turtle Deity Island, these 2 juniors were killed by people sent by Ling He." When Millet Emperor heard Yi Futian's explanation, he revealed a strange look and said, "The young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace cannot even tolerate 2 juniors. For him to have committed such an atrocity was somewhat demeaning to his station. It is not that he could not tolerate them. He originally gave no regard for the lives of these 2 juniors. He did not care at all," Yi Futian stated. "A person with such character deserves death." Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "For you to say such things, he will sooner or later want to kill you." "I understand," answered Yi Futian as he nodded his head. That was why he also wanted to eliminate the other party. However, in the Donghua domain, it was difficult to do so owing to the other party's identity. Millet Emperor gave Yi Futian a serious look. For him to be angered by the deaths of 2 insignificant people to the point that he wanted to kill the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace, the way this fellow did things was extraordinary. He wore his heart on his sleeve. "You have cultivated the power of the divine elephant and are proficient in suppressing the great path, right?" Millet Emperor asked. Answered Yi Futian while nodding his head. "You have comprehended your cultivation in the Wangshan Watchtower before. What are your thoughts?" Millet Emperor continued asking. "It is as though the Wangshan Watchtower itself is formed from the great path. The aura inside feels as though it is the great path itself. The domain inside has absolute power of suppression," Yi Futian said. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "It looks like your comprehension is deep. By comprehending my cultivation in the Wangshan Watchtower, I created a magnum opus called Gate to World Suppression. However, that was because it was compatible with my abilities and combined all the techniques that I comprehended. You are proficient in even more techniques, hence you can develop it more broadly. I will teach you Gate to World Suppression. You can then merge it with your own comprehension and further cultivate it." Goddess Donglai revealed an astonished look as she stood there. She had brought Yi Futian over due to his connection with her father. She wanted to find Yi Futian some backing. She was worried about anything happening to him in the future. She was taking precautions just in case. She never imagined that Millet Emperor would pass on his magnum opus to Yi Futian. Gate to World Suppression was a magnum opus that Millet Emperor comprehended himself. Millet Emperor became renowned in the Divine Prefecture due to this technique. He had a few extremely glorious battles before. Even in the Wangshan Watchtower, few people cultivated this technique. Zhong Chan was probably the only other person who truly mastered it. He was a prominent figure who had cultivating abilities very close to that of Millet Emperor. Zhong Chan was probably personally chosen by Millet Emperor to inherit his teachings. However, now, Millet Emperor actually wanted to teach Yi Futian Gate to World Suppression. They had only gone on a trip to the Divine Ocean continent together and Millet Emperor already thought so highly of Yi Futian. However, during this trip, Yi Futian had indeed displayed extreme levels of talent. When he was comprehending the teachings on the cliff face, thunder-punishing Skylord had also acknowledged him and had transmitted his thoughts over to him. At that time, aside from Ling He, there was another famous figure present, Qin Qing of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. She was one of 3 main disciples who were personally trained by Sword Goddess. However, only Yi Futian managed to comprehend the true meaning of the teachings on the cliff face. Yi Futian had also managed to defeat Ling He, who similarly had a flawless great path and who had higher cultivation than him. With such ability, even Great Yang ancient royal family thought highly of him. "Senior, this seems inappropriate," Futian said. After all, he was not a disciple of Millet Emperor. Only Millet Emperor's personal disciples were qualified to cultivate his magnum opus. There's nothing wrong with it. Cultivators do not like to be bound by rules anyway. Since I am the one teaching the way, naturally I will teach it to whoever that I want to teach, Millet Emperor assured Futian. Zhongchan has mastered gate to world suppression. I am sure the skill will be fully utilized in your hands too. Besides that, I can tell that some skills that you cultivate might not be any weaker than gate to world suppression. You did not unleash your full potential when you were fighting with Ling He, right? Asked Millet Emperor. With his vision, he could tell quite a lot of things from the battle. Millet Emperor believed that aside from him, other top figures had also comprehended many things from the battle between Ling He and Futian. Ling He didn't just lose to Futian. In reality, the combat ability between the two of them might not even be on the same level. Ling He paled in insignificance when compared to Futian. Futian nodded, admitting it openly. Goddess Donglai, who was beside him, cast a glance at him. She had chosen Futian because he was acknowledged by the divine tree and had received her father's teachings. However, this top monstrous figure from the original realm was indeed stronger than what she expected. She was curious to find out what Futian's future held. I will impart my knowledge of gate to world suppression to you. Receive it without any worries. You can merge it with your other abilities based on your own cultivation, Millet Emperor said. A formless aura permeated from Millet Emperor's body and enveloped Futian. Divine halos directly surged into Futian's mind. They transformed into drawings and were engraved in his mind. After a moment, Futian opened his eyes and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Millet Emperor had imparted his magnum opus to Futian, so he was worthy to be called teacher by Futian. Futian calling Millet Emperor teacher did not mean that he would become his disciple. Millet Emperor nodded with a smile when he heard Futian greeting him as teacher. He replied, "Do not call me teacher when others are around. In the past, I have made a promise, so our relationship now is not that of an actual master and disciple." "I understand," Futian answered as he nodded. "Go and practice," Millet Emperor commanded. Futian turned around and strode towards the skyscraping watchtower. The watchtower was certainly the best place for him to comprehend and cultivate gate to world suppression. After Futian left, Millet Emperor looked at Goddess Donglai. Prior to this, Millet Emperor had not said anything suspicious, however, Goddess Donglai could tell that he was hiding something. "Uncle Millet, if you have any thoughts, please do not hide them from me," Goddess Donglai said. "Regarding your father's death, I have long suspected that Great Yang ancient royal family was not the only party involved." Millet Emperor explained to Goddess Donglai, back then, the conflict between Eastern Deity Island and Great Yang ancient royal family was known by all. However, nobody witnessed the final battle. I suspect that other forces might have secretly been involved. Goddess Donglai had a serious expression as she asked Millet Emperor, "Who else does Uncle Millet think was involved in it?" Millet Emperor analyzed, "During our trip to Turtle Deity Island this time, what Ling Xiao Palace did was abnormal. They had no grudges with us, so there was no need for them to kick us when we were down. As for the incident at the cliff face, it only involved Ling He and Futian. It was unnecessary for Ling Xiao Palace to magnify the issue. Unless they were targeting us for another reason. Ling Xiao Palace was involved in my father's death." Goddess Donglai felt a heavy burden in her heart. She had not dreamt of avenging her father. However, she still felt miserable when she knew that other forces might be involved in the battle which caused her father's death. She reproached herself for not being strong enough to do something about the matter. "I can only say that there is such a possibility. But the truth will eventually be revealed," Millet Emperor murmured. "Uncle Millet," Goddess Donglai lowered her head. "What's wrong?" Millet Emperor asked. "If there are other forces involved, looking into it further will." Goddess Donglai didn't finish her sentence, but Millet Emperor understood her words. What would happen if they found out the truth? Knowing the truth would not bring any benefits to Millet Emperor. Great Yang ancient royal family was already very domineering, with rich teachings and resources. The overall ability of the Wangshan Watchtower was weaker when compared to that of Great Yang ancient royal family. If yet another superpower was involved in this case, knowing the truth would definitely bring harm to Millet Emperor. He might as well pretend that he knew nothing and cease his investigation before anything bad happened. I want to know the truth, Millet Emperor declared while raising his head. The scene where he used to sit with Supreme Deity Donglai and discuss the way surfaced in his mind. His old friend had died in vain. Not only could he not avenge his friend, but he also didn't know who his enemy was. This matter had always been a burden in his heart. When cultivators reached Millet Emperor's current cultivation level, it was hard for them to advance further. It was even harder for them to improve themselves if their minds were encumbered with something. Hence, Millet Emperor was determined to find out the truth. Otherwise, he could not live with himself. Goddess Donglai sighed. In reality, she had lost hope in avenging her father. His appearance might be an opportunity. If you have a chance, make a trip to the Donghua heavens, Millet Emperor whispered while looking into the distance. Chapter 2009, The Chief's Invitation. It was year 10,051 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The Wangshan Watchtower was very quiet. In the watchtower, Yi Futian was cultivating. In the conceptual space of the watchtower, there was another watchtower erected high, akin to an immutable gate. It suppressed the surrounding space, as though it was an eternal existence. Yi Futian sat cross-legged. A dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a brilliant galaxy. Stars were all around the space as they circled around him. Besides that, there were gigantic divine elephants. These divine elephants were like demonic beasts that were traversing the universe. They emanated terrifying pressure of the Great Path, causing this part of the space to weigh down heavily on Yi Futian. Stone tablets appeared in this starry space. Runes of the Great Path seemed to be craved on these stone tablets. The runes emitted the light of the Buddha while the soul-slaying Buddhist chant could faintly be heard. The stone tablets shone brightly with marvelous divine light. Be it soul or body, everything would perish here. This space was a brand new domain of the Great Path. Yi Futian merged Gate to World Suppression, which was created by Millet Emperor, into his own comprehension to create this unique technique. The origin of this new technique was Gate to World Suppression, yet these two techniques were slightly different. As for which technique was stronger, it still depended on the cultivator who unleashed the technique. Gate to World Suppression unleashed by Millet Emperor, who had a powerful cultivation, was naturally much stronger than the new technique unleashed by Yi Futian. Of course, Yi Futian also cultivated the Great Path of Suppression. Hence, the technique created by him was also very powerful. Outside the Wangshan Watchtower, a few silhouettes approached the area. They looked in the direction where the watchtower was. Their gazes saw through the conceptual space, seemingly able to witness Yi Futian cultivating inside. Younger brother Yi is impressive. It has only been a few months and he has already merged Gate to World Suppression into his own comprehension, creating such a domineering Great Path domain. Li Changsheng said, "Young brother Zong, it seems that what I said is true. In the future, young brother Yi's ability might be on par with yours." Zong Chan, who was beside Li Changsheng, smiled nonchalantly. He said, "Before his arrival, I was the only one among the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower who has inherited Master's Gate to World Suppression. It is better now that young brother Yi has such achievements. I hope that he can also forge a flawless upper-level Renhuang Divine Wheel. His achievements are my motivation. I am more motivated to improve myself since I can't stand being surpassed by younger brother Yi." Zong Chan lamented, "My path of training is one that has been traveled by Master before. On the other hand, younger brother Yi merges Master's skill into his own technique. Considering this, he is indeed stronger than me." Li Changsheng comforted him by saying, "Don't put it like that. You walk the path that Master has treaded on before exactly because you are the chosen one. You are born with a talent that is similar to Master's. Therefore, you have had a smooth training journey following Master's footsteps. Because of that, you were also able to maintain a flawless divine wheel when you broke through to the upper-level Renhuang Pain. If you continue to cultivate and refine your skills, you might be able to surpass Master." What Changsheng says is not wrong. Everyone has different fateful encounters. It is impossible for any two people to walk the exact cultivation journey. Zhong Chan, you will surely surpass me in the future. Do not doubt yourself. If younger brother Yi can do the same as you, then it is convenient for both of you to compare yourself against each other. With comparison will you gain motivation. Since you have reached this stage in your cultivation, you must also have a sense of respect and not be proud. Similarly, you must also have strong beliefs to reach the peak, Millet Emperor advised as he looked at Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan. He had appeared high above them. Master, both of them greeted as they bowed when they saw Millet Emperor appear. We will remember your advice. Their master meant to say that once they had reached their current stage, they were already at the top level of cultivation, standing above all of creation. There did not seem to be much room for improvement for them, yet they still had a long way to go. They could not be blindly arrogant, but also needed intense self-confidence. It appeared to be paradoxical, yet it was complementary. If cultivation was like climbing a mountain, they were at the top of the mountain, the only place left to go was the peak. What news do all of you bring with you? Millet Emperor asked. Replied Li Changsheng as he nodded his head. Today, it is the year 10,051 of the divine prefecture calendar. Another 50 years have passed. News has come from the Donghua heavens. They have invited the cultivators from the various continents of the Donghua domain to gather. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, on Turtle Deity Island, Chief has already reminded us of this event. It is no surprise that he will send messengers over soon. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan nodded their heads in agreement. They believed Millet Emperor's deduction. As expected, just as Millet Emperor finished saying this, an intense wave of power of the great path of space came from the sky above. A brilliant divine spatial light descended from the sky. A group of people then appeared high above the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower. They had arrived, Li Changsheng muttered as he looked over in their direction. The group of figures approached the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower and looked over here from a distance. One of their members said in a loud voice, by order of the chief, we have come to invite Senior Millet Emperor as well as the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower to the Donghua heavens for a gathering. Please inform Chief that I will be bringing the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower to the Donghua heavens, Millet Emperor replied as he gazed into the distance. Many thanks, Millet Emperor, replied the people who had come. We will return with your response. Farewell. As they said this, golden lightning radiated from their bodies. Their figures immediately disappeared from their positions. It was as though they had never been here in the first place. At that moment, the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower were all looking over in that direction with their heads raised. They naturally understood that the chief the messengers referred to was the Donghua domain's domain chief. Aside from him, who else dared to refer to themselves as chief before Millet Emperor? The cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower were somewhat surprised. However, for Millet Emperor and the others, this was within their expectations. Hence, they appeared very calm. Domain Chief's manner invited the cultivators of the Donghua domain. They would personally send messengers to superpowers to invite them over. This was to show them due respect. As for the other cultivators of the Donghua domain as well as the cultivators from other continents, it was up to them. Domain Chief's manner would not personally invite them. This was more of a logistical constraint. However, one could imagine that, after the grand occasion on Turtle Deity Island last year, the Donghua heavens would organize an event that surpassed that of Turtle Deity Island in terms of scale. Domain Chief's manor had waited 50 years before gathering the top forces of various continents as well as the cultivators of the Donghua domain again. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's aura fluctuation could be sensed from the watchtower. The Great Path domain dissipated as the galaxy disappeared. Yi Futian came out from the watchtower. Millet Emperor and the rest detected Yi Futian's movement and shifted their gazes towards him. His silver hair was dancing in the wind while his gaze was as profound as the galaxy. His temperament was otherworldly. If it wasn't because Millet Emperor knew that Yi Futian was from the original realm, he would most likely assume that Yi Futian was from one of the super powerful families. Teacher, Yi Futian greeted Millet Emperor. He stopped not far away from the group and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor. Then, he looked at Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan and greeted, "Elder brothers. Did you succeed in your cultivation?" Li Changsheng asked with a smile. Yi Futian answered, "Gate to world suppression is marvelous. With my current level of cultivation, I still can't comprehend all of it. I can only incorporate what I have managed to comprehend into my skill. I still have a long way to go." "Younger brother always speaks so humbly," Li Changsheng said jokingly. Yi Futian smiled as he shrugged his shoulders. "Just now I overheard that the domain chief is gathering all the cultivators in the Donghua domain," asked Yi Futian. Millet Emperor nodded in affirmation. "Previously, when we were at Turtle Deity Island, we didn't manage to forge connections with the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor. This is a good opportunity if you want to enter Domain Chief's Manor. With your ability, there shouldn't be any problems." Yi Futian nodded, inquiring, "Will teacher and elder brothers attend the gathering this time? Chief has personally invited us. Moreover, this is an event that occurs once every 50 years. Everyone in the Donghua domain will show him face. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower are no exception," Millet Emperor replied. After all, Domain Chief's Manor was the ruling force of the Donghua domain in name. The domain chief was appointed by Donghuang the Great. Since Chief had personally sent a representative to invite them to the gathering, all the cultivators who trained in the Donghua domain would give Chief face and attend the event. "Understood." Yi Futian nodded slightly. Domain Chief's Manor was the core area of the Donghua domain. It was located in the Donghua heavens. After he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it meant that he would have the chance to come in contact with the top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Once he was on the radar of the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, he might encounter some old friends again. Even though the Divine Prefecture was huge, it only had 18 domains. Every Domain Chief's Manor in each domain was a core area in the Divine Prefecture. Domain Chief's Manor in the Donghua domain was no exception to that. What would Yi Futian do if he encountered his old friends? It seemed like Millet Emperor's suggestion was right on point. Yi Futian indeed needed to enter Domain Chief's Manor to cultivate. Once he became a member of Domain Chief's Manor, his former enemies would not dare to attack him lightly even if they met in the future. Once he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it was equivalent to him entering the core forces of the Divine Prefecture. He was also one step closer to Donghuang the Great. He should also be closer to revealing the truth about his origins and the secret of his godfather. By the time he broke through to the upper-level Renhuang plane, he should be able to slowly unveil these skeletons in the closet, right? He also had no idea what was going on in the original realm now. Did Jiyu manage to find herself again? Did Yu Sheng go to cultivate in the Devil World? Back when Yi Futian was still in the original realm, Devil General Mai Ting had also remained there. Mai Ting certainly had a deep connection with Yu Sheng. Would he bring Yu Sheng along when he left? Yi Futian had no answers to any of these questions. Right now, the main thing that he needed to focus on was to break through to the upper-level Renhuang plane as soon as possible. Since he came to the Divine Prefecture, his level of cultivation had been improving at the speed of lightning. However, once he reached his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next plane. Chapter 2010, Donghua Heavens. Donghua Heavens, the absolute core of the Donghua domain, was also the strongest among all the continents of the domain. Its terrain was high above the others, hence, the name Donghua Heavens. After the news came out of the Domain Chief's Manor, it quickly spread toward every other continent within Donghua domain. As a result, cultivators from the surrounding continents had come to Donghua Heavens, with many others still on their way. The entire Donghua Heavens seemed extremely festive. It was as if they were holding a feast of Donghua domain. Donghua Heavens was the location of Donghua Domain Chief's Manor, as well as the most powerful continent in the region. There were many powerful forces with countless top-level cultivators, but Megaforce Principality was still a rarity. The vast and endless Donghua Heavens did not have many cities. After countless years of development, the entire continent had been built into one cohesive whole with perfect connections. Even the mountains and the ocean regions had been occupied by powerful cultivators, connected to one another without any issues. Its name may have derived from this design. Donghua Heavens was one entirety, like a massive city without bounds. If it was another continent, it could be divided into hundreds of cities. But since the domain chief's manor was here, there was no need for so many distinctive divisions. The Lung family was a powerful family in Donghua Heavens. Although it was not the strongest, its influence was considerable. With members of the family that were 9th realm Renhunag, the family would have been considered top level on any continent. But in Donghua Heavens, although it was considered a family of power, it was not at the top level. There were many families or sects in Donghua Heavens that were more powerful than the Lung family. At this time, the cultivators of the Lung family were busy with their own affairs. Somewhere in a courtyard, several children and a young man were playing, a scene of tranquil beauty. However, a brilliant light appeared at the Lung family's compound, shot into the sky. Suddenly there was a very strong fluctuation of the spatial great path in the compound grounds. A group of people in the courtyard looked up and exclaimed, "My goodness, what is that?" Among the family members, a group of cultivators levitated into the sky, looking at that golden beam of light rushing into the sky. Some elders who knew what was going on looked sharply with their eyes and whispered, "They are here." "Who?" someone asked. "Cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower from the Dongxiao continent," said the man, as that golden light beam fell from the sky. A group of men emerged from it. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air, descending into Lung's territory. "Clan Lord! Clan Lord!" Below, many called out and saw an elderly man leap into the sky to greet those that came from the void. He laughed loudly. "Everyone, welcome." The group that arrived were Yi Futian, Zhong Chan, and the others. They had come to Donghua Heavens earlier than expected. However, this time they did not travel by road but took advantage of the grand matrix of space. Donghua Heavens was the main continent, and at Donghua Domain Chief's Manor, there was a supreme grand matrix of space that led to other main continents, which was much more convenient. In addition, all the top forces would try their best to create a great path of space so they could come here at any time. Wangshan Watchtower was no exception. There was a portal in Donghua Heavens, and it was located at the Lung family. They had established a super-powerful matrix here, which could descend directly to Donghua Heavens from Wangshan Watchtower. The clan lord of the Lung family was an elder. A middle-aged man stood beside him with a smile. This man was the next in line of the Lung family, Sky Sword Lung Quangsheng, an extremely well-known character. He had cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower and associated with the Millet Emperor. Because of this relationship, Wangshan Watchtower's teleportation matrix to Donghua Heavens was built inside the Lung family compound. Above the grand matrix, Yi Futian and his party stood there with Li Changxing in front, who looked at the old clan lord and smiled. "Clan Lord Lung is much too kind. We came without notice. Please pardon our disturbance. You are too humble." Clan Lord Lung said with a smile, "You are all Quangsheng's brothers. There's no disturbance to speak of. I was just thinking that after the news, the Domain Chief's Manor should personally dispatch a messenger to inform Wangshan Watchtower and that you may be here. I was prepared to see you all and was very much looking forward to it. Good to see senior brother Li again." Sky Sword Lung Quangsheng stood there with a smile. He had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes with a square jaw. He looked mighty and authoritative, and he inspired respect from those who laid eyes on him. Just him standing there was enough to give people a sense of awe. The name Sky Sword was by no means a vain moniker. "Junior brother Lung," Li Changxing said with a smile, "long time no see. You are almost catching up to my realm. No wonder I have not seen you cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower all these years." "How can you say that, brother? I have been traveling across the continents of Divine Prefecture all these years to cultivate and comprehend. It hasn't been long since I came back here. I didn't expect to get together with my brothers and everyone else so soon. What a happy happenstance." Sky Sword Lung Quangsheng laughed and said, "This time, I am going to drink to my heart's content." "Okay, Quangsheng, let's not chit-chat while hanging out here." The old clan lord laughed. Lung Quangsheng caught himself with an embarrassed smile. "Brothers, Please come with me. The banquet is being prepared. We will drink a bit first. All right then. Everyone smiled and nodded as the group followed Lung Quangsheng to the banquet hall of the Lung family. Chief Lord Lung waved his hand. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone found a place to sit down, and someone next to them was serving wine. They saw that Sky Sword was looked at Zhong Chan with a smile, who was sitting across from Li Changxing, and said, Brother Zhong, when I left years ago, you were still in the realm of Middle Renhuang. Now you are already in the upper level, and your great path is still perfect. Even in Donghua Heavens, I hear people mention you from time to time, saying that Zhong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower is no less than the desolation of Badland's divine palace and sword goddess's eldest disciple, Jiang Yueli. They have already achieved their fame for a long time, while I still have some ways to go, Zhong Chan responded. Well, at this level, it's just a matter of waiting. Now, I am afraid I am no longer a suitable opponent for you either, Sky Sword Lung Quangsheng said, laughing. Zhong Chan shook his head and smiled without responding. What the other said was the truth. His strength, by now, should be well above that of senior brother Sky Sword. I heard that there were some disturbances on that side of Divine Ocean continent, but I didn't get any specifics. What's going on? Lung Quangsheng asked again. A few months ago, Emperor Shi crossing the Divine Tribulation had caused a sensation in the entire Donghua domain. Everyone knew about it, so the news of trouble also spread, even to Donghua Heavens. The grievances between the ancient royal family of Yang and Wangshan Watchtower have been for a long time, but this time, Lingxiao Palace also got involved for some reason, Li Changsheng responded. Lingxiao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower have never had any ill will towards each other, and they actually got involved, said Clan Lord Lung with a frown. Lingxiao Palace was a major force of power in Donghua Heavens. If the conflict intensified, it was definitely not good news for Wangshan Watchtower. I don't know the reason at this time. We came to Donghua Heavens to see if they will do anything, Li Changsheng continued. Clan Lord Lung nodded without saying much. Which one of you is Yi Lionian? As he was speaking, he surveyed the crowd and stopped when he saw Yi Futian. I am. Yi Futian smiled. Clan Lord Lung looked at Yi Futian seriously, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. One sword strike to defeat Yang Dongyang, the prince of the ancient royal family of Yang, and crossed the realm in the battle to defeat Linghe, the young master of the Lingxiao Palace. Wangshan Watchtower will produce yet another outstanding figure. I have a feeling that there may be 3 awesome figures in the future of Wangshan Watchtower. Elder is much too generous, Yi Futian said modestly. And, I'm not considered a disciple of Wangshan Watchtower. However, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Zhong will be able to inherit cultivation from the Millet Emperor. Clan Lord Lung showed a look of surprise. So, he wasn't a disciple of the Millet Emperor. Perhaps it was because of Eastern Deity Island. How is Donghua Heavens? This once every 50-year event will be extremely festive, said Li Changsheng. Of course. All of Donghua Heavens is in a jubilant mood. Many cultivators are looking forward to it. This time around, the domain chief's manor will also be open to recruiting cultivators. Many people are aching to become a member of the domain chief's manor. Clan Lord Lung continued. In addition, all the top figures from all continents will gather in Donghua Heavens. By then, we will be able to see many excellent battles and see how the chief will choose. We have to ask for the Lord's opinion. Lionian wanted to cultivate at Domain Chief's manor, Li Changsheng said, which surprised the clan lord a great deal. Yi Futian did not enter Wangshan Watchtower but planned to enter the Domain Chief's manor for cultivation. He couldn't really understand this. Was it also because of Eastern Deity Island? Sure. Without thinking much about it, he nodded and promised, I will see what I can do. But you should know that no matter what, any slight movement will be known to everyone. That's true enough. Li Changsheng nodded. Then, we will just have to wait quietly. Chapter 2011, Instruction. Yi Futian and his party settled down at the Lung family's compound. After many nearby family members got wind of the news, visitors started trailing in. However, most of them were there, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhong Chan, this upcoming figure in Donghua domain. Thus, Zhong Chan was quite preoccupied. People from Donghua Heavens came specifically to visit him. Many of them were elders, which made it difficult to refuse their visits, especially when many of them were familial forces that had enjoyed good relationships with the Lung family over the years. Yi Futian and Li Changsheng were together in a courtyard. As Li Changsheng looked into the distance, he smiled and said, "Brother Zhong is very busy now." These people who came to visit were all heads of some of the most influential families. Brother Zhong will become one of the future pillars of Donghua domain. Aside from being valued by these principalities, it doesn't hurt to forge friendships with some of these families, Yi Futian said with a smile. This was simple enough to understand. If someone was acquainted with powerful figures such as the Millet Emperor or Emperor Shi, it was an excellent thing. And now, who wouldn't be happy to make some connections with Zhong Chan before becoming a powerful man of the region? That's true enough. Some of them even brought along their most accomplished young ladies of the clan, every one of them superior in both looks and talent. What kind of suggestion was that, and what does it look like to others? Kind of undignified. Li Changsheng seemed to find the whole affair rather amusing as he continued with a smile, but some of them were true beauties. Brother Zhong does not have a path companion yet, perhaps there is an opportunity here. Yi Futian knew that Li Changsheng was joking. With Zhong Chan's strength and status today, the path companion worthy of him must also be extremely extraordinary. However, it was also obvious that he had no such thoughts, or he wouldn't have waited until now unless he had met his perfect match. However, as they were already in the realm of Renhuang, this kind of peddling was indeed inappropriate. Though, it did indicate the importance that these great families placed on Zhong Chan. They did not hesitate to lower themselves for a chance to recruit him into their own family. If they succeeded, this upcoming star would become part of their family, and the benefits that were associated with this relationship were quite obvious to all. Of course, from Yi Futian's perspective, this idea was bound to fail. At this point, two people were walking this way. They were youngsters from the Lung family. Both of them looked to be no more than 20, with a fairly low level of cultivation. They were a boy and a girl, both good-looking, and they appeared to be well-mannered. Leng Yang, Leng Shi, greet the elders. The two came in front of Li Changsheng and Yi Futian, bowing slightly. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. What is it? We are here to seek advice on cultivation, Leng Shi said. Li Changsheng had an amused look on his face. It was normal for the Lung family's descendants to ask the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower for advice. After all, it was an opportunity. Even if there was no gain, there was no loss either, and if some comprehension could be gained from it, all the better. Didn't all the brothers and sisters of your family go to Zhong Chan for advice these days? He is very talented, you know. You should go ask him, Li Changsheng smiled. The elders told us that the elders that came from Wangshan Watchtower are a worthy source of instruction for us. In addition to Elder Zhong, Elder Li and Elder Yi are extraordinary figures whose comprehensions in cultivations are comparable to that of Elder Zhong. Leng Shi bowed. He appeared very polite and courteous. Little girl knows how to talk, Li Changsheng said with a smile. Although Leng Shi looked young, she wasn't actually quite as young as she looked. After all, she had a sage-level cultivation. However, in front of an old guy like Li Changsheng, she was just a little girl. He had been cultivating for many years, and he was a supreme existence in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Very well. Since you said it so nicely, ask away, Li Changsheng replied with a smile. Elder, what about me? Leng Yang asked. Over there, Li Changsheng pointed to Yi Futian as Leng Yang's eyes fell on him, a little unsure. He heard from the elders that Yi Futian was mighty and talented. He did not doubt that. But Yi Futian, after all, was much younger. Whether it was Li Changsheng of the 9th realm or the Zhong Chan of Upper Renhuang with perfect great path, they were both more suitable for teaching others than Yi Futian. This was not about talent, but comprehension in cultivation. He thought that Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan were both stronger because of their realms. Why, don't you believe it? Li Changsheng smiled when he saw the look in Leng Yang's eyes. I dare not. Leng Yang shook his head and bowed to Yi Futian. If Elder is willing to advise me, I'd be honored. Senior brother was too lazy himself, so he sicked you on me. Yi Futian smiled at Li Changsheng, then nodded to Leng Yang. What do you want to ask? Thank you, elder. When Leng Yang heard Yi Futian's words, he knew that the other had acquiesced to instruct him, so he said, I would like to ask for some pointers on blade techniques. People of the Leng family were known for their skills at swords. Leng Quangsheng himself had the moniker of Sky Sword. I am good at swordsmanship, but no knowledge of blade techniques at all, said Yi Futian. The elders said that cultivation is unbounded, especially when it reaches a certain realm. Uncle is good at blade techniques, but he, too, went to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. I believe that even if the elder didn't cultivate in blade techniques, you would still be able to give me some pointers, replied Leng Yang. Yi Futian smiled. Leng Yang knew how to seize the opportunity. Next to them, Li Changsheng was already instructing Leng Shi, so he said, all right, what questions do you have? Among my peers in the family, my talent was SOSO, and my combat effectiveness is about mid-range as well. Some brothers of my generation cultivated the same blade techniques, but they are much better than me. Therefore, I would like you, sir, to see where the problems are in my techniques, Leng Yang said to Yi Futian. He didn't diagnose his own problem but asked Yi Futian to take a look at it instead. Yi Futian nodded. This Leng Yang was a smart guy. He said, let me see your blade techniques. Very well. Leng Yang nodded. As his figure flashed, he stepped into the void and suddenly was bursting with an incredibly strong rule power of swordsmanship. Invisible swords condensed and manifested as Leng Yang was gathering momentum. His palms faced up toward the sky as swords suddenly appeared in thin air. The aura from his body continued to rise, as well as getting stronger. The strong sword will made a sharp sound in the void, and an extremely sharp aura enveloped the sky above. When his aura climbed to the highest point, Leng Yang stretched out both hands. Holding a sword, he slashed into the void. In an instant, many blade lights bloomed at the same time, turning into a brilliant blade aurora. They rushed straight into the firmament, intent on splitting the void. And it didn't dissipate until it was well into the distance. Yi Futian looked up and watching quietly. This blade technique was very good, and the rule power it exhibited was strong as well, definitely on par with him when he himself was in the Sage Realm back then. Fierce, domineering, and indomitable, completely embodied the essence of the blade technique. Leng Yang landed on the ground after unleashing the sword. As he returned in front of Yi Futian, he said, Sir. Not bad. Yi Futian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The rule power was unleashed to its fullest. It was fierce and domineering, in line with the way of the blade. However, too much force was exerted as well as the effort on pursuing the form. Leng Yang was thoughtful. It was as if trying to understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's words. Finally, he said, Please expound, sir. A few months ago, I went to the Divine Ocean continent and encountered the relic left by Thunder punishing Skylord there. I found that there were carvings of many axe techniques, and some of them were formed naturally and had not been carved with the power of the Great Path. However, their spirits were far stronger than those carved by the power of the Great Path. After many marks were made, Thunder punishing Skylord was able to break the constraints of the Great Path. Although I haven't reached that state, I did have some insights. Your blade techniques were more insistent on form rather than spirit. It isn't ideal, said Yi Futian. But Leng Yang was still puzzled. There was a huge gap between his and Yi Futian's realm, and same with perception. Some things far surpassed his ability of understanding. Strike me with the sword, Yi Futian said. Very well. Leng Yang nodded, once again gathering the momentum of the sword. Yi Futian's body was covered by a sword will, like a storm tearing through the void. In the next moment, Leng Yang unleashed the sword. The sword slashed directly at Yi Futian without reservation because he knew that his sword did not pose any threat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian saw the sword coming, he raised his finger and pointed at the sword. Even Leng Yang felt a little shocked at this moment. From Yi Futian's finger, he didn't notice any aura of the Great Path. Clang! The sword broke. And as the finger fell, a light appeared on the ground where the sword had struck. An invisible sword will, without form, was able to split his sword in two. Leng Yang's arms hung by his sides as he stared in shock. How did this happen? He seemed stunned, just standing there, with continuous flickering in his eyes. Sometimes his brows were knitted, and sometimes they were unfurled. After a while, he simply closed his eyes, overcome by extreme tranquility. He momentarily forgot his surroundings. Yi Futian didn't interrupt him. On the other side, Li Changsheng and Leng Shi were looking at this side. Previously, he was instructing Leng Shi in cultivation. When he saw Leng Yang in a daze, Li Changsheng looked interested. What was going on? Leng Shi didn't even know what had happened, he just stared at Leng Yang, puzzled. After a while, there were invisible fluctuations from Leng Yang's body, and some changes seemed to have taken place in his entire person. This change was invisible, and he seemed to be sharper than before. His eyes opened, and he looked at Yi Futian. Slightly bowing, he said, "Thank you, Master." Suddenly, the confusions and questions he had about his own cultivations for such a long time cleared up at this moment. It was as if he had found a path to cultivation. He had hoped that Li Changsheng would be the one to instruct him, but by chance, Yi Futian took him on. He had gained more than he had expected, and he was grateful. "This is," Li Changsheng revealed a smile. "Are you going to be his apprentice?" Yi Futian shook his head and looked at Leng Yang. "I don't have any intention of accepting disciples." "I understand," Leng Yang said. "But, receiving instruction from Elder today is a memorable event. I shall always remember it in all my days." Leng Shi was a little surprised. It seemed that Leng Yang had gained a lot. Yi Futian didn't say anything more. "I'm only pointing some things out as I see them. How much you can realize on your own is completely dependent on your own talent. Go back to cultivate and comprehend thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Leng Yang bowed and said, "I will bid my farewell." He left immediately after that. Chapter 2012, The Premier Holy Land. After Leng Yang received instruction from Yi Futian, he went back to cultivate. After sitting in meditation for a day, when he emerged from cultivation the next day, his temperament had changed greatly. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation, and his blade techniques were more refined. He had clearly made considerable progress. Even Leng Shi was a little regretful that she didn't ask Yi Futian for help. She was there next to them yesterday, but she had concentrated on Li Changsheng's instructions and ignored Yi Futian's instructions to Leng Yang. Although she later asked Leng Yang for details, she couldn't quite understand the ideas that Leng Yang tried to express for some reason. On this day, many members of the Leng family gathered, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. Outside the family compound, in the void, a group of cultivators arrived by air. Everyone in the group had an extraordinary temperament and an elegant demeanor. Each one of them was a notable figure in their own right. Seeing their appearance, the genius talent who was the lead Leng Quangsheng revealed a smile. As the group descended, he smiled and said, "Welcome, everyone, to the Leng family. The elder is too kind. We come this time to trouble you with some business of ours. Please forgive us in advance." Everyone in the group bowed slightly to pay their respect. They were humble and polite. The visitors were all in Renhuang realm as far as their cultivation was concerned. The empress who stood in the middle of the group was eye-catching both in looks and temperament. She was like a goddess out of this world, and yet, she had a sense of sharpness about her. "We are friends here, no need for formality. I think you all know my brother." The woman pointed to Leng Quangsheng and introduced him to everyone. She was a lady of the Leng family, the sister of Sky Sword, Leng Qinghan. "They were my fellow cultivators," Leng Qinghan said to Leng Quangsheng. Leng Quangsheng knew that, of course, and turned around to gesture. "Please, everyone." The group walked inside the family compound. The Leng family had already prepared a banquet like the one they had prepared last time when they hosted the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, which was a grand feast. The chief of the Leng family was also in attendance. After the two parties greeted each other, they took their seats. Some young members of the family also arrived, including Leng Shi and Leng Yang. However, they could only sit in the back and watch those visitors. They knew exactly where these people came from. However, although everyone was seated, no one moved, and there were still a lot of empty seats left, which seemed to have been prepared for others. "Go and ask them to come now," the Lung family chief commanded. Someone immediately bowed and left to follow the order. The people who needed to be invited were naturally referring to the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This banquet was, in fact, an opportunity for today's visitors to meet with the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. Previously, they had already mentioned this to Li Changxing and Zhong Chan. Before long, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower came to the banquet site, with Yi Futian. Many had visited before, but never with such a grand reception, so he never did come. After all, many had been here to visit Zhong Chan. But this time, it was different. The people who came this time were not some ordinary folks, so he wanted to come and see for himself. After Yi Futian and the others arrived, the visitors looked up at them but sat quietly without moving. Lung Qinghan stood up and greeted them. "Lung Qinghan greets all of you. No need to be so formal. Guangxing is our peer, and the Lung family has been friendly with Wangshan Watchtower. So, miss, you do not need to be so formal," Li Changxing said with a smile. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly before sitting down. Li Changxing and the others sat and glanced at the group of people around Lung Qinghan. They nodded to Li Changxing and the others. "We heard that friends from Wangshan Watchtower were here with the Lung family, so we came with Qinghan to visit, and also to meet you. We have long heard of the fame of Wangshan Watchtower but rarely had an opportunity to chat. It is a great honor to see everyone today. You are much too kind." Li Changxing smiled and said, "Donghua Academy is famous as the premier holy land in Donghua domain. It is our honor to meet the cultivators from Donghua Academy today." The exchanges of both parties were quite polite, especially those from Li Changxing. When he spoke, his tone was gentle and even, which had a calming effect. It was as if he was an expert in complimenting the other. Obviously, he was quite experienced in these sorts of things. Those who had arrived were the disciples cultivating at the Premier Academy of Donghua Domain. Donghua Academy bore the name Donghua, so its background needed no further explanation. It had the best cultivation resources of Donghua Domain, backed by Domain Chief's manor. It came into being by order of Donghuang the Great to preach to the world and grew rapidly. The honorary college chief of Donghua Academy was also the chief of Donghua Domain Chief's manor. Even the son of Domain Chief's manor, that peerless talent, was also cultivating at Donghua Academy. Among the three major principalities of Donghua Heavens, the Domain Chief's manor needed no further introduction. The other two were Donghua Academy and Ling Xiao Palace. Except for Ling Xiao Palace, the other two were somewhat different in nature. One was a political ruling power of the Donghua domain, while the other was a force in preaching. Furthermore, these two principalities themselves were inextricably linked, as their existences were dependent on the will of the great emperor. The Lung family had produced two genius talents back in the days, and they were brother and sister. After Sky Sword Lung Guangxing traveled throughout the world, he settled down at Wangshan Watchtower and cultivated for several years. On the other hand, his sister, Lung Qinghan, chose a relatively simple and effective path by cultivating at Donghua Academy. Both Donghua Academy and Wangshan Watchtower were considered major principalities in Donghua domain, but if one were to speak of history, Donghua Academy was clearly a step higher. However, the difference was that the visitors from Donghua Academy did not represent the top figures of Donghua Academy. Those from Wangshan Watchtower were the most elite group of people under the Millet Emperor. Therefore, at best, it was Donghua Academy that came to pay the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower a visit. At this time, the group from Donghua Academy had their eyes on Zhong Chan, as if to scrutinize him. After Zhong Chan's breakthrough, there were now 4 awesome figures in Donghua domain under the major figureheads. The one from Donghua Academy needed no other introduction. With a reputation of being the first genius talent of Donghua domain, he was destined to be a true peerless cultivator in talent and background. Aside from that person, Jiang Yueli, the chief disciple of the Sword Goddess, was the most well-known among them. With a level cultivation in the 8th realm, he was only a step away from giant figures. Some even claimed that Jiang Yueli's strength was no less than those reigning top figures. After that, Desolation and Zhong Chan. Now, Some people ranked these four. The one from Donghua Academy was the first, Jiang Yueli second, Desolation third, and Zhongchan fourth. These four people would continue in the footsteps of the previous generation and reach the top. Unless they perish before then, such a day would almost be a certainty. Subconsciously, they were comparing Zhongchan with that man in their minds. Zhongchan's temperament was extraordinary, almost as that of a true master. However, compared to the sense that the other man exuded, it was still quite a ways off. Cultivating in the academy, Zhongchan's name was mentioned a lot recently, and now I finally saw him in person, a Renhuang said with a smile. I haven't done anything and don't deserve this fame. And from Donghua Academy, no less. I'm embarrassed, Zhongchan responded. If it weren't for Qinghan, we wouldn't be able to come here to see you all. Truth be told, there are many cultivators in Donghua Academy who would really like to see you all too. The cultivator from Donghua Academy said with a smile, if you are free, would everyone from Wangshan Watchtower be willing to pay our academy a visit? Li Changsheng looked at Zhongchan because those words were directed at him. Yi Futian sat there quietly without speaking, watching everything in silence. With Zhongchan here, nothing had to do with him. I have also looked up to Donghua Academy for a long time, and if the opportunity allows, I must visit, Zhongchan responded with a smile. After the chief's order, all cultivators are now on their way to Donghua Heavens. Donghua Academy will also be the center of this gathering of unprecedented talents. It is also an important place that you definitely need to visit now that you are here in Donghua Heavens. Zhongchan nodded, he did want to go. At this time, Yi Futian heard a voice, what does Brother Yi think? Yi Futian glanced at Li Changsheng, and thought that Li Changsheng was a curious character. He said, is senior brother referring to these cultivators or the matter of going to Donghua Academy? Whichever one you think it is, Li Changsheng responded with a smile. These cultivators don't understand, and there is nothing more to be said. As for Donghua Academy, I would like to see it, said Yi Futian. Junior brother Yi should go and experience it. Donghua Academy is extraordinary and has a considerable number of treasures. One of the treasures is a magic mirror that can attest to the rank of the divine wheel of the Great Path. You have several divine wheels. Don't you want to take a closer look? Li Changsheng said temptingly. Is it really as incredible as it sounds? Yi Futian showed a look of amazement. Li Changsheng nodded. In the divine prefecture, there are the distinction of perfection and imperfection in divine wheels, with no distinction in rank. However, in reality, even the most perfect divine wheels still have ranks. Every cultivator is different, and that mirror can assess the strength of the divine wheel. Countless cultivators have already gone to be examined. Now in Donghua Heavens, and even the entire Donghua domain, the strongest divine will ever tested belonged to the son of the current domain chief. He is also known as the strongest man of his generation. Donghua domain has placed high expectations on him. I was talking to Brother Zhong about if we should go and visit when people from Donghua Academy have arrived by themselves. To this, Yi Futian nodded. Chapter 2013, Chance Encounter. At the banquet, the cultivators from Donghua Academy formally invited Zhongchan and the others for a visit. Li Changsheng and Zhongchan both agreed to go. In Yi Futian's estimation, they probably didn't just invite the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This time, all forces were about to gather in Donghua Heavens. As the premier holy land of the Donghua domain, Donghua Academy would want to meet the top personalities from every corner. After the banquet, all the cultivators from Donghua Academy and the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower left, except for Leng Qinghan. She was going to accompany the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower to visit Donghua Academy. After all, this was her familial home, and those from Wangshan Watchtower were their guests. Qinghan, this time, Donghua Academy did not just invite the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, did they? Chief Leng asked. Leng Qinghan nodded and said, when they learned that the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were here, they decided to come with me for a visit, and that was the consensus of many cultivators at the academy. They wanted to invite cultivator from all sides to the academy, so they made the proposal. The head of the Lung family nodded. This time, it is really a meeting of the minds. Donghua Academy is the premier holy land, and everyone will accept the invitation. I think they are very interested in Zhong Chan, and Zhong Chan must be very interested in him. Lung Qinghan thought about that person for a moment. Although Zhong Chan was extremely talented and had cast the perfect divine wheel of Upper Renhuang, there was still quite a big gap between the two. She did not think that there was anyone who could compare with the person they are referring to. In the Donghua domain, he was the one and only, and this was the consensus of all the cultivators in Donghua heavens. It was the same even for the chief disciple of the sword goddess from the fluttering snow palace. The cultivators of Donghua Academy knew how much glory he had brought them. In their view, of the 4 top figures in Donghua domain, he was at one level while the other 3 were at another. In addition to Zhong Chan, Li Changshan of Wangshan Watchtower is also very powerful. Since we are talking about talent, have you noticed that white-haired young man? Chief Lung asked. Naturally. Lung Qinghan nodded. The news of him defeating Ling He has already spread to Donghua Academy. Ling He was a member of Lingxiao Palace and also cultivated at Donghua Academy. He was considered a disciple of the academy. Lingxiao Palace was considered a familial principality, while Donghua Academy was considered a holy place for preaching. There was no conflict of interest, even the son of the chief went there for cultivation. Chief Lung nodded. He is also very powerful. In Donghua Academy, his battle record is difficult for anyone to match. Lung Qinghan, who disagreed with this statement, retorted, Ling He is outstanding. If he can defeat Ling He must be a top-notch character, but there are still a few people who are superior to Ling He in the academy. He isn't as powerful as all that. It was extremely high praise for Clan Lord Leng to say that no one could compare to Yi Futian. It suggested that besides that man, almost no one could match Yi Futian's talent. She, who was cultivating at Donghua Academy, thought this was an exaggeration of sorts. After this time, we should be able to see, Chief Lung said with a smile. Emperor Yi is indeed extremely powerful, a voice said. Lung Qinghan looked at the speaker. When she saw who it was, she smiled and said, Leng Yang, your cultivation has improved. Auntie, Leng Yang nodded. Under the guidance of Emperor Yi, I had an epiphany and made some progress in cultivation. No wonder. Lung Qinghan smiled. Of course, I believed in the strength of Emperor Yi, too. After all, Ling He is also a powerful man in the Donghua heavens. Leng Yang didn't argue with her. He could see that even though his aunt recognized Yi Futian's strength, she didn't think he could be raised to another level, such as at the same level as Zhong Chan. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, Zhong Chan was now Upper Renhuang with perfect Great Path, on his way to becoming a pillar in the domain. This fact was evident from the attitude exhibited by the cultivators who had visited these days, including the cultivators of Donghua Academy. Today, the 4 great individuals were well known to everyone in the entire Donghua domain. Not only their talent but their strength had also reached the topmost level. They were now able to fight against the existence of Renhuang Ninth Realm. A few days later, at the time they agreed upon, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower and Donghua Academy arrived. They came in the cold early morning hours at the place where Li Changsheng and the others had been cultivating. Miss Lung. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan walked out together, with Yi Futian and his party following behind. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly at them and said, Are we ready to go? Yes, please. Li Changsheng nodded. I will lead the way for everyone. With a flash of her figure, Lung Qinghan stepped into the void in one step. Li Changsheng and others followed behind her. Sky Sword Lung Quangsheng was also accompanying them because he was considered a member of Wangshan Watchtower. There were cultivators in the sky above Donghua heavens, and many of them were very powerful Renhuang. Countless cultivators had descended on this continent these days to usher in the most prosperous period the region had seen in 50 years. Miss Lung, what level of cultivation is the vice chief now? Li Changsheng walked to Lung Qinghan and asked. There was not much news about the son of the domain chief of Donghua domain. And no one knew whether he had broken through the realm or not. We don't know for sure. He should be at the pinnacle of the 7th realm. After all, it hasn't been long since the vice-chief's breakthrough in the 7th realm, Leng Qinghan replied. Among the 4 figures, Jiang Yueli, the chief disciple of the sword goddess, had the highest cultivation and achieved fame the earliest. Jiang Yueli was also hailed as the person most likely to inherit the position of Lord of Fluttering Snow Palace, although there were 2 other peerless goddesses right after her, Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi. Has he been cultivating at Donghua Academy? Li Changsheng continued to ask. As far as I know, he should be cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. No one knows his progress. However, he should show up for the feast of Donghua Domain this time, Leng Qinghan said. As the man's cultivation level elevated, there were not many opportunities for Donghua Academy's disciples to see him. He was quite mysterious. Some elders had mentioned that he was cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. Li Changsheng nodded. Donghua Academy was the premier academy in Donghua Domain. It was not some ordinary place. There were many treasures inside, many secret locations for cultivation, as well as a library. I look forward to meeting this legendary figure, Li Changsheng smiled and said. He didn't have the opportunity to cast the perfect divine wheel himself, but he was rather envious of people like Zhong Chan, who would be qualified to pursue the supreme realm in the future. This time coming to Donghua Heavens, we should be able to meet him, Leng Qinghan said as Li Changsheng nodded. With so many extraordinary figures of the entire Donghua domain converged in one place, he was bound to show up sooner or later, and the chief would not be tucking him away either. The group continued on their way. Even though they were both within the bounds of Donghua Heavens, Donghua Academy was still quite a distance away from the Leng family. The Donghua Heavens was just too vast of an area. After a while, the group from far away saw a mountain gate. It was like a heavenly palace, towering and magnificent. In front of it was a massive open space with no other buildings. This area was unique and belonged solely to this celestial gate. We are here, Leng Qinghan said. The group descended and landed on the stairs. At Donghua Academy, the gates alone were hundreds of meters high, giving its visitors a sense of solemnity. Ordinary folks had to climb thousands of steps before they could reach it. However, as Leng Qinghan was a cultivator of Donghua Academy, and Wangshan Watchtower was the guest, they could reach the gate straight away. At this moment, someone groaned and retreated. It was a Ren Huang from Wangshan Watchtower. He looked a little embarrassed, and Leng Qinghan guessed what happened immediately. She said, aside from the disciples, there are many elders who are cultivating inside the academy, and they don't like anyone to snoop. Please don't release your divine consciousness inside the academy. Your understanding is appreciated. The man nodded and said apologetically, I was careless. Let's go, said Leng Qinghan. At this moment, there was a cracking sound in the air from behind. They turned and saw another group approaching them, and it was a group of goddesses. They were all outstanding in looks, especially the 3 in the lead. They were more stunning than the rest. Yi Futian had seen them before. They were the cultivators from Fluttering Snow Palace. The 3 in the front were the 3 disciples of the sword goddess, Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and Chu Hanshi. They also saw the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower and slightly bowed with their hands together. Li Changsheng and the others responded in kind as they exchanged greetings. Friends from Wangshan Watchtower are here, too. Jiang Yueli said as Li Changsheng nodded. Donghua Academy is well known throughout the world. How could we pass it up? But we didn't expect to meet the goddesses here. What a happy coincidence. Indeed, it's meant to be. Jiang Yueli nodded. Previously, at the Divine Ocean continent, my junior sister had met Emperor Yi in front of the cliff, and now we meet again here. Qin Qing smiled at Yi Futian and nodded when she heard those words, completely different from the icy arrogance that Yi Futian had experienced when he first met her. Yi Futian returned a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Ha 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 ha, it is. Let's go in together, Li Changsheng said with a smile. Very well, please. Jiang Yueli gestured with her hand. Goddesses, please. Li Changsheng took a polite step back. Seeing this, Jiang Yueli didn't demur any longer. She walked next to Li Changsheng and the others and said, let's go in together. With that said, both sides entered Donghua Academy. Chapter 2014, Estrangement. Donghua Academy was the best educational institution in the Donghua domain. No other academies could compare. Likewise, those that cultivated there were the most excellent cultivators, not some beginners or intermediate cultivators. Unless some unusually enchanting characters were chosen by the Academy's great figures to be taught by their sides and personally overseeing their cultivation, the minimum level for potential disciples in Donghua Academy was the Saint Realm. Those in the Saint Realm had already transcended the ordinary and moved into sainthood, proving that they could shed their roots from the world, thus allowing them to pass through the threshold of Donghua Academy. This premier academy in Donghua was not here to cultivate its future generations but to cultivate top-notch individuals who would be qualified to rule Donghua heavens in the future. Those who came out of Donghua Academy were generally already at the top of Donghua domain, whose cultivations were extraordinary. Yi Futian and the others stepped into Donghua Academy. This academy was different from all the other academies that Yi Futian had been to before. In other academies, their many disciples could be seen walking around everywhere on campus. But Donghua Academy was different. They didn't see many disciples milling around. For disciples in this realm, they spent most of their time cultivating rather than wandering leisurely around the academy. Furthermore, this academy was like a city, boundless and massive. Inside the academy and looking into the distance, many magnificent ancient temples were built on top of an ancient peak. Immortal spirits abound with waterfalls and flowy clouds. One could even catch a glimpse of some sacred beasts. Looking up, there were islands floating with buildings on them. They were the palaces in which powerful men cultivated. Among the clouds and mist, it truly resembled an earthly wonderland. Yi Futian was a little emotional. This was the top academy in Divine Prefecture. It was like a place for the divines to cultivate. The power of the Great Path lifted up those floating islands, and the aura of the Great Path was everywhere, permeating throughout the vast and endless Donghua Academy. In the distance, there was a range of vast and endless divine mountains, full of mystery. Yi Futian knew that there were many secret cultivation locations inside that ordinary people would never reach. Donghua Academy had the best cultivation resources within the Donghua domain. The general background of the establishment of this academy originated from Donghuang the Great's desire to preach. It could be said that the supporting force behind it was the Great Emperor, with the full support of the domain chief's manor. In just a few hundred years, the first academy in Donghua domain had been established. Yi Futian was not the only one who had come here for the first time. In fact, most of those who entered the academy now were here for the first time. They were rather thoughtful when they saw the sight in front of them. No wonder that Ren Huang from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to poke around with his divine consciousness before. He must have been curious, but it had caused powerful individuals in the academy to feel averse to this. A great place. No wonder it's the #1 holy land of Donghua domain, Li Changsheng said with a smile, unreserved in his praise. Wangshan Watchtower was created by his master, the Millet Emperor, once upon a time. The only place that could be considered as a secret place was that watchtower, which was still quite a distance away in its reputation from Donghua Academy, which had an extraordinary background. The foundation of Wangshan Watchtower, in comparison, was not as great. Paradise on earth. Cultivating at a place like this must be refreshing, Jiang Yueli expressed her sentiment. I heard that the fluttering snow palace is located in an extremely harsh and cold environment, which has snowfalls all year round, but it also serves as training to one's character. Is that true? Li Changsheng asked. Jiang Yueli nodded. Yes, the cultivation environment of Fluttering Snow Palace is comparable to that of the Desolate God Palace, the worst environment in the Donghua domain to cultivate. But it had also nurtured many goddesses. The palace lord herself is worthy of being an outstanding woman in Donghua domain, praised Li Changsheng. The sword goddess was definitely a legend in Donghua domain. Where are we going? Li Changsheng turned to look at Leng Qinghan and asked. There. Leng Qinghan pointing ahead, where there were many floating islands in the void, standing there like temples. Among the many floating islands, one was the most conspicuous. A palace, towering into the firmament, stood upon it as if it were a temple connecting to the heavens. Li Changsheng's eyes drifted there, and his assessment was sharp as his eyes penetrated the space. He looked at the temple, and whispered, "Is this Donghua Pavilion?" Leng Qinghan nodded. When the great emperor unified the land of divine prefecture, he also established book depositories. I heard that 2 such book depositories were established in Donghua Heavens, one in the domain chief's manor and the other in Donghua Academy. What's the difference between these 2 book depositories? Li Changsheng asked. Yi Futian showed a look of interest. After he came to divine prefecture, the first place he really settled in was Dongyuan Pavilion. At that time, he already knew that every continent in divine prefecture had such a holy land, and Donghua Heavens was no exception. Donghua Heavens seemed to be quite unique in that it had 2 book depositories, one located in Domain Chief's Manor and one in Donghua Academy. The one at Domain Chief's Manor is more comprehensive, while the one in Donghua Academy is more suited for high-level cultivators above the Saint Realm. It was not open to outsiders, so its user base is smaller than the one at Domain Chief's Manor, Leng Qinghan explained. Li Changsheng nodded. Only the Donghua Academy disciples had the opportunity to access the book depository at Donghua Academy, and there were not many of them. "Let's go," Leng Qinghan said and immediately stepped into the void, heading in that direction. The 2 principalities followed her and soon came to this floating island. Of course, there was more than just the depository, but this book depository was the most obvious structure on the island. On this floating island, there were many palatial compounds and a giant open area. At this time, many cultivators were gathered, forming a lively scene. It was quite different from the deserted area outside of Donghua Academy when they first arrived. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw some familiar faces. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yang were already there. Their prince, Yang Hanxing and Yang Dongyang were both present. Aside from them, Yi Futian also saw the cultivators from Ling Xiao Palace. Ling He was there also, chatting up the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yang. It seemed that the 2 were quite amicable. Seeing this, coldness flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. Last time, on Turtle Deity Island, the cultivators of Ling Xiao Palace plotted against them when they clashed with the ancient royal family of Yang. He found their close proximity this time intriguing. Moreover, he was extremely disgusted with Ling He and still wanted him dead. However, in Donghua Heavens, he couldn't possibly do anything of the sort. The cultivators of Ling Xiao Palace and Yang's ancient royal family also turned to look at them, squinting slightly. Ling He's malice toward Yi Futian had only gotten stronger since their last battle. As long as Yi Futian was around, he would never be able to raise his head. When he saw Yi Futian walking together with the cultivators from Fluttering Snow Palace, Ling He felt even more upset. But he quickly concealed his emotions and looked at the cultivators of Fluttering Snow Palace. "Greetings to all the goddesses." Jiang Yueli and the others nodded slightly. Ling He looked at Qin Qing and said, "Qin Qing, I heard that you would come, so I arrived a little earlier. Finally, I am meeting you. You're too kind." Qin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Obviously, she was grateful that Ling Xiao Palace had deliberately befriended them over the years. Ling He and had always maintained a good relationship with them. However, she had felt a little uncomfortable at Turtle Deity Island previously. She understood that Ling He was proud and narcissistic, but other than that, she suddenly felt that Ling Xiao Palace had an ulterior motive for approaching them. They did not simply want to forge a good relationship with them. He seemed to have felt the distance in Qin Qing's tone. Ling He's desire to kill Yi Futian was much stronger. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yang also looked at Jiang Yueli and the others. Yang Hanxing said, "It was a hasty meeting that day on Turtle Deity Island. Although I met the goddesses, we did not have a chance to talk at length. I have long admired Goddess Jiang, and this time, in Donghua Heavens, I must implore the goddess for some instruction. The prince is too indulgent. We are at the same level of cultivation, so there is no instruction to speak of," Jiang Yueli responded. "Of course there is, and the gap is considerable," said Yang Hanxing. His cultivation was in the 9th realm and was actually higher than Jiang Yueli. However, Jiang Yueli's great path was perfect, which was not something he could compete with. Therefore, unless he broke through the shackles of Ren Huang, it would be difficult for him to beat Jiang Yueli. Chapter 2015, Holy Land Scenery. At that moment, a group of people walked over from nearby. All of them were incredibly impressive. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy, and every one of them was a top figure. The man at their head seemed to be about 40 or 50 years old and had the air of a grandmaster. He looked at those around him, then smiled and said, "I would never have thought that I would have the chance to see so many young heroes from all the continents of the Donghua domain come here. I am Liu Qingzhu, and I welcome you." "So you are Liu Qingzhu. Greetings." Li Changsheng and the others bowed. Many of them had heard the name Liu Qingzhu, as he was one of the great figures of the Donghua domain. It was said that he had cultivated to the top of the Renhuang Plain and was probably only a step away from breaking free of the bonds of the Great Path. His understanding of the Great Path was profound. He was the most important figure at Donghua Academy. "The Academy is a holy land, so there is no need for me to entertain all of you, but why don't we take a walk around the Academy?" said Liu Qingzhu with a smile. Everyone nodded, saying, "We have great admiration for the fame of the Donghua Academy, so we came to visit. It would be perfect if we could take a walk around and see the scenery." "Very good. I will be your guide today. Please follow me," said Liu Qingzhu, suddenly turning and walking away. When they came in front of the ancient temple that soared into the sky, he said, "This is Donghua Pavilion, which I'm sure you already knew. It is a library with many scrolls inside. Many of them were written under the orders of the great emperor many years ago and are classics. However, we do not show them to the outside world. I hope you understand." Everyone nodded. They were not disciples of Donghua Academy, and thus they could not enter Donghua Pavilion. However, there are many other wonderful places here at the Academy where you may go. I will take you to see them, continued Liu Qingzhu, and he turned and walked in another direction. All the cultivators followed him. At some point, Ling He came up beside Qin Qing and said, "The Academy is truly all-encompassing. There are many hidden treasures here. Other than a few restricted areas, we are free to go anywhere." Qin Qing nodded. Donghua Academy is the foremost holy land for cultivation in the Donghua domain. The conditions for cultivation are perfect here, which has made many people envious. No wonder people say that most of the people of the domain chief's manor in the Donghua domain came out of Donghua Academy. The domain chief's manor had a very close relationship with Donghua Academy. Many of the cultivators who came out of the academy joined the domain chief's manor and became members. This was equivalent to serving the emperor himself, giving you a chance to reach a high level. If this had been earlier, Ling He naturally would have bragged a little, but now he had no grounds on which to do so. After all, even though he was a cultivator of Donghua Academy, he had been badly beaten by Yi Futian. If the other cultivators of Ling Xiao Palace had not intervened, things would probably have been even worse for him. The group soared through the sky above the academy. There were floating islands in the vast space all around. Liu Qingzhu introduced them to the group, saying, "These floating islands are where the elders of the academy go to cultivate, as well as many of the disciples of the academy. However, it is challenging for a student to claim one of these islands for their cultivation spot. They can only do so after passing a tough test. There are vast matrices on the islands that make them both good for cultivation and difficult to attack. Since these matrices cover them, one's divine consciousness cannot invade them." Everyone nodded. This was an unparalleled atmosphere for cultivation. Could one person really occupy an entire island by themselves and use it for their cultivation? However, this was something that only the most powerful of figures could hope to do. Ordinary disciples would never get that chance. They passed through that area and came to another area with ancient mountain peaks arranged in a ring. There was a vast distance between the peaks, which was filled with a vast matrix and a tall terrace. People were sparring there on the terrace. This is the path-seeking stage of the academy. Students come here from time to spar, and sometimes we hold ceremonies here, continued Liu Qingzhu. Everyone began thinking about this. With so many heroic figures gathered together, How could they not think of sparring with each other? Look over there, said Liu Qingzhu, pointing. Between two relatively close peaks, there was an incomparably huge ancient mirror, clear and silent. If one did not look at it carefully, it would be easy to overlook its very existence. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It can determine how strong one's wheel of the great path is, and it looks at everyone. In the world of cultivation, there are only two types of wheels, perfect and imperfect. One cannot divide perfect wheels into levels, but are some still stronger than others? Liu Qingzhu said, seemingly speaking to himself. Of course some are. Everyone's wheels of the great path have different amounts of strength, and the gaps between some are actually quite large. However, since they are perfect, this is impossible to see once one can only faintly sense it as there is no concrete display. But here, the divine mirror of heavenly wheels can distinguish the strength of wheels of the great path. It is a valuable treasure. I am not sure where it came from, but if one unleashes their wheel of the great path before it, the mirror will activate. A divine halo will appear within it. According to our best guesses, the mirror has 9 wheels of light. However, no one has ever made it display all of them, so this is only a guess. Some people say this guess is wrong, and it is absolutely impossible to make that many rings of light appear. His words made everyone feel rather excited. Many people wanted to go and try it out. What is the most amount of light rings that has ever appeared? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Liu Qingzhu. They had obviously all been wanting to know the answer to that question, and so they looked at him curiously. 6 rings, said Liu Qingzhu with a smile. Because of this, many people think that 9 is impossible and that 6 is perhaps the maximum number of rings for a divine wheel, or maybe 7. Was it the vice chief? Asked Jiang Yueli. Yes, said Liu Qingzhu with a nod. This was not a secret. All the cultivators of the academy had been tested. Jiang Yueli looked over at the mirror. And not only her. Most of them wanted to go and try. They wanted to see how many rings of light their divine will could produce. It seems you are all thinking the same thing, but you must first take some time to prepare your minds. Moreover, if your divine wheel is not perfect, there will be no response from the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, Liu Qingzhu reminded them. Many people hesitated, but among them, there were those with perfect divine wheels, like Ling He, Qin Qing, Yang Dongyang, and others. But they were only mid-level renhuangs. Let us first go visit other places. You have all come from afar, so you should enjoy the academy's scenery. Let us return and then decide where you want to go back to, said Liu Qingzhu, smiling. He was doing his best to be a good host. After all, these guests had come from far away. Everyone appreciated this, and so they followed him into the depths of the academy. This place could not be seen from the outside. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It was a vast area that stretched for thousands of miles. It could even have been said to be a great city, but it was just a fact that Donghua Academy occupied a huge area. What is this place? It is so beautiful, said Qin Qing, looking down at the place. That place was like a sea of flowers as countless brilliant buds bloomed. There were pavilions and terraces surrounded by flowers, as well as rock gardens and lakes. It was like a land of celestials among the world of mortals. This is a place where the elders of the academy cultivate, said Ling He. Not everyone was cultivating on the floating islands up above. There were many elders of the academy here as well. Qin Qing looked down. What kind of people would be cultivating in a place as beautiful as this? Not all of the top figures of Donghua Academy were familiar to outsiders. Many of them reside within, quiet and unassuming, just cultivating at the academy. Within the sea of flowers in front of one of the pavilions, Qin Qing could see a group of figures. They were a little different than she had imagined. There was an old woman there with white hair and a weathered face. But she stood straight. She was incredibly calm. It was as if she existed in a place outside the world. There are many elders purifying themselves in this area. We will not disturb them, said Liu Qingzhu. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Before long, they saw another peculiar structure. It seemed to be a celestial palace made of glass, perfect and beautiful. Going forward, The sky between the ancient peaks was filled with marvelous sword will. They saw a black-robed figure sitting on a cliff meditating with his eyes closed. He was on a sword peak. Futian's heart was filled with wonder as he went along. It seemed that any of the heroes of Donghua Academy would be considered a top figure in the world outside. This place truly completely overshadowed Wangshan Watchtower. "Brother, do outsiders truly not know about these people?" he asked Li Changsheng telepathically. "Of them do, and some of them don't. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about this. Before Donghuang the Great conquered the divine prefecture, during the time of chaos, there were already countless heroes. Many of those ancients are still around, but where are they? Naturally, they went all over. Donghua Academy is a holy land, so having many of this kind of people here is only natural," Li Changsheng said to Futian. Futian nodded. If people of the Renhuang did not die in battle, they would live as long as the sun and moon. These old people had clearly lived long lives. After all, this place was not the original realm. The divine prefecture was vast. Within its infinite reaches, who could count how many cultivators there were? At that point, they came to a barren. It was a dark area, with not a single sound. All was quiet. The ground itself was black, and ash-filled wind swept up into the sky, carrying its silent aura with it. Everyone felt most uncomfortable. A terrible storm appeared before them. There was an incomparably huge, ancient black bell within the storm. As they drew near the bell, many people trembled in their hearts. "It's so terrifying." Everyone looked up at it. The horrible storm reached up into the clouds. The whole area seemed like a world that had faced the apocalypse. "This is the god-burying bell," Liu Qingzhu told them. "Here, you can cultivate and temper your spiritual willpower while cultivating the great path of death and the power of sonic waves. When the bell rings out, every living thing in a 1,000-mile circle that cannot block it will be shattered and destroyed. This is a precious artifact, but it has not rung for a very long time. I hope it will never ring again." Everyone knew what he meant. If a time ever came when they had to ring the bell, it would mean that Donghua Academy was facing a grave disaster. That was the only reason they would use it. At that time, it would be impossible to guess how many people would die. That was why he had said he hoped it would never ring again. Chapter 2016, Seeking the Path in the Academy. "Let's go," Liu Qingzhu said. He then led the crowd to another area. As they entered deeper inside, the space became even more unfathomable. They would occasionally encounter cultivators from the academy, yet the space above them was completely sealed off. In the distance, there was a desolate piece of land that was blocked off by mountain ranges. The other side of the mountain range was covered in mist. Futian and the others could faintly hear a sound coming from beyond the mist. "What is that?" Qin Qing asked as she peered into the mountain range. Through the mist, she could faintly make out an enormous skyscraping tower. It seemed taller than a mountain. On the tower, countless runes were lit up. It was as though divine light was penetrating the mist. The crowd could see the strange phenomenon from afar. A faint but terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the tower. The faint sound was also coming from there. "That tower is also a treasure," Liu Qingzhu said. He did not explain more as he continued heading in the direction of the tower. "That is a restricted area," Ling he said to Qin Qing in a low voice. He also seemed to be reminding the others. The crowd immediately acted more reserved and did not look in the tower's direction. Since it was a restricted area, investigating it was naturally not allowed. However, their curiosity grew even stronger. They wanted to know what was inside. Of course, some of them roughly guessed what was inside. "Elder brother, there seems to be demonic qi coming from there," Futian said to Li Changsheng over transmitted thoughts. He sensed the demonic qi emanating from there. It seemed that the sealing power of the tower could not completely seal off the qi. A strange look flashed past Li Changsheng's eyes. He had also cultivated for many years and had decades of experience. Having lived for so long, he had seen many things and knew more. Some things could only be known by experiencing them firsthand. The rumors that came after could not be easily discerned. It might be a demon sealing tower, Li Chongsheng said. It is used to suppress powerful demons. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Why did Donghua Academy need to suppress a powerful demon? However, Li Chongsheng did not say any more, so Yi Futian did not ask. As they continued on their way, they saw another divine tree. The branches of this divine tree extended outwards, forming a huge forest. The terrifying destructive power of the Great Path was actually contained within the forest. This caused Yi Futian to reveal a bizarre look. Trees represented life and rich life force. However, the tree before him seemed to contain the power of destruction. It is a deadwood. It already has a spirit, said someone. As we continue forward, this region still has many secret zones. Would all of you be interested in taking a look around? Before the crowd managed to respond, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. They turned around and gazed into the distance. Liu Qingzhu released his will and extended it outwards. Very soon, he saw where the commotion had come from. The others looked towards him. After all, it was not convenient for them to release their wills. They did not know what was happening. The cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived. They are at the divine mirror of heavenly wheels at the path-seeking stage, Liu Qingzhu explained. The crowd revealed strange looks. Had the cultivators from Desolate God Palace, who usually kept to themselves, also come to Donghua Academy? Before this, the Academy members did not wait for the cultivators from the Desolate God Palace to arrive. That meant that the former did not know that the other party would come here. Now, they seem to have come uninvited. Let's go take a look, someone said. They were also very interested in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. What did the cultivators from Desolate God Palace want over at the path-seeking stage? All right. Liu Qingzhu nodded his head. The group immediately turned around and headed back at very high speeds. It wasn't just them. Many people in the region had heard the commotion. In Donghua Academy, many cultivators were traversing through the air, walking out from the mountain range below or floating down from the floating islands above. They were all headed in the same direction. Not long after, the cultivators arrived at the path-seeking stage. Ancient peaks towering into the clouds above encircled the path-seeking stage. Over on one side, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes was standing there. They had frightening auras. The pressure that radiated from them was suffocating. On the mountain peak across from them stood the cultivators from Donghua Academy. In between them, above the path-seeking stage, two renhuangs were currently engaged in combat. Their battle was intense. Liu Qingzhu immediately headed over to where the cultivators from Donghua Academy stood. The other cultivators dashed off in different directions. Yi Futian and the cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower landed on a mountain peak. The cultivators of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow chose another, while the cultivators from Lingxiao Palace in the Donghua Heavens chose a mountain peak beside them. All of them stood at different locations. At that moment, the sound of a violent collision could be heard. The matrix surrounding the path-seeking stage lit up with brilliant light, blocking off the residue shockwaves of the attacks of the two renhuangs. The cultivator from Donghua Academy was knocked back. He appeared somewhat pathetic. They are actually having a law battle, the crowd thought as they revealed strange looks on their faces. Liu Qingzhu looked at them and said, "Members of Desolate God Palace, why didn't you tell us that you were coming? We could have been more hospitable. No need to go to such troubles. It makes no difference if we just come over unannounced." "Please forgive the intrusion," replied an elder of the Desolate God Palace. "You are all guests who have come from afar. Not long ago, I brought the other guests on a tour around the place. Now that the cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived, how can I help you? Feel free to ask me for anything," Liu Qingzhu said politely. "You can help me in anything," said a voice as a cold, indifferent, and arrogant aura spread out. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the person who had spoken. It was the top monstrous figure of Desolate God Palace, the next Desolate God Desolation. He was renowned as the successor of the current Desolate God. "I cannot promise anything, but I will naturally aid you in any way I can," replied Liu Qingzhu, not paying heed to Desolation's tone. Liu Qingzhu smiled casually. He was actually curious as to what request the other party would make. Desolation stood on the high peak. His black robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was extremely sharp as it landed on Liu Qingzhu. Even though Liu Qingzhu was a senior figure, Desolation did not respect him. He said, "Today, we have come to the path-seeking stage of Donghua Academy to challenge Ninghua." Ninghua. Ninghua was the top monstrous existence in the Donghua domain, the most prominent figure of this generation of the Donghua domain. He was the vice-chief of Domain Chief's Manor. He had too many titles and legends associated with him. Desolation had actually come to Donghua Academy to seek Ninghua. However, this was somewhat understandable. Desolation from Desolate God Palace was also a powerful figure. Ordinary cultivators would most likely be unworthy of meeting Desolation. There were multitudes of cultivators from Donghua Academy. However, only a few of them were qualified to exchange blows with Desolation. He had come specifically for Ninghua, the vice-chief of the Donghua domain. Liu Qingzhu smiled and said, "Currently, we do not even know where Ninghua is cultivating at. If you encounter him, you can challenge him then." Liu Qingzhu immediately directed this request to Ninghua himself. Of course, the precursor was that the other party had to find Ninghua. Whether or not Ninghua would oblige Desolation's request, that was up to the former to decide. However, Desolation, who had come from afar, would most likely be left disappointed. Currently, no one could find Ninghua unless he himself decided to appear. Many people in the academy believed that Desolation was somewhat arrogant. Although Desolation was currently also known as one of the four most prominent figures in the Donghua domain, in their eyes, the difference between him and Ninghua was still too great. Regardless of the list Ninghua was ranked in, he was usually at the very top. That included the current four most prominent figures in the Donghua domain. Ninghua was still undisputedly the first. If that is the case, then today, having come to the holy land of Donghua Academy, I wish to experience the way of the cultivators of the academy, Desolation continued. His tone was extremely arrogant and insolent. The cultivators from Donghua Academy felt that his attitude was extremely unsatisfying. This Desolation was practically presumptuous. Since Ninghua was not around, he actually wanted to challenge the cultivators of the academy. His great path was flawless. Even in the academy, how many disciples could challenge him? There would most likely only be a few in the entire academy. Desolation's personality was apparent from this. The cultivators of Desolate God Palace had come to Donghua Academy to challenge the other cultivators and challenge their egos. All right. If that is the case, we will happily oblige. A few Renhuangs answered one after another. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy. They also wanted to see how powerful this monster from Desolate God Palace was. The atmosphere on the mountain peaks surrounding the path-seeking stage immediately became extremely tense. Chapter 2017, Finger of Death. In Donghua Academy, people were hurrying over, one after another. They stood on the mountaintops and looked at the virtuosos of the Desolate God Palace. These people were all not friendly. However, they were not too concerned about this. The purpose of inviting all of these factions to Donghua Academy this time was to understand the extent of the cultivation of the various Renhuangs in the Donghua domain. It was just as well that the situation was like this. The space around the peak that Desolation stood upon was especially tight. A dense shadow shrouded the space around the mountain, black tendrils swirled around, creating a feeling of desolation and destruction. It was a very uncomfortable aura. Since Ninghua is not around, is there anyone from the Donghua Academy who wants to fight me? Desolation asked. His voice reverberated in the entire space, and his tone was extremely overbearing. After all, this was Donghua Academy, the top academy in the entire Donghua domain, and yet Desolation behaved in such an arrogant manner. In the space a distance away, several people were standing at the edge of the many floating islands and observing this area around the ancient peaks of path-seeking. The heir to Desolate God was one of the foremost talked about figures in the entire Donghua domain. Naturally, many people wanted to see just how strong the desolation of this generation was. In the outer world, among the four of them, Ninghua was ranked first, Jiangyueli second, Desolation third, and Zhongchan of Wangshan Watchtower, who had broken through to the high Renhuang level not long ago, was ranked last. Even though Desolation was cocky, everyone was still looking forward to seeing just how strong this impossibly powerful figure from the Desolate God Palace was. The Desolate God Palace was located on the Badlands continent in the Donghua domain. It was very far from the central region of the Donghua domain. The various factions were all from different continents, and so even though they had all heard of one another before, only a few knew of their exact strength. After all, there were very few occasions where they would all gather. Now that the various factions were all called over to the Donghua heavens by the Manor Chief, why wouldn't they be eager? Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and the rest of the practitioners from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow had all focused their sights over there, excited about Desolation's fight. At that moment, a high-level Renhuang virtuoso walked out from Donghua Academy. He was a middle-aged man at the 8th Renhuang level. Even though he was not one of the top-tier figures in the academy, Desolation was only a level 7 Renhuang. Even though he had a perfect great path, the academy did not wish to send out a level 9 Renhuang, a top-tier figure, straight away. Thus, it was he who walked out. Several practitioners of the Donghua Academy nodded lightly when they saw him walk out. This was an acceptable decision, albeit a risky one, since the person he was facing was Desolation. Please, the level 8 virtuoso spoke to Desolation, who was on the mountain peak. Desolation's body glided forward and came to the space above the path-seeking stage. He did not look at his opponent but instead faced the region between the two ancient peaks. There lay a transparent mirror. Ripples seemed to course through the mirror continuously. It was the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Before the practitioners of the Donghua Academy sought their path here, if they possessed a perfect great path, they would all appraise the levels of their divine wheels using the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to gauge how strong their divine wheels were. When Desolation walked out, he wanted to know how many layers of divine light his own divine will could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit. The practitioner from Donghua Academy who challenged him only looked at him silently without disturbing him. Nor did he walk up. After all, his great path was not perfect, so the divine mirror of heavenly wheels would not respond to him. There was thus no need for him to go up to appraise his divine wheel. Right from the start, he was already disadvantaged. How strong do you think Desolation's divine wheel is? Many people stared at Desolation. Wisps of powerful aura emitted from him. Above his body, a jet-black ancient tree of the Great Way appeared. Its roots seemed to be anchored everywhere, as though it were going to shroud the entire vast space. In an instant, the divine mirror radiated his body. In the mirror, a tree also appeared. It was a jet-black tree. Divine light shrouded Desolation's body. The mirror and he seemed to be connected as one. Divine light appeared on the divine mirror, and one layer of divine light flowed. Many people turned to stare in that direction. It has appeared. Everyone stared at the divine mirror, and very quickly, a second layer of divine light flowed around the ancient tree. Furthermore, it had still not yet stopped. When the third layer of divine light flowed, many practitioners in the Donghua Academy let out light sounds. Some people were discussing it. 3 wheels. From afar, many people were also watching. It was not that 3 wheels of divine light were strong. However, according to what they know, this was not Desolation's most powerful divine wheel. He had 2 main divine wheels. In the Desolate God Palace, the Desolation of every generation must accomplish one thing to forge the Desolation wheel. That was Desolation's core divine wheel. This ancient tree already caused 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. This meant that his Desolation wheel would certainly surpass 3 layers of divine light. Indeed, after the third layer of divine light, the radiance on the divine mirror of heavenly wheels stopped flowing. However, Desolation did not stop moving. An even stronger aura emanated from him. A seemingly ancient and sacred aura descended. One could vaguely sense a will of limitless desolation from him. A black divine palace of desolation appeared. It seemed to be a little ethereal, but the divine mirror instantly captured it. The divine mirror radiated its light on the divine palace. The light was especially blinding. Layers of divine light swirled around. In just a short moment, 3 layers of divine light appeared in the desolation wheel in the divine mirror. The glorious light showered the entire space and reflected off the mountaintop. Many people could not help but look on in awe. Furthermore, this time, everything did not stop yet. Very quickly, the 4th layer of divine light appeared. It was even more magnificent. The radiance on the divine mirror was got much brighter so that it was almost blinding. Impressive, commended many practitioners from Donghua Academy. The 4th layer of divine light appeared, but it doesn't seem that it would stop. He was indeed the heir to the desolate God Palace. When the 5th layer of divine light appeared, many people took on a serious look. It was the case for the members of various factions. In the direction of Lingxiao Palace, Ling his eyes also looked in that direction. His psyche was a little disturbed by what he saw. He had also tested his own divine wheel before. It could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit only 3 layers of divine light. According to the calculations by the seniors of the Donghua Academy, a practitioner who could seek the path to the high Renhuang level with a perfect grade divine wheel would also have a divine wheel of a higher level. On the other hand, it also meant that the higher the level of his divine wheel, the higher his chance of retaining a perfect great path when breaking through to the high Renhuang level. Some seniors of Donghua Academy also thought silently when they saw this unfold before them. It seemed that Jiang Yueli and Zhong Chan's divine wheels would not be a low level either. If this were the case, then that would prove that their hypothesis was correct. A person who could retain the perfection of their great path at the high Renhuang level would have a divine wheel of at least the 3rd level. This corresponded to at least 3 layers of divine light in the divine mirror. This was just a conjecture that had no proof whatsoever. However, this was all very arcane. These numbers were usually contained within certain rules. There are already 5 layers of divine light. Many people were looking at the mirror. The level of this desolation's divine wheel was higher than those of all of the disciples of Donghua Academy, apart from Ninghua. The light from the divine mirror was stunning and eye-catching. However, the 6th layer of divine light did not appear in the end. This meant that desolation's divine wheel was still slightly inferior to Ninghua's. With this, many practitioners of the Donghua Academy could vaguely accept this conclusion. After all, desolation was already very famous. The 4 people were all figures of the Donghua domain whose reputations were like the midday sun. Desolation, however, remained expressionless. No one knew if he was satisfied with 5 layers of divine light. He withdrew the radiance of his divine wheel. He levitated through the air and stopped in front of the levelate virtuoso from Donghua Academy. The 2 of them faced each other in the empty space. Surrounded by ancient peaks, the path-seeking stage was extremely spacious. This gave combatants space to move as they liked. "Show me what you've got," Desolation said to his opponent. In an instant, the divine wheel of the levelate virtuoso appeared. It was a huge, boundless golden picture, as though it were a stone wall. It gave off a particularly sharp feeling. In an instant, an endless golden glow appeared in the heavens, accompanying the glow of the picture on the divine wheel of the Great Path. A matrix seemed to appear in the heavens. Golden motifs flowed around the matrix. Streaks of glorious golden light shot straight down toward Desolation with murderous intent. The aura from Desolation suddenly turned frightening. A will of desolation shrouded the entire space, as though the whole world had become grey. A black tree seemed to appear on his body. The branches and leaves of the trees reached out into all directions and appeared in the space around him as though they were countless limbs. Choo-choo. A sharp, piercing sound echoed into the distance. A terrifying picture appeared above Desolation, and the golden light that hammered down on him was unceasing, like the stream of the Great Path. However, a destructive black divine light shot upward from Desolation. The golden and black divine light streams collided like 2 streams of the Great Path flowing toward each other. A chaotic, destructive turbulence occurred at the point of collision. The Renhuang from the Donghua Academy floated in the air. The divine light of the great path bathed his body. A golden armor encased his body, and he seemed to give off an aura of invincibility. Endless divine light accompanied him as he shot downward. In the next instant, his body morphed into a beam of light. In the heavens, a straight beam of light shot down toward desolation with killing intent. It pierced straight through the black, destructive lightning pervading the entire space. A fearsome storm appeared, and the entire world seemed to turn gray. Upon seeing his opponent closing in on him, desolation did not even react. He stood there without moving. The divine light was incomparably swift, but at that moment, someone noticed that desolation had made his move. He raised his hand and pointed forward. The golden light stopped, and a golden afterimage was left behind in the air. However, a finger appeared in front. The moment the finger appeared, the annihilating radiance of darkness in the surrounding region seemed to be absorbed into the finger. Terrifying black lightning penetrated the skies. It's the finger of death. Be careful, a practitioner from Donghua Academy reminded. However, it was too late. When the finger of death appeared, everything else died. Boom! A horrifying radiance of darkness drowned out the entire space. Even the golden divine light was swallowed up. The crowd only saw a silhouette fly outward and collide with the matrix. A low sound echoed out, causing the matrix to tremble violently. The entire world seemed to take on a dull color. Streaks of black lightning coursed through the space. In front of desolation, there was even the crisp crackling of lightning. That destructive flow caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. The finger of death was one of the ultimate skills of the desolate god palace. It was terrifying due to its shocking power. With just a finger, the level 8 Renhuang's breath became extremely weak. His great path was severely damaged. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2018, Desolation Wheel. A level 8 virtuoso was defeated with just a finger. The practitioners of Donghua Academy looked at desolation with a rather somber look in their eyes. The aura of the great path flowed around the virtuosos of the Donghua Academy, who were standing at various places. Their clothes fluttered, and they all seemed to want to challenge desolation to a fight. This desolation was a top-tier figure in the desolate god palace. He was too arrogant. It's best if you send a level 9 practitioner. Desolation spoke in the direction of the Donghua Academy practitioners. Even if the person were a disciple of the Donghua Academy, a level 8 virtuoso was still unable to match up with him. He had a perfect great path. He also had the ability to cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. It was more than sufficient for him to fight those who were one level higher than him. Moreover, even though that finger was an ultimate move, he did not display his true strength, he had only casually pointed. If he unleashed his desolation wheel, his opponent would not be able to withstand the might of his divine will alone. His opponent would be crushed straight away. There was no need for him even to act. It could only be said that he and his opponent were not on the same level. All the other practitioners understood this. The desolation will had a history nearly as far back as the god level. A level 8 virtuoso was bound to lose. However, he was a level 7 high-level Renhuang. It was not appropriate to send out a level 9 virtuoso just like that. After the level 8 Renhuang left the stage, Donghua Academy would send a level 9 virtuoso. It seems like desolation wants to challenge the top prodigy in Donghua heavens, Li Changsheng whispered as he stood on a mountaintop with the practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower. Ninghua was known as the top person among the 4 virtuosos. He had an extremely high reputation. On the other hand, desolation was ranked 3rd. As one of the most influential and powerful characters around, he certainly wanted to meet Ninghua. If he could defeat everyone from the Donghua Academy, Ninghua would be forced to show himself. He is only at the 7th level, I think it'll be challenging. Someone from the Donghua Academy should be able to stop him, Futian said. Desolation's great path was perfect, and if they were to consider his combat abilities, he could certainly take on a level 9 practitioner with an imperfect great path. However, this was Donghua Academy. Even though there weren't many figures like Linghe, there had to be people like him. For people like them, even if flaws started appearing in their great paths, they were still powerful. They could not be regarded as a typical Renhuang, rather, they were somewhere in between the two. Moreover, this was the Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds in the Donghua domain. There were definitely some powerful figures. Thus, from Yi Futian's perspective, if Desolation wanted to decimate all of Donghua Academy, he had to at least step into the 8th level for that to be possible. Li Changsheng nodded. As the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain, there is no lack of powerful characters, we've witnessed it before. Some virtuosos have hidden themselves in the academy. There's no need to elaborate on the strength of the practitioners held in high regard by Donghua Academy, they are certainly very strong. It's just that the people in the older generation won't necessarily step in to help. Thus, there might not be that many people who can defeat Desolation. Yi Futian nodded and continued watching silently. Desolation was indeed very strong. The people he now contacted were the top-tier figures in the entire Divine Prefecture. They were no longer typical Renhuangs. Ninghua, Desolation, and the rest were all the most prodigious characters in the Donghua domain. At that moment, a practitioner from Donghua Academy stepped out. Everyone looked at that person, and expectedly, he was a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso. Oin! At that moment, a sword descended from a distance away. It levitated in the air, and a voice followed behind, "Let me do it." The voice was very calm, and it made people feel secure. It seemed to come from the sword. When the Donghua Academy practitioners raised their heads and saw the sword, they instantly knew whose sword it was. All right. The level 9 virtuoso who walked out initially did not have a tinge of hesitation, yet, he did not insist on the battle and instead retreated and let the newcomer take his place. Obviously, he was very convinced by the newcomer's strength. A silhouette appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He stood on the floating sword and looked down at Desolation. He was not young, he was a man in his 50s or 60s. He had obviously been cultivating for a very long time. His hair was tied cleanly behind him. He was cloaked in a very simple light blue robe. He looked extremely normal, but he gave off an extraordinary aura. It was like he had discarded everything material and had returned to his authentic, true self. "Brother," several people from the Donghua Academy greeted him loudly. They looked at the silhouette in the air with respect. It was obvious that this elderly man was highly regarded. Yi Futian let out a rather intrigued expression. This elderly man was obviously quite old. He was a top-tier Renhuang who had cultivated for years. Yet, he was a disciple of the Donghua Academy and not a senior. That was quite interesting. However, this was also normal. The top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain naturally had no age restrictions. Many practitioners who came here looking for mentors might be very old. A swordsman. Li Changsheng looked at the elderly man floating in midair and seemed to remember who he was. He whispered, "Black Tortoise Sword Emperor." Quite a few practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower had heard of the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor's name. They did not expect to be able to witness his techniques. This Black Tortoise Sword Emperor was a very famous figure and was extremely powerful. He had already attained the 9th Renhuang level many years ago. He should now be at the pinnacle of Renhuang already. Many people guessed that the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor would have a chance to surpass the limitations of the Great Path and reach the next level. Of course, this was only a possibility. After all, taking that step was too difficult. Desolation looked up at the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor in the air, his expression unchanged. The Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said, "Please." Just as he finished speaking, countless grey streams flowed towards the air from Desolation. The vast heaven and earth seemed to be sealed by those streams. At the same time, an impressive might of the sword appeared around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Swords appeared one after another and floated in space. On every sword, there seemed to be a picture printed on it. A screen of swords appeared in the heavens above. Tens of thousands of divine swords materialized everywhere. Boom! In the region of the Great Path, Desolation initiated his attack. Countless streaks of black lightning shot towards Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Every streak of black lightning contained a terrifyingly destructive power. However, the swords around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor revolved around him. These swords were a little larger than typical swords. The sword domain shrouded Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. A mirage of a massive black tortoise appeared. These swords had morphed into a giant black tortoise. Even though the black lightning strikes shot straight at it, they were unable to break it. More swords were materializing between heaven and earth, causing the body of the black tortoise to become increasingly huge. It covered the entire sky, and it was like a mega sword matrix. A heavy, somber, murderous power permeated outwards from the black tortoise sword matrix and shrouded the entire space below it. Desolation raised his head. In the space above, the boundless gigantic black tortoise blocked out the horizon. If they were not at the path-seeking stage, this black tortoise might have become even larger. However, his region of the Great Path was also expanding. A limitless flow of destructive power shrouded the skies above him. Even the mega black tortoise sword matrix was shrouded within. Desolation's body floated into the air and continued to rise. He reached his arm out in front of him, and between his fingers swirled a terrifying aura. Boom! With his body at its center, a terrifying destructive storm materialized. He raised his hand and pointed at the skies, unleashing his finger of death. At the same instant, a limitless destructive flow exploded outwards. The power of that one finger caused beams of black light to appear in the air. They pierced through the air and shot straight at his opponent. At the same time, blades of light showered downwards. From the black tortoise sword matrix, swords rained downwards one after another, its might pressurizing this space. The black tortoise in the heavens seemed to let out a low roar. The Black Tortoise Sword Emperor also pointed down. Instantly, the infinitely massive black tortoise dove downwards. The sword matrix descended and collided with the finger of death. A loud boom rumbled out as the two beams of light collided and shattered at the same time. Under the overwhelming power of the black tortoise sword matrix that was pressing downwards, desolation retreated downward. Countless black leaves and branches twisted up to meet the sword matrix in the air, but they were all shattered. Crack! A terrifying sound echoed out. Above desolation, a black divine palace appeared. It carried an aura of bareness. It was the divine wheel forged from his core soul, the desolation wheel. Rumble. In the heavens above, everything darkened. The world morphed into sheer darkness. It was as though it were the end of the world. The battlefield was filled with a desolate, destructive aura. Countless black chains seemed to shoot out from the divine palace, reaching up into the skies and twisting towards the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. These chains sealed the entire space, shrouding all directions and locking in heaven and earth. Desolation stood below. Bathed in the aura permeating outwards from the desolation wheel, he seemed even more fearsome. At that moment, the infinitely giant black tortoise seemed to be particularly insignificant as it was caged in the destructive dark world. Desolate tribulations, desolation said. Instantly, tens of thousands of streaks of light burst out from the desolation wheel. Like beams of judgment, they shot towards the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. The scene was ut. Chapter 2019, Divine Wheel Levels. On the path-seeking peak, the virtuosos from all over the world stared intently at the battleground. The destructive scene was chilling. In the heavens above, the unceasing desolate tribulations that hammered down on the massive black tortoise sword matrix caused it to shudder. A blinding light radiated outward from the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. A giant black tortoise appeared and merged into the sword matrix. At that moment, the black tortoise was still getting larger, and the number of swords was also increasing. The desolate tribulation that was cascading downwards did not fade away. Rather, they morphed into chains that twisted around the black tortoise sword matrix, as though it were going to seal the entire sword matrix. At the same time, the desolation wheel in the heavens summoned an endless amount of power of the Great Path, sealing the entire battlefield. Desolation stood below his desolation wheel. Bathed in the radiance of destruction, he looked like he was covered in terrifying dark armor. His body became huge, and he morphed into the desolate god of war. He reached out his hands, and the desolate tribulations swirling around the black tortoise sword matrix were like chains that were wrapped around his arms, fully under his control. He clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, the limitless light of tribulation emitted a powerful destructive force in an attempt to annihilate the sword matrix. Yet, the black tortoise sword matrix had formed a domain of its own, and the black tortoise sword emperor sealed himself within the domain. He actually took this terrifying attack straight on. The rumble of the great path echoed out, and the black tortoise sword matrix trembled. It actually pressed on downwards. The massive sword matrix contained a fearsome murderous power and a scary might. It caused the entire space to be extremely heavy and difficult to escape. Enduring this immense power, Desolation, who had morphed into a god of war, reached his hands out, palms facing the sky. His eyes let out a terrifying black light. In the skies above, the Desolation will emitted tens of thousands of desolate tribulations, shrouding the endless space. These desolate tribulations instantly swarmed to Desolation's body, swirling around him. At that moment, he seemed to be able to unleash a mighty finger of death. Yet, those desolate tribulations swirling around him fused into one. Billions of desolate tribulations were concentrated on his palm, and they morphed into an utterly catastrophic storm. The terrifying storm of desolate tribulations shot straight into the clouds. In his hands, a black demonic blade appeared. Limitless light of tribulations swirled around the blade and cackled continuously like black lightning. The strength of the destructive power that seeped out was breath-stopping. Upon seeing the blade, all the practitioners from the Donghua Academy had a serious look in their eyes. This was the terrifying Dao technique passed down in the desolate god palace. When Desolation raised his blade with both hands, a terrifying destructive power shot straight into the clouds. With a body like a god of wars, he cut once with his desolate blade. In that instant, the space seemed to be split into two by the destructive light of darkness. This slice could cut through space itself. At the same time, the eyes of the black tortoise sword emperor became serious. From the black tortoise sword matrix that was revolving around his body, unlimited will of the sword shot out and condensed into a sword, appearing by his side. His hands formed a sword seal, and the sword matrix fused into one black tortoise divine sword. He looked downwards for a moment, and an extremely bright divine light burst out. The will of the sword split the heavens apart. When he swung his black tortoise sword, a rumble reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Two destructive beams of light collided with each other in the heavens. The sword and blade cut towards each other, and a terrifying shockwave of the great path seemed to shatter the matrices. An endless stream of fearsome desolate tribulations shot straight into the defense of the black tortoise sword matrix. However, at that moment, a black tortoise image appeared behind the black tortoise sword emperor. It morphed into a massive beast and refused to budge. Brother! Many people looked at the black tortoise sword emperor. The desolate tribulations charged straight into the black tortoise sword matrix, and on the black tortoise picture appeared lines of destructive light of tribulation that impacted his body. However, his long robe fluttered, and a shocking aura of the great path exploded outward. He refused to take even half a step back. His eyes glimmered brightly with a divine-like glow as he stared at the space below him. An endless will of the sword pierced through the desolate blade and shot straight at the dark silhouette, as though silently stating that if his opponent didn't retreat, he would not retreat either. Desolation lifted his head, and his jet-black eyes focused on the silhouette in the air. A rumble reverberated from his body, and fresh blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were still impossibly determined. It was as though he was not bothered by it at all. At that moment, a glaring light radiated from the black tortoise sword emperor. The black tortoise picture lit up once again. He said a single word, break. As he spoke, a sound of shattering echoed out. The desolate blade crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, the sword also cracked and shattered. The two of them were simultaneously blown a great distance away. When the two of them stopped, their auras were fluctuating. The robe on the black tortoise sword emperor was torn apart, and his long hair that was tied became disheveled, flowing about in the wind. Desolation stood there without moving, his gaze fixated on the silhouette standing opposite him. Let's call this a draw. If your level were just a little higher, I would not have been able to break this slice. If this were a few years later, I would probably lose, the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said. He seemed a little low-spirited. Having cultivated for so many years, he was already one of the top Renhuangs, yet in his fight with this level 7 Renhuang Jr., he did not have the supreme advantage. This was the combat ability bestowed by a perfect Great Path. His potential was indeed unlimited. A loss is a loss. That was not a draw. Desolation's tone was icy, as though he had always been like that. The people with him similarly gave off an extremely cold and emotionless feeling. However, he did admit that he had lost this battle. Of course, he would not feel too discouraged. Even though he was an extremely proud individual and wanted to challenge Ninghua and the Donghua Academy's virtuosos, he did not really believe that he was undefeatable. This was, after all, Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain. He was arrogant, but he was not blindly overconfident of himself. The two of them retreated to their respective mountain peaks. Desolation sat cross-legged and started to restore his strength. He suffered decently severe injuries from the fight just now. Even though it was not visible on the surface, but for a person like him to vomit fresh blood, the damage he suffered must have been significant. Thus, he had to rest and recover for a while. Liu Qingzhu looked at the crowd and said, "The Desolate God Palace is the ruler of their territory. This generation's heir to the Desolate God is indeed powerful. Everyone who is here today is influential in their respective continents. You can take this opportunity to spar with each other. If you have a perfect Great Path, you can use the Divine Mirror of Heavenly Wheels to test your own Divine Wheel levels." Many people reflexively looked in the direction of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and Wangshan Watchtower. More precisely, they looked at Jiang Yueli from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and Zhongchan from the Wangshan Watchtower. Everyone had witnessed Desolation's overpowering strength from before. These two people were on the same level as Desolation, so everyone was interested in their strength. Desolation had already appraised the level of his Divine Wheel. Then, how many layers of divine light would be emitted by Jiang Yueli and Zhongchan's divine wheels? Many people were very eager to find out. Seeing this, Liu Qingzhu smiled and said, "It seems like everyone wants to see Goddess Jiang and Zhongchan. Why don't you both satisfy everyone's curiosity?" Jiang Yueli stood on the ancient peak. She looked magnificent. Her bright and spirited eyes looked at the Zhongchan. She said, "In that case, would Zhongchan like to go first?" Obviously, he did not refuse. To her, it was nothing that needed to be hidden. Moreover, she was also a little curious to know the level of her divine wheel. At the Wangshan Watchtower's side, everyone looked at Zhongchan in front. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "Brother Zhong, good luck." "All right." Zhongchan nodded and calmly walked out. His silhouette floated down to above the path-seeking stage and faced the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two ancient peaks. In the next moment, Zhongchan unleashed his Great Path divine wheel. It was a massive stone stele that contained a shocking Great Path aura of suppression. His divine will appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Light shone on Zhongchan, and following that, light revolved around in the divine mirror. Layers of divine light appeared, and everyone stared at it. Zhongchan also looked at the mirror. He was chosen by his respected teacher. Since his cultivation was quite similar to his teacher's, his Great Path divine wheel was also forged at Wangshan Watchtower. Thus, the level of his divine will should not be low, right? Under everyone's intense gaze, the divine light shimmered. Not long later, 5 layers of divine light appeared. They were all especially brilliant and vivid. Everyone was secretly surprised. Zhongchan and Desolation were the same. Their Great Path divine wheels were both at the 5th level and could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. In the distance, the practitioners of the Wangshan Watchtower silently let out a sigh of relief. They were initially a little worried that Zhongchan's divine will would be inferior to that of Desolation, but it seemed like they were just paranoid. To cultivate to such a level, Zhongchan would not be inferior to the other people. Zhongchan himself was rather calm. He was neither surprised nor disappointed. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yueli. He smiled and said, "Goddess Jiang, please." As he finished speaking, he returned to his own mountain peak. Li Changsheng patted his back. It was not easy for Wangshan Watchtower to have someone among the four most influential figures in the Donghua domain. Jiang Yueli nodded, and her silhouette descended to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Her divine wheel was in the form of a sword. The moment her sword appeared, and the entire space became extremely cold. That was the extremely cold, chilling moonblade. The sword was as cold as the freezing moon. The light that it emitted caused everyone to feel a frosty aura that chilled them to their bones. When the sword appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, ice and snow appeared in the divine mirror as well, and the entire mirror turned a pure white. It was as though the mirror sensed the freezing will of the sword. Layers of divine light revolved around, and the result was the same as Desolation's and Zhongchan's. It was still 5 layers of divine light. The 3 virtuosos had very comparable divine wheel levels. This also seemed to prove Donghua Academy's hypothesis that a practitioner who ascended to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path would have a divine wheel of level 4 to 6. Ninghua's was the 6th level, while those of the other 3 were similar to each other's in the middle at the 5th level. A slight ripple coursed through the hearts of everyone who was watching. Indeed, no one had yet to surpass Ninghua. They were all weaker than him. However, the 3 of them were close to each other. It might not be the case for their combat abilities, but it was definitely the case for the levels of their divine wheels. Similarly, Jiang Yueli did not show much emotion and calmly returned to the mountain peak where the practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow stood. Even though it was a pity that she was not on the same level as Ninghua, there must be a reason why Ninghua was known as the most influential figure. Even though they had never fought before, she had heard of his name a couple of times. "Not bad," Liu Qingzhu praised. "Among the 4 most influential characters in our Donghua domain, 3 of them have level 5 perfect grade divine wheels. It is indeed valuable. Now, is there any Renhuang practitioners who have forged a perfect grade divine wheel and want to appraise their divine wheels?" Even though there were only a few such people among the high-level Renhuangs, many middle-level and low-level Renhuangs had perfect grade divine wheels. Perhaps there might be someone who might attain the same level as these 3, or close to them at the 4th level. On the various mountain peaks, practitioners all looked around at others. The Donghua Academy practitioners had already tested themselves, so there was no need for them to go again. As for the other practitioners, it was their first time stepping into the Donghua Academy. It was a rare chance that they got to stand in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels and appraise their own divine wheels. Of the 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow, there are still 2 of you who possess a perfect great path. Certainly, the level of your divine wheels is not low. Would you be interested in trying? A voice echoed out. It was from a disciple of the Donghua Academy. The 3 direct disciples of the sword goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow were all practitioners with a perfect great path. Apart from Jiang Yueli, who was at the high Renhuang level, there were also Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi at the middle Renhuang level. Rumor had it that they were extraordinary women favored by the gods. In the divine palace of fluttering snow, these 3 women were all potential heirs to the sword goddess. Even though Jiang Yueli was ahead, it did not mean that Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi were definitely inferior. Testing their divine wheels here was an excellent method. Emperor Yi from the Wangshan Watchtower has such overpowering combat abilities with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. Furthermore, he possesses multiple divine wheels. Surely the level of his divine wheels must be very high, Ling He said from Lingxiao Palace, looking at Yi Futian as he did so. His defeat from the last time was humiliating. In the future, wherever Yi Futian was, everyone would compare the 2 of them. He had 2 motives for getting Yi Futian to appraise his divine wheel. First, it was for him to see just how strong Yi Futian's divine wheel was and what level it was at. Secondly, if Yi Futian were indeed that outstanding, someone would surely take him down. The great Yang ancient royal family was also present. They glanced at Yi Futian. Obviously, they, too, wanted to know the level of Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path. I am rather mediocre, so my divine wheel level should be rather normal too. With so many top-tier factions around, like the Desolate God Palace, Great Yang Ancient Royal Family, Lingxiao Palace, and the goddesses of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, there are certainly people who possess a high-level divine wheel. As for me, I am not deserving of stepping onto this magnificent stage, Yi Futian said with a smile, appearing very humble. Behind his smile, however, his intent to slay Ling He did not waver. Emperor Yi, you really know how to joke. Whether it was the battle of the Wangshan Watchtower or the battle at Turtle Deity Island, Emperor Yi was outstanding, Ling He said, trying his best to hide his chilly attitude. Yi Futian said he was not deserving enough. Wouldn't it be even more the case for him, as he was the one who had lost to Yi Futian? Those two battles. You couldn't really count them. Perhaps it might be because of my opponents, Yi Futian replied with a smile, causing Ling He and Yang Dongyang to both reveal a cold expression. Yi Futian had insulted them without holding back. When he said it was because of his opponents, he meant that it wasn't so much that he was outstanding, but rather because his opponents were too weak. Yi Futian meant that Ling He and Yang Dongyang were nothing. I'll go try. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Qin Qing took the initiative to walk up to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It was only then that the argument was quelled. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique, it was actually a mirror. Although it was strange when another mirror appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the layers of divine light in the divine mirror continued to flow. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was appraised, it was at the 4th level. To be able to attain the 4th level was already very outstanding. Even though she was a little behind Jiang Yueli, Desolation, and Zhong Chan, it was very rare for someone in Donghua Academy to attain such a level. Apart from Ninghua, who was able to cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror, no one could cause 5 layers to appear like Jiang Yueli and the rest. Hence, there was a chasm in levels. Of course, the level of the divine wheel of the Great Path could be raised as one's cultivation level was raised. Even though these cases were extremely rare, and the final quality might not rise with an increase in level, it was still possible. Many practitioners continuously tried to perfect their own divine wheels of the Great Path, causing them to be more powerful. After Qin Qing, Chu Hanshi also walked out. Like Qin Qing, 4 layers of divine light appeared in the divine mirror. You are indeed the 3 disciples of the fluttering snowsword goddess. The 3 goddesses indeed have astonishing talent, Liu Qingzhu said. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. A level 5 and 2 level 4 divine wheels. Talents of this level were indeed astonishing. The divine palace of fluttering snow was ranked among the top 3 factions in the Donghua domain. The sword goddess was also honorably ranked among the top 3 powerful virtuosos. Now it seemed like her 3 disciples were going to inherit everything from her. Let me try. At that moment, another silhouette walked out. This time, the practitioner who walked out was the prince of the Great Yang Ancient Royal Family, Yang Dongyang. He had a perfect Great Path and thus wanted to test the level of his Great Path divine wheel. Yang Dongyang walked to the front of the divine mirror, and a shocking dragon's roar echoed out. A sacred giant golden dragon orbited him. A divine dragon appeared in the divine mirror. Very quickly, Yang Dongyang saw the result. 3 layers of divine light glowed. He waited, seemingly with a tinge of refusal to accept the results. Yet, the 4th layer of divine light did not appear. This meant that his divine wheel was inferior to those of Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi. A while later, Yang Dongyang finally accepted the reality. He turned around and silently returned to the mountain peak where the Great Yang Ancient Royal Family was located. Are you not planning to give it a try? On the mountain peak where the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower stood, Li Changsheng asked Yi Futian in a low voice. He smiled at him. Yi Futian seemed to be a little hesitant. A few people had already given it a try. He felt that Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan had very powerful divine wheels of the Great Path. Among everyone, he should have the greatest number of divine wheels. Since he had many life spirits, he could forge many divine wheels of the Great Path. However, when it came to the level of his divine wheels, he didn't think they would be that high. From his perspective, apart from the divine will forged from the world tree, all others were forged from life spirits that only appeared later on. Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and people like them were not ordinary people. Zhong Chan forged his divine wheel in the heavenly treasure in Wangshan Watchtower, so it was certainly powerful too. Thus, Yi Futian already had a rough estimate of the levels of his divine wheel. Does the sole heir to the Eastern Deity Island with a perfect great path not want to try it? A voice echoed. It came from a virtuoso from the great Yang ancient royal family. They still remembered that Yi Futian was the heir to the Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian represented Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the other party. Behind him, the Donglai goddess had a tinge of coldness in her eyes. It seemed like the great Yang ancient royal family was reminding Yi Futian that they would not just let him off like that. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Since everyone seems to be even more curious than I am, I will give it a try. As he spoke, he stepped forward. His body descended to the path-seeking stage to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two peaks. Emperor Yi, you have so many divine wheels. Which one are you planning to test? The virtuoso of the great Yang ancient royal family continued to ask. Which one do you want to see? Yi Futian asked in reply. Why don't you test all? The virtuoso said. Yi Futian did not reply. Qin Qing and the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow paid a little more attention to Yi Futian. They noticed that he was not simple. He had proven himself in the two battles that made his name renowned. Yet, among these top-tier factions, he was still discriminated against. This test of divine wheels done by the Donghua Academy could further validate Yi Futian's talent and potential and how far he could go in the future. Would he become the next Zhong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower? A brilliant golden light glimmered on Yi Futian's body. The ethereal form of a divine elephant seemed to materialize. The golden divine elephant was incomparably large. In an instant, a change occurred in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. The shadow of a divine elephant appeared in the divine mirror. At the same time, divine light locked onto Yi Futian's body, and a rather mysterious connection was formed. At that moment, Yi Futian felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to evolve all forms of power of the Great Path. Very quickly, layers of divine light started to revolve. In an instant, 3 layers of divine light were revolving around him. Many people focused on it. In a little while, the 4th layer of divine light appeared. Like the virtuosos of the great Yang ancient royal family and Ling He and the virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace, many people had a more serious look in their eyes. It was not easy to attain the 4th level. Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi were all on this level. It's not stopping yet, someone said in a low voice. The practitioners of Donghua Academy were staring intently in that direction. Another layer of divine light appeared once again, revolving around the divine elephant. With the appearance of 5 layers of divine light, the mountain peaks all around turned dead silent. 5 layers. This was the same level as Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan. Furthermore, he was only a middle-level Renhuang. He had yet to witness the path to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Didn't this mean that he was another Zhong Chan? In the future, he would certainly reach the same heights as Desolation and people like him. Ling His eyes turned a little sharp, and the murderous intent harbored by the virtuosos of the great Yang ancient royal family intensified greatly. Jiang Yueli was also a little surprised. Looking closely at Yi Futian's back, she realized that this man had great potential. Was Wangshan Watchtower going to rise? After the 5th layer of divine light appeared, it finally stopped. Seeing this unfold before him, Yi Futian did not feel too surprised. It was as though everything was within his expectations. This divine wheel was forged with his secondary life spirit, so of course, its level would not be that high. For it to attain the same level as Desolation's, Jiang Yueli's, and the others was already complicated. Then, the other few divine wheels that he had should all be of the same level. He did not know the level of the moon wheel he forged later on or that of the divine wheel forged by his natal spirit. Would they cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels? Or perhaps, even more? No matter the limit of this divine mirror of heavenly wheels, he felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was also a precious treasure, an extraordinary item indeed. Chapter 2021, Unrivaled Divine Wheel. On the path-seeking peak, all the practitioners turned to Yi Futian. Having witnessed the level of his divine wheel, they seemed to understand how he had been able to defeat Ling He and Yang Dongyang, who were levels of cultivation higher than him. With a divine wheel of a superior level, his power of the great path would certainly increase. Isn't Emperor Yi also very skilled with swords? Someone asked, seemingly very interested in seeing Yi Futian's other divine wheels. Previously, when Yi Futian defeated Ling He and Yang Dongyang, he used his extraordinarily powerful swordplay on both occasions. Yi Futian did not reply, but a wisp of his will of the sword wafted from his body. In the surrounding space, countless harp strings of the way of the sword appeared. In the divine mirror of heavenly wheels was an endless stream of the will of the sword. Yet, they morphed into the form of a zither. It was as though sword and zither were fused into one, and they were 2 parts of a whole. Layers of divine light radiated, and like the divine elephant divine wheel, 5 layers of divine light flowed around in no time at all. Everyone set their eyes in that direction. As expected, it was another 5 layers of divine light. With every divine will having 5 layers of divine light, wasn't he stronger than even Desolation? Desolation's first divine wheel, the ancient tree divine wheel, could only cause 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. Yet, Yi Futian's every divine will had 5 layers of divine light. He had already surpassed Desolation. This also meant that he had an advantage over even Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan when it came to divine wheels. He was only below Ning Hua. In that case, would Yi Futian's future achievements be even greater than Desolation and the rest? This was naturally an unknown variable. Yet, no one could refute the fact that this was a very definite possibility. Where the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow stood, many goddesses looked toward Jiang Yueli. The 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow had all been surpassed by another in terms of divine wheel levels. This was in no way expected, and Jiang Yueli herself stared at where Yi Futian was. She had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Ling He. Apart from these 2 types of powers, Yi Futian was also well versed in other forms of power of the Great Path. She felt that there were still other divine wheels that he had yet to appraise. However, at that moment, she saw that Yi Futian withdrew the aura he had emitted, seemingly with no intention to continue. Obviously, he did not want to continue testing his divine wheels. This made Jiang Yueli feel that Yi Futian was concealing something and that he did not want to shock the world too much. Could it be that the divine wheel that he was hiding could match up to Ning Hua's? Furthermore, his 2 divine wheels were both at the 5th level, yet she saw that Yi Futian's expression was very calm. He was neither joyous nor disappointed. It was as though he did something perfectly ordinary. It seemed like it was completely within his expectations and that nothing was extraordinary. This also made her feel that Yi Futian knew how strong his divine wheels were. Is Emperor Yi not going to continue? A virtuoso from the great Yang ancient royal family said. Emperor Yi should still have 1 more divine wheel of the Great Path, right? Yi Futian glanced at the person who spoke. He indeed had more divine wheels of the Great Path, but there were more than 1. Of course, he would definitely not tell him this. There was no need for him to expose all his divine wheels in a situation like this. Thus, he did not bother answering him. Anyway, that person certainly did not have good intentions, asking him to expose his divine wheels like that. It seems like Emperor Yi has the most powerful divine wheels today. This is quite a surprise, Liu Qingzhu said. It was not just him, but all the practitioners of the Donghua Academy were also quite surprised. They thought it would be either Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan. They thought that no one would be able to surpass the 3 of them. Yet, Yi Futian managed to accomplish that. It seemed that now, apart from the greatest figures in the Donghua domain and Ning Hua, Yi Futian's divine wheel was the strongest. This practitioner from the eastern deity island was indeed not simple. Brother Yi is extraordinary with his unrivaled divine wheels of the Great Path. With so many influential figures gathered here, does no one want to experience Brother Yi's Great Path? Ling He asked. Hearing his words, many people were indeed poised to act, their bodies emitting faint auras. Yi Futian's divine wheels of the Great Path completely overshadowed all the Renhuangs present today and were unrivaled. Naturally, the people from the various factions all had some thoughts about this. Even the practitioners from the desolate God Palace looked at Yi Futian with astonishment. Desolation from the desolate God Palace also stared at Yi Futian's silhouette intently. Of course, he would not challenge Yi Futian with his cultivation level and status, though he might challenge Jiang Yueli or Zhong Chan. That was unless Yi Futian also stepped into the high Renhuang level. Our battle that day at the Turtle Deity Island was not finished. Do you want to battle again? I don't mind. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Ling He with a sharp expression that carried some menace and condescension. Those eyes made Ling He extremely uncomfortable, and he was tempted to fight again. However, he suffered such a pathetic the last time. In the end, the virtuosos from Lingxiao Palace had to interfere to stop Yi Futian. If they exchanged blows again today, was he going to lose again? In that case, how was he still going to maintain his dignity? After all, he was also a practitioner of the Donghua Academy. Ling He did not reply immediately, so Yi Futian kept staring at him, causing everyone to look at Ling He as though they were waiting for his reply. Feeling extremely awkward, he said, the result of the fight at the Turtle Deity Island was already decided. There is no need for another battle. Yi Futian looked at him with a sarcastic expression. At that moment, a practitioner walked out from a place not far from where Ling He was standing. He looked similarly very young. His cultivation level was also similar to Ling He's, and he had an extraordinary air about him. His appearance caused many practitioners from the Donghua Academy to let out a surprised expression. Leng Qinghan, who had previously brought Yi Futian over, also let out an expression of surprise. Sky Sword Leng Quangsheng and Li Changsheng were together, and they also recognized this person. He was an extremely famous person in the Donghua Academy whose strength was beyond Ling He's. Be careful. This person is Kong Xiao. He is a junior of a mighty figure in the Donghua heavens. It is said that he possesses the blood of the peacock demon god. He is an extremely powerful figure in Donghua Academy. His combat abilities are above Ling He's. Leng Quangsheng communicated telepathically with Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at the person who walked out. That person floated in front of the ancient peaks and then entered the region of influence of the matrices. Standing in the space above the path-seeking stage, he looked at Yi Futian and said, I am Kong Xiao, a disciple of the Donghua Academy. I am at the 5th level. I have long since heard that Emperor Yi has extraordinary combat abilities. Today, in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, you have shown us that your divine wheels also has one of the highest levels. I want to experience Emperor Yi's path. Seeing that Kong Xiao had stepped up to challenge Yi Futian, the practitioners of Donghua Academy all took on a more serious look. In terms of talent, Kong Xiao would definitely be ranked within the top 5 among all the disciples of Donghua Academy. He had also tested his Great Path Divine Wheel before. It was at the 4th level. Furthermore, many seniors of Donghua Academy believed that Kong Xiao's Divine Will could evolve to the 5th level to become even stronger and that he had a chance to follow in Ninghua's footsteps to become the next prodigy, where he would step into the high-level Renhuang realm with a perfect great path. When Kong Xiao walked out to challenge Yi Futian, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Hearing his words, Yi Futian looked back at where the rest of the Wangshan Watchtower people were. Li Changsheng nodded and said, Donghua Academy is the top sacred ground in the Donghua domain. There are so many virtuosos and talents here, as well as very famous figures. This is a very rare learning opportunity. Liunian, since you have this chance, why don't you learn from each other? All right. Yi Futian nodded. Looking up at Kong Xiao's silhouette in the air, he said, Please guide me. Please, Kong Xiao replied. As the words left his lips, wisps of green divine light appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire space to be colored. The flowing divine light gathered in Kong Xiao's body, causing his body to glow like a divine body. Be careful. Kong Xiao possesses extreme strength and speed, and he is also well versed in illusions, Leng Guangxing reminded, seemingly worried for Yi Futian. The green divine light shrouded the vast area, and the space seemed to be distorted. Oin! Accompanying a streak of green divine light, Kong Xiao's body vanished without a trace. Yi Futian lifted his hands and unleashed a punch. Golden divine light glowed, and the low trumpet of a divine elephant reverberated. The divine elephant cracked the space, and his great path seemed to destroy everything. Crash! A shocking sound echoed out. The space seemed to split apart. Yi Futian was knocked back, and that swift green divine light shot towards him again like lightning. From his punch just now, Yi Futian felt an incomparably destructive power. Yi Futian stepped into the air hastily and steadied himself. The divine elephant revolved around him, and the surroundings echoed with the sound of the great path. He gathered an overpowering strength, and even his eyes turned a little demonic. He managed to capture those green tracks. With insane speed, he unleashed another punch. It was another intense collision. The green divine light circulated between heaven and earth, encapsulating the entire space. The space distorted under the green divine light. Kong Xiao's body seemed to fuse into the green light. His continuous attacks made his surroundings look like his silhouette was everywhere. The crowd could only see that the two of them collided uncountable times in a split second. They were too fast for them to follow. Yi Futian was continuously knocked down. Accompanying a radiant green light that pierced through space, another loud sound of collision echoed out. Yi Futian's body landed on the path-seeking stage with a dull thud. Both sides stopped their attacks. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the air above and saw that Kong Xiao levitated in the air. The space around them had morphed into a green-colored world. Divine light circulated, and Kong Xiao seemed to stand on something illusionary. However, his every attack could shatter a human. The continuous collision from before had caused Yi Futian's arms to become a little numb. That power rushed into his arm, wanting to destroy his arm, his body, and his path. Kong Xiao's attacks are indeed extraordinary, praised the practitioners from the Donghua Academy upon seeing the scene before them. If it were any other person of the same level, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Kong Xiao. This person's level is not as high as Kong Xiao's, yet he still was unharmed. He is powerful, someone else also praised. Chapter 2022, Admiration. It was obvious that the two of them were strong enough to be recognized by everyone. Kong Xiao was one of the top-tier figures in the Donghua Academy with terrifying combat ability. Even though he had an advantage over Yi Futian in terms of his cultivation level, Yi Futian's divine wheel was superior. In the space above, Kong Xiao lowered his head and looked down at Yi Futian. Green light circled in the space around them, revolving around him. Wherever the green light was, the space seemed to shatter. This was his will of the great path. An even more brilliant green light revolved around Kong Xiao's body. Seeing this, Yi Futian's arms hammered down at the sides of his body. In an instant, a heaven-reaching will of the sword was unleashed. It seemed to pervade the entire space, ear-piercing echoes of the sword rang out over and over again. A limitless will of the sword created an intense resonance. With Yi Futian's body at its center, a fearsome storm of will of the sword appeared, and it collided with the green divine light in the space above. Oin! Tens of thousands of divine swords shot murderously towards Kong Xiao. The green light surrounding Kong Xiao revolved around terrifyingly. Colliding with the sharp swords, they actually destroyed them all. Around Yi Futian, billions of divine swords appeared and pointed straight at the heavens. The path of the sword flowed upward as though it were a river of swords that rushed straight towards Kong Xiao. At that moment, Kong Xiao stepped downward. In just the time it took him to make that one step, a straight green divine light appeared between the two of them in an instant. Yet, at the moment that he moved, Yi Futian also acted. The billions of divine swords shot upward and crashed straight into the green divine light. The endless green flow was continuously destroyed, and the great path was shattered. The impossibly radiant green light was also blocked. In the next instant, it shattered into pieces, but Yi Futian's sword also broke. A silhouette retreated into the air. It was Kong Xiao. What swordplay is that? Kong Xiao asked Yi Futian. He knew how strong his attack was. Yet, he was forced to retreat in a single sword strike that blocked his attack. Liunian, Yi Futian replied. Many people let out a surprised expression. This person was named Liunian, and this sword technique was named after him. It was very uncommon. All the practitioners could feel that when he unleashed that sword strike, the power of the great path was forced to reverse in direction, and everything seemed to be destroyed. It's really not bad, Kong Xiao praised. He levitated in the air, his expression still unwavering, as though he still had immense confidence in defeating Yi Futian. Even if the person in front of him was an extraordinary figure, wasn't he the same too? The two of them had a perfect great path. With the advantage of a higher cultivation level, he had no reason to lose. An infinitely bright divine light radiated outwards in an instant. The piercing light shot through empty space, and many people instinctively stretched their hands out to shield their eyes. It was too blinding. They only moved their arms away after a moment and looked at Kong Xiao. Behind him, an incomparably bright, giant silhouette appeared. That was the silhouette of a vivid and sacred peacock. When it fanned out its wings, it shaded the sun, directly covering the sky. On its wings, countless eyes seemed to appear, and they shot out a blinding divine light. Yi Futian also seemed to be stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he saw that the skies were filled with eyes. His vision seemed to be blurred, and it was the same even if he unleashed his divine consciousness. The countless eyes seemed to contain a terrifying magical power that drew him into an illusion. He saw the silhouettes of many Kong Xiao. It was like there was a Kong Xiao in front of every eye. Illusions, a voice echoed out in Yi Futian's heart. In the next moment, the countless pairs of eyes emitted a terrifying divine light. They were like sharp, green swords that pierced towards him. At that moment, Yi Futian vaguely understood why Sky Sword Lung Quangxing reminded him twice to be wary of this person. This Kong Xiao was indeed more dangerous than Ling He. The current him was already trapped in his opponent's domain of the Great Path. The moment the peacock divine wheel of the Great Path appeared, Kong Xiao seemed to gain absolute control over this region. He is in danger, many practitioners who watched from the mountain peaks thought to themselves. This Kong Xiao was extremely dangerous. As for the practitioners of the Donghua Academy, they understood Kong Xiao's abilities, so they were not too surprised. It would be challenging for Yi Futian to obtain victory from Kong Xiao. At that moment, when the limitless green divine light shot murderously towards Yi Futian, everyone saw that a circular moon appeared above Yi Futian. This moon appeared to be especially cold, the moon radiated moonlight, and snow seemed to flutter all around. The beams of divine moonlight shone into the area, covering the entire region, colliding directly with the streaks of green light. The crowd shockingly found out that under the radiation of moonlight, the green divine light that contained a dominating power of the Great Path seemed to be shattered directly. The green light and moonlight annihilated each other into nothingness. This, many virtuosos showed a shocked expression. This was yet another divine wheel. Previously, Yi Futian had never displayed this divine wheel of the Great Path, the divine wheel of the moon. Furthermore, this seemed to be even stronger than his previous divine wheel. Just the moonlight that was lightly showered could block the green divine light straight on. The two of them seemed to be battling with their divine wheels. It was still the same, Kong Xiao with the cultivation level advantage and Yi Futian with the divine wheel level advantage. Just by relying on the strength of his divine wheel, Yi Futian instantly wiped away the cultivation level advantage that his opponent possessed over him. He could block his opponent's attack straight on. Previously, his two divine wheels had already managed to get the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. However, he did not unleash this divine wheel. If unleashing this moon will can surpass the 5 layers of divine light, he would have reached the top level of the Donghua Academy, 6 layers. Thought some practitioners from the Donghua Academy. As for Jiang Yueli and Qin Qing, they recalled the battle between Yi Futian and Ling He. That cold will was probably emanated from this divine wheel. Moreover, Yi Futian purposely concealed his divine wheel and did not test its level. Why? Was he worried that his moon wheel would beat the academy record? Indeed, many practitioners present, such as the great Yang ancient royal family and Ling Xiao Palace, were not friendly towards him. She could understand if Yi Futian did not want to stand out too much. Desolation, Zhong Chan and Li Changxing each had some thoughts as they continued to stare at the battle. It seemed to be getting more interesting. In the air above, the green light that shot out collided with the moonlight that Yi Futian shot out. Each annihilated another, and a sort of balance seemed to be formed. Neither of them could break through the power of the great path of the other. However, Kong Xiao was indeed the most powerful opponent that Yi Futian had encountered thus far. Both Ling He and Yang Dongyang were inferior to him. Only Kong Xiao, right in the middle of the battlefield, knew that the cold aura emitted by the moon wheel was eroding the entire Great Path domain. He could already feel a freezing will. It was as though there was a formless power permeating the entire space, trying to wrestle control over this domain. On the feathers of the divine peacock, the countless pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, shooting out beams of divine light. They gathered in front of Kong Xiao's body. In that instant, Kong Xiao seemed to become a god. He looked majestic. The moment he moved his hands together, the endless green divine light gathered in his two fists, morphing into a green divine sword. The next moment, he moved. Yi Futian, however, saw something entirely different. He saw an infinite pair of eyes shooting beams of light at him. Countless of Kong Xiao's silhouettes walked towards him at the same time. It was because they were all illusions that he unleashed his moon wheel and continuously take his opponent's attacks. Despite doing that, Yi Futian suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. His eyes became very demonic. His pair of eyes seemed to want to see through all illusions and resist his opponent's illusionary powers of the Great Path. He could vaguely make out a streak of green light. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes also changed. They turned divine-like. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. The Kong Xiao who was charging at him suddenly realized that he himself was sinking into an illusion. It was as though he had entered a world in the space created by eye sorcery. In front of him, an endlessly overlapping space trapped him. It was an ability similar to his. However, Kong Xiao did not hesitate. Absolute power could shatter everything. The divine wings of the peacock flapped, and countless divine feathers morphed into straight, sharp swords. An impossibly brilliant green divine light pierced through the space with great force. Layers upon layers of space were pierced straight through and shattered. Absolute power was sufficient to break any domain of the Great Path. At that moment, Kong Xiao understood what it meant to be so close yet so far. Nonetheless, the green light continued to flash, and wherever it passed, everything was pulverized into nothingness. Boom! Kong Xiao sensed that he had finally escaped the world of eye sorcery. The impossibly radiant green divine sword pierced through everything and entered the region shrouded in the moonlight. An extremely cold aura descended, along with a power that penetrated his soul and froze the space around him. A sharp whistle echoed out as the divine sword pierced through the air. Kong Xiao had never found it so difficult to execute his killing technique. This was definitely the first time in history. Even when facing off against virtuosos with higher cultivation level than him, his attack was still as smooth as cutting through water. He had never encountered a situation like today. He thought he had already broken out of the world of eye sorcery, yet it seemed like he had entered another domain of the Great Path. In the space of this absolute domain, he saw the orbitals of planets and the moon floating in space. This seemed to be a starry dimension. Countless planets orbited, and the trumpet of divine elephants echoed. Moonlight showered upon him, carrying with it an icy aura. His sword might be able to cut through the starry dimension, shattering planet after planet, but it seemed like he would forever not be able to reach the end. The Great Path domain he entered was Yi Futian's most powerful divine wheel, the absolute Great Path domain. An impossibly large palm charged towards the green divine sword murderously. In the starry dimension, countless stone steles carved with relics hammered down in suppression along with the palm. The celestial bodies and divine elephant also followed. A bright Buddhist glow suppressed his body and divine soul. Gate to world suppression, thought Kong Xiao. Yet, this did not look like the gate to world suppression. The green divine sword shattered the space, the celestial bodies, and the stone steles. However, it reached its limit. With the loud sound of an explosion, everything seemed to return to peace. Kong Xiao's body returned to where he was, and his body trembled violently. It was as though he had never moved and had never experienced that terrifying battle. Nonetheless, the blood flowing from the tips of his mouth and the shuddering of his body was sufficient proof of how immensely powerful that blow was. Kong Xiao looked down at Yi Futian with a complicated expression. Then, he bowed slightly and said, "In the future, when he ascends to the top, I will admire anyone from the Donghua domain who challenges him." With that, he turned around and stepped away. Chapter 2023, Rise to Fame. Kong Xiao left before other people could come to their senses. All they saw was his receding figure. There was no doubt that Kong Xiao lost this fight. Not only did he lose, but he was also completely won over. People could interpret his last words in many different ways. Who in Donghua could compete with him when he reached his ultimate height? By high, did he mean a super-powerful master cultivator or to become a high-level Renhuang? And was he referring to the Donghua Academy or the entire Donghua domain? No one could know for sure, but it was safe to assume that a high-level Renhuang would be the best of the Donghua Academy and that a powerful master cultivator would dominate the Donghua domain. Either way, it was high praise. Apparently, Kong Xiao had been holding Yi Futian in high regard because of the fight. He believed that hardly anyone could be a match for Yi Futian in the Donghua Academy or even the Donghua domain. The crowd wouldn't be so impressed if a random person sang Yi Futian's praises. But Kong Xiao was a top-ranking cultivator of the Donghua Academy and a high-level Renhuang in the 5th order with a perfect divine wheel who would certainly become an overlord in the future. So many people at present already admired him. Since such a person commented on Yi Futian after fighting against him, people had to take him seriously and took another look at Yi Futian. Although they watched the fight from start to finish, they definitely didn't catch every single detail as Kong Xiao had. After all the attacks were targeting Kong Xiao, and he was the one who faced the Great Path domain. No one had a more vivid experience than Kong Xiao. The difficulty with the last strike, in particular, could never be understood by an outsider. No one could deny Kong Xiao's strength. His last strike was especially earth-shattering. The blue divine light could attack enemies who were thousands of miles away instantly, yet it was obstructed and reduced in such a short distance. Kong Xiao bore too many kinds of power at that moment, including the elemental power of the Great Path domain, and the attack itself. After that strike, Kong Xiao realized that Yi Futian was a genius who had more than one divine wheel of the Great Path. Talented cultivators might cultivate multiple types of divine wheels of the Great Path, but not every one of them could be as strong. Besides, the divine wheel of the Great Path itself could be placed on different levels. Cultivators, usually, would choose to focus on the stronger one. Yi Futian had priorities as well, of course. Even so, Yi Futian's weakest divine wheel of the Great Path was at the 5th level and made the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 5 wheels of divine light. He displayed more and more stunning strength as if it was inexhaustible. That was what made Kong Xiao feel afraid. From what he could see, it was definitely at the 6th order level, no less than Ninghua. Moreover, Yi Futian was only a Renhuang at the 4th order. How powerful could he be in the future? That was why Kong Xiao dropped that line and left, entirely convinced. It was in no way an easy thing to make a man like Kong Xiao bow his head. The crowd stared at Yi Futian with different thoughts running in their minds. But one thing they all understood was that Yi Futian's talents and innate abilities were much higher than the majority of the genius cultivators. He was one of the best and could compete against Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan. Kong Xiao even thought that he could be in the same league as Ninghua. They never thought that such an extraordinary person would be nameless in the past. This cultivator from the Eastern Deity Island suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ling He and the great Yang ancient royal family cultivators all stared at Yi Futian with a fierce look. They couldn't tolerate Yi Futian any longer. He is courting death, Yang Hanxing of the great Yang ancient royal family thought to himself. He glared at Yi Futian as if he was a dead man walking. He might give Yi Futian a chance to live if he was a less capable cultivator and didn't show off his remarkable talents. And now, the more outstanding Yi Futian seemed to be, the closer he was to his demise. Ling He would never allow him to live. Even desolation in the desolate God Palace was looking at Yi Futian more seriously now. While they were marching to the top of the world, marvelous youngsters were following closely behind. They should wait and see who would dominate the Donghua domain in the future. Ning Hua. What level was he? Jiang Yueli was also turning it over in her mind. It seemed that her speculation was right. Yi Futian didn't display his full strength during his fight with Ling He. He was obviously more powerful when fighting against Kong Xiao today. As though his strength could grow to meet his opponent. Then, where was his limit? She darted a glance at the Wangshan watchtower where Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan were. They were even more formidable now that Yi Futian had joined them. Nevertheless, the great Yang ancient royal family probably wouldn't let Yi Futian off so easily. After all, everyone in the Donghua domain knew about their feud with the eastern deity island. Renhuang Yi showed off another divine wheel of the Great Path during this battle. It might surpass 5 wheels of divine light if tested before the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Why don't you have a try? A voice said. It was Ling He from the Lingxiao Palace. It seemed that he had attempted multiple times to ask Yi Futian to reveal his ability. People who were not in the know thought that Ling He was genuinely impressed by Yi Futian. Qin Qing shot a glance at Ling He. She was a little surprised. Even though she already learned that Ling He was only trying to ruin Yi Futian by lauding him to the skies when they were at Turtle Deity Island before, she didn't believe that Ling He had to do it so conspicuously. It was beneath him. After all, he was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace rather than ordinary folk. He didn't have to behave like this. So why on earth did he do it? Was it simply because he hated Yi Futian and wanted to heap excessive praises on him to instigate the great Yang ancient royal family to take on Yi Futian? Yi Futian detested Ling He and looked away after a glance. Then, he turned to Donghua Academy's cultivators and said, Donghua Academy is indeed the best holy land for cultivation. I only won by chance. Brother Kong is an extraordinary man. His blue divine light is enough to smash the sky. I would have lost if I didn't do my best. I learned a lot from this match. Thank you very much. Even though Yi Futian won the fight, his humble words saved the face of the Donghua Academy. Besides, Kong Xiao was indeed a remarkable fighter, and it was not easy to defeat him. Any other person might be lost under the divine eyes of Peacock. The blue divine light contained destructive will might and could kill Yi Futian with one strike. Yi Futian exerted quite some strength to obstruct it and win against Kong Xiao. Renhuang Yi, you're too modest. Kong Xiao is at an advantage in terms of cultivation level. It seems that no one at your cultivation level from the Donghua Academy could be a match for you, Liu Qingzhu said with a smile. Since Kong Xiao had lost, Donghua Academy had no intention to continue the path seeking. It would be inappropriate for them to send out Renhuangs who were beyond the 6th order. Yi Futian bowed slightly and returned to Wangshan Watchtower at the ancient peak. We learned a great deal from our visit to the Donghua Academy this time. Thank you very much for hosting us. Li Changsheng bowed in the direction of the cultivators of Donghua Academy and said, we won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. After all, this was the territory of the Donghua Academy. Even though it had secret zones for cultivation, Li Changsheng and his people couldn't get there. Yi Futian was forced to reveal his ability at the path-seeking peak. They should take their leave sooner than later. All right. Liu Qingzhu didn't object. He nodded and said, we wish you a good trip in the Donghua heavens. Qinghan, send them out. Yes. Lung Qinghan nodded and led Yi Futian and the others out. She was the one who brought them to the academy. After watching everything that had happened since then, she was deeply shocked and rattled. She would never expect Yi Futian to be so powerful that he defeated even Kong Xiao. It looked like Leng Yang was right after all. She underestimated Yi Futian's ability. On the other side of the ancient peak, the cultivators from the divine palace of fluttering snow also bid goodbye. The crowd dispersed after that, and people left the Donghua Academy one after another. While walking, Yi Futian heard a voice from behind, "Renhuang Yi, please wait for a moment." Yi Futian turned around and saw Jiang Yueli. He said, "What can I do for you?" "Nothing. I'm just curious and would like to ask you what kind of power of the great path the moon wheel contains," said Jiang Yueli. She was at a similar level as Yi Futian, yet she could sense that Yi Futian had a superior path. Even though she had never experienced it directly, she had a vague suspicion. "The power of yin," Yi Futian replied. He assumed that many people had recognized it. "Thank you." Jiang Yueli nodded. It was what she expected. "You're welcome," said Yi Futian. "Renhuang Yi, you mastered the power of yin, learned alchemy from Eastern Deity Island, and were instructed by the Millet Emperor. Adding to your cultivation effort, you must have a boundless future ahead of you. The Donghua domain will have another master cultivator," said Jiang Yueli. "Donghua domain?" Yi Futian thought to himself. He needed to get in the domain chief's manners first. Only then could he be counted as a cultivator of the Donghua domain. They parted ways after that. Yi Futian and the others returned to the Leng family, while more and more cultivators arrived at the Donghua heavens. The incidents that happened in Donghua Academy spread quickly. The name Yi Lionian was on everyone's lips. Chapter 2024, Donghua Banquet. Yi Lionian, also known as the Sword Emperor Lionian, was a disciple of the Eastern Deity Island. He followed the goddess Donglai to cultivate in Wangshan Watchtower and had single-handedly thwarted the attack by cultivators of the Great Yang ancient royal family and defeated Yang Dongyang, the prince of the Great Yang. While emperor she was proving his path, Yi Lionian fought against Ling He of the Ling Xiao Palace at the Turtle Deity Island and won a resounding victory. And now, the Donghua Academy invited cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower over to spar. Yi Futian demonstrated his talent again. When three esteemed cultivators, Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhong Chan, assessed their divine wheels in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the mirror emitted 5 wheels of divine light. Both of Yi Futian's divine wheels managed to make the mirror release 5 wheels of divine light, which put him in the same league as the 3 illustrious cultivators. After that, he sparred with Kong Xiao, the genius cultivator of the Donghua Academy. Not only did he defeat Kong Xiao, but he also revealed a divine wheel of the great path that seemed to be even stronger than the ones he tested in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. He might be comparable to the best cultivator in the Donghua heavens, Ning Hua, who could make the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 6 wheels of divine light yet didn't participate in the previous assessment session. Moreover, all of this news came from the Donghua Academy and were confirmed to be true. An unparalleled genius popped out of nowhere and came to the Donghua heavens all the way from the Eastern Deity Island. Many people claimed that the Sword Emperor Lionian might come to enter the domain chief's manor. If that was the case, there was no doubt that he would achieve his goal in light of his talent and ability. If he successfully entered the domain chief's manor, the Great Yang ancient royal family wouldn't be able to deal with him anymore. By that time, he would directly threaten the Great Yang ancient royal family and might even take revenge for the supreme deity Donglai if he took control. In a word, Yi Futian rose to fame after his trip to Donghua Academy. Countless people were talking about another powerful genius from the Wangshan Watchtower after Zhong Chan. Even though Wangshan Watchtower didn't have a long history or a rich heritage, they seemed to be in their heyday right now. At this time, Yi Futian was strolling down the street, admiring the scenery of the Donghua heavens. He was enjoying a rare chance to rest and relax since he had nothing to do at the moment. Xia Qingyuan, Leng Yang, and Leng Shi were walking next to him. Leng Shi visited him to ask for some guidance after they returned to the Leng family that day. Yi Futian was a generous man and offered some thoughts on cultivation. Nevertheless, cultivation was a personal matter and mostly depended on one's own comprehension. Senior, Many people have been gossiping about you along our way, Lung Shi said in a low voice. They could hear people talking about Yi Liunian the Sword Emperor anywhere they went. It was apparent that Yi Liunian had become a legend in the Donghua heavens. Yi Futian remained impassive and didn't respond. Xie Qingyuan threw him a sideways glance. Leng Yang noticed Yi Futian's inexpressive face and said to Xie Qingyuan, "My lady, are you two completely unmoved for real?" Even Leng Yang was quite excited about Yi Futian's newly gained popularity in the Donghua heavens. Did Yi Futian remain unaffected by the circumstances because he had cultivated to the Renhuang plane? He is used to it. Xie Qingyuan felt strange about the way she was addressed, yet she didn't correct him. She looked at Yi Futian's silhouette and answered Leng Yang. He is used to it. Leng Yang muttered. Xie Qingyuan nodded and didn't explain further. No one in the original realm hadn't heard Yi Futian's name. Donghua Heavens was just a different place with stronger cultivators and more geniuses. Even so, Yi Futian was still the most dazzling one of all. Besides, Yi Futian was not who he used to be in the past. He had cultivated to the middle-level Renhuang plane and was marching steadfastly to the top. Leng Yang touched Leng Shi's arm. Leng Shi shot a glare back but quickly returned normal and asked Xie Qingyuan, "My lady, would you like to take on some disciples? I want to cultivate under your instruction and serve you in your daily life, so you won't have to do many things by yourself." Xie Qingyuan was at a loss for words. It was obvious that they were trying to be close to Yi Futian through her since Yi Futian turned them down. As cultivators in the Sage Plane, it was not easy for them to ask with thick skin to be her disciples. Nonetheless, Xie Qingyuan knew that Yi Futian wouldn't recruit any disciple here. He was still trying to secure a place here himself. How could he have the spare time to teach students? He would not consider it unless he could gain a foothold in the divine prefecture like the Millet Emperor. Your seniors are better than me. How could I teach you? Xie Qingyuan replied quietly. I can sense that you're also an extraordinary cultivator who has been hiding your capacities. You are the most beautiful woman with the most elegant bearing that I have ever seen. You and Senior Yi seem like a perfect couple together. Of course, you can teach me. Leng Yang was ready to go ahead at any price, including his pride. He genuinely admired Yi Futian and wanted to learn from him. His families and seniors were all very supportive after they heard about his idea. Xie Qingyuan looked at him and suddenly cracked a smile, said, "Actually, I'm not his wife." Leng Yang blinked quickly in a fluster, but he soon reacted and said, "Then you're the future wife." Xie Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian, who said to Leng Yang, "Stop coming up with these ideas. I won't take disciples at this point." A look of disappointment passed over Leng Yang's face. But he still said, "Please consider me if you want to recruit disciples in the future." "All right," Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "What is that place?" Yi Futian looked ahead and saw a palace high in the clouds. Many cultivators were gathering at the foot of the palace, including plenty of people in the Renhuang plain. On top of that, Yi Futian also noticed that more people were coming from far away. A celestial pavilion in the Donghua heavens that operates as a lodge. However, not everyone can enter some of the top celestial pavilions in the Donghua heavens, Leng Yang said. "It looks like someone prominent is here," Yi Futian said while walking toward the palace. Many people huddled together under the celestial pavilion, discussing something. Taihua Mountain, Yi Futian muttered to himself after he heard their conversation. He cast his mind back and realized who was coming. The Donghua domain had 7 main continents, 2 islands, and 1 mountain. A large number of top forces resided in the 7 main continents. The Donghua Heavens had the Domain Chief's Manor, Lingxiao Palace, and Donghua Academy. The Dongxiao Continent had the Wangshan Watchtower. The Northern White Snow Capital had the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The Yangyun Continent had the Great Yang Ancient Royal Family. The Badlands Continent had the Desolate God Palace. The Luotian Continent had the Jiang Clan Ancient Royal Family, while the Nanhua Continent had the Nanhua Clan. All 7 main continents in the Donghua domain were occupied by top forces. Besides that, there were 2 islands and a mountain left. The two islands were the Turtle Deity Island of the Divine Ocean Continent and the Eastern Deity Island of the Penglai Continent. At last, there was Taihua Mountain, which was the principal mountain in the Donghua domain. These were places where all the influential figures cultivated in the Donghua domain. The Taihua Mountain was not controlled by any family or clan, but it was a cultivation temple for a master cultivator referred to as the Taihua Skylord. He was a hermit with unfathomable power. Instead of recruiting disciples and/or growing his power outside, he had devoted himself to cultivation. Other than Taihua Skylord, another person in the Taihua Mountain was also well known. Allegedly, Taihua Skylord's daughter goddess Taihua was extremely talented and stunning. Her unparalleled beauty took the breath away of everyone who had met her. Some people even called her the finest goddess of the Donghua domain. Nevertheless, not many people had met goddess Taihua because the Taihua Mountain was secluded while no one dared to disturb them rashly. Even so, her reputation grew, and rumors about her spread. Taihua Skylord and goddess Taihua are here as well? Leng Shi and Leng Yang were both astounded. It looks like the chief may have sent someone to invite them. Yi Futian remembered that Taihua Skylord didn't even show up when Emperor Shi was facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. So it might have been the chief who invited them this time. Other people in front of them were also chatting about how the chief had summoned all the best cultivators in the Donghua domain. He was probably the only one who had such power. Is goddess Taihua really as beautiful as the rumors claim? Leng Shi asked. A cultivator on a high plane can absorb the essence of the world and become more beautiful. That's why there are many gorgeous women among the cultivators. Goddess Taihua must be phenomenal, but I doubt anyone in this world is truly unmatched, Yi Futian said with a smile. Yes, my lady. Goddess Xia is also incredibly beautiful, said Leng Shi. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment upon hearing Leng Shi's words. Then he cracked a smile. Leng Shi probably misunderstood the meaning of his casual comment. After all, he had seen so many gorgeous women, including Princess Donghuang. Most women could never have her majestic bearing. But goddess Taihua must be very attractive. Besides, she cultivates the divine melody. It's impossible to say how many people are dying to meet her. It seems like they finally have a chance now, Leng Shi said in a quiet voice. At this point, a team of cultivators walked to the celestial pavilion and said, "We are entrusted by the chief to invite the Skylord and the goddess to rest in the manor." "That's not necessary. We're fine here. Please thank the chief for me." "I won't go over to bother him," Taihua Skylord replied. He apparently didn't want to go to stay in the domain chief's manor. Maybe he was used to some peace and quiet. "All right, we will go back to relay the message then," one person said. "There is another matter. We can host the Donghua banquet now that the Skylord is here. We shall be delighted to have your presence at the domain chief's manor in 3 days. "I will go on time for sure," Taihua Skylord replied. The crowd was simmering with excitement. The Donghua banquet was finally coming in 3 days. It was surprising how pressing it was. It seems that they had been waiting for Taihua Skylord before. The domain chief's manor must be tracking the movements of cultivators everywhere. They would host the Donghua banquet as long as all the top cultivators had arrived. Since other forces had turned up one after another, they could set the time now that Taihua Skylord was here as well. Yi Futian looked in that direction. It was happening in 3 days. So the domain chief's manor would inform the entire Donghua heavens within a day. Chapter 2025, The Arrival. The domain chief's manor ordered Donghua heavens to host the Donghua banquet. Although everyone had known that this day would be here sooner rather than later, it still caused quite a sensation in the Donghua heavens when the news came out. This time, they would have the opportunity to see the top figures from every corner of the Donghua domain. These days, any one of these men was a figure of high caliber and was difficult to catch a glimpse of. However, at the Donghua banquet, there may be a chance to see all of them at such a grand occasion. Last time at Turtle Deity Island in Divine Ocean Continent, many top figures were also gathered there, but not everyone could traverse across many continents to get there. This time, The Donghua banquet was to be held in the Donghua heavens, which only magnified its importance. The last time such a grand occasion took place was 50 years ago, and people were more than just a little excited by it. In addition to being able to meet those major figures, they would have the opportunity to meet many famous peak-level renhuang, as well as the 4 most outstanding characters. The enchanting existence of those younger genius talents who possessed the perfect great path. They were descendants of clans, the princes and princesses of the ancient royal families, and goddesses of the snow capital. Although they hadn't seen those characters, many rumors about them had already circulated in the Donghua heavens. Such as the rumored Ninghua, the number 1 figure in Donghua domain, and the 4 leading figures, Desolation, Jiang Yueli, Zhong Chan, as well as the Sword Emperor Liunian, who had risen to fame recently, and Goddess Taihua, who had just entered Donghua heavens. After the news came out, the people of the Donghua heavens departed to gather around the central region, prepared to go to the domain chief's manor to observe the ceremony. This time, it was a feast for the entire Donghua domain. 3 days went by quickly in a blink of an eye. The day of the banquet had finally arrived. In the early morning hours, the Lung family was extremely busy. The clan chief of the Lung family got up early, preparing to take a group of people to observe the ceremony. In the courtyard, Yi Futian and the others were together. Didn't the millet emperor come? Yi Futian asked Li Changsheng. The master should be going there directly, Li Changsheng responded with a smile. The master's whereabouts are unpredictable, and he does not necessarily use the grand teleportation matrix. Perhaps he wanted to take a walk on the road, and even that won't take him too long. Yi Futian nodded. These major figures were different from them, so it wouldn't take much to cross the continent. The domain chief's manor itself announced the Donghua banquet. It seems that they will be selecting qualified candidates at the banquet to cultivate at the domain chief's manor. However, with your reputation and strength, there should be no question about your qualifications. Just that fight at Donghua Academy alone qualifies you to join them, even if you don't participate in the selection process, Li Changsheng said with a smile. The selection by the domain chief's manor was also a process to choose powerful cultivators. Yi Futian was so outstanding that there was no way that the domain chief's manor would refuse his entry. Yi Futian nodded slightly. If there were a selection, he would abide by the rules and compete with other potential candidates. Is everyone ready? At this moment, the head of the Lung family walked toward this side. He was also taking the cultivators from the main branch of the Lung family to observe the ceremony. Yes, we can go now, Li Changsheng responded. Good, then we are leaving. Now, there are probably countless people who have already gathered at the domain chief's manor. The head of the Lung family remarked with a smile, and everyone nodded. The group then stepped into the void and headed directly in the direction of their destination. At the moment, above Donghua heavens, millions of cultivators were in the air, all heading in the same direction. The sight was magnificent, and such a grand occasion made Yi Futian realize that there were too many cultivators on the main continent of the 18 regions in the Divine Prefecture. At the higher level of the cultivation world, the sight to be seen was also grander. The domain chief's manor in Divine Prefecture was already the closest to the peak. Except for the Imperial Palace, it could probably be regarded as the top location in Divine Prefecture. The Donghua domain chief's manor was also the earliest place to be referred to as the Donghua heavens. It wasn't until later that the entire Donghua continent was named Donghua heavens. But long before that, the domain chief's manor itself was Donghua heavens. The domain chief's manor was called Donghua heavens because, originally, it had been a heavenly palace. The domain chief's manor was different from a familial principality, and it was also a most excellent holy land for cultivation. It was vast and endless, its heavenly palace surrounded by a divine aura, like a mythological land. At this time, the land under the domain chief's manor was filled with many cultivators standing outside. Above the firmament, a bright glow fell from the 9 heavens, and the clouds suddenly parted. The mist above the manor dissipated, and the view above the 9 heavens could be seen vaguely. Yonder, everyone saw an extremely magnificent divine temple of the 9 heavens, as if it was moved here, to sit on top of the 9 heavens. Donghua Palace, everyone exclaimed. The Donghua Palace at the domain chief's manor was the place where the chief conducted his business. Now, it appeared just like that in their view. The divine temple hidden in the clouds and mist was a divine palace, but it had revealed itself to the world at this moment. In Donghua Palace, stone pillars reached into the sky, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and thrones in different positions. They, obviously, were reserved for the most important figures of the Donghua domain. Behind Donghua Palace, there seemed to be a divine waterfall hanging down from 9 heavens. Such a magnificent sight could only exist in the imagination, but right now, it was a reality witnessed by all. Behind the 9 heavens divine waterfall, the divine mountain could be seen vaguely, but the view was a little blurry. It should be the landscape that was part of the domain chief's manor, but unfortunately, they could not see it. Only those who entered the domain chief's manor to cultivate could see the view inside. At this moment, from Donghua Palace above the 9 heavens, there was a massive staircase spreading down, which was spectacular. The lower part of the Donghua Palace was divided into layers of heaven, and each layer had prepared many seats. The higher up, the fewer seats. Obviously, there were not many people who could get to the top. At this time, from above the stairs, countless goddess-like figures walked down. Their clothes fluttered as they drifted down and stood on both sides of the stairs. Someone drifted down the layers of heaven to the sky below the domain chief's manor to welcome the cultivators who came to participate in the banquet. In front of Donghua Palace, several guardians appeared with apparent powerful cultivation. Their eyes penetrated the boundless void, looking directly at the space below the domain chief's manor, and said loudly, "Today, the chief is hosting Donghua banquet, and everyone is allowed to watch the ceremony from below. The chief will invite the top figures of Donghua domain inside the palace, while the 9 heavens below will receive renhuang from all over the world. The areas are divided by realms of cultivation. Although there are many seats in the 9 heavens, there are too many cultivators here at this time, from all parts of the Donghua domain. Please forgive us in advance for any mishaps." Countless cultivators below nodded their heads. They could understand the fact that there were a lot of renhuang who came this time. At the very least, many renhuang of Donghua heavens would be here to observe the ceremony. For those layers of heavens to accommodate these renhuang was not an easy task, let alone other cultivators present. People in the renhuang realm, from this moment on, may come up the stairs on their own and go to the area where they are to observe the ceremony. Suddenly, many began moving forward. All were of the renhuang realm. They followed the stairs up towards different areas. Renhuang in the 9th realm, in the area of the 9 heavens, which was closest to Donghua Palace, could see those upcoming influential figures more clearly. At this moment, in the distance, a group of cultivators came by air, in a mighty formation. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and all of them clad in gorgeous robes. When they appeared, someone immediately stepped forward to greet them. "The people from Lingxiao Palace are here," many made the observation. The top figures who arrived here first were from Lingxiao Palace, a principality of the Donghua heavens. The cultivators from Lingxiao Palace came to attend the banquet and to observe the ceremony, an elder said to the man who came to meet them in the air. "Everyone, please." The person who greeted them said politely and took them to a platform just below the Donghua Palace. This area was divided into different sections, and the banquet was set up. The palace above the 9 heavens area was reserved for cultivators from major forces. Even the likes of them could not follow overlords and palace lords into Donghua Palace, they could only stay in the area below the hall. At this time, another group of cultivators was visible in the distance. It was a group of goddesses. The goddesses from the snow capital of northern White Continent are here. The goddesses of the fluttering snow palace are as rumored, their temperament is cold as snow. Perhaps it is due to their cultivation, but they were all so outstandingly beautiful. The crowd talked amongst themselves, and their eyes showed great appreciation. "Fluttering Snow Palace is here to attend the banquet," said Jiang Yueli. They were welcomed and seated in the same area as the cultivators from Lingxiao Palace, who then got up and bowed to them as a polite greeting. After the two parties exchanged formalities, they took their seats once again. After that, the cultivators of Donghua Academy arrived, causing a sensation in an instant. Donghua Academy was the holy land of cultivation for Donghua heavens. Many of the powerful cultivators within the academy were admired by everyone in the Donghua heavens. Donghua Academy had given birth to many extraordinary individuals. Ninghua did not come with Donghua Academy. Someone noticed that the vice-chief of the Donghua domain was not there. The vice-chief should already be at the domain chief's manor. He will probably appear in Donghua Palace with the chief, someone whispered, and many around him nodded in agreement. With Ninghua's status and reputation, it was completely understandable for him to appear at Donghua Palace. After that, various forces from the Nanhua clan, the ancient royal family of Yang, and the ancient royal family of Jiang arrived in succession. Their appearances were noticed by everyone there. Finally, Yi Futian and the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were here too. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.